The story begins with a boy dreaming about fantasy architecture since elementary school, and after many attempts he finally managed to create his own ideal building. Or he thought so. The chapter begins with a marriage proposal. This scene had become a daily occurrence for him. This was Yume Sekai, where the concept of dreams becoming reality was created. This world of massively multiplayer online games established VR in Japan. Exhilarating battles win the hearts of hardcore users. In addition, from furniture creation to full-scale construction, crafters worldwide were attracted to its overwhelming degree of freedom. And Miyabi was one of them. He dedicated his time outside of work to craft and finally fulfilled his childhood dream. Now it was just a lover's nest though. They pissed him off at first, but then he got used to it. In real life, he was a corporate slave, so it was kind of great that he was able to craft for himself and also make people happy. He convinced himself that this was something to be proud of. One day he got a new mail named Guide to Special World from the admin. It was a bit early for the result, but he wondered and opened the mail. The mail thanked him for his wonderful architecture. He thought he was being praised as a cupid of love, which meant he was being appreciated. The thought of that made him happy. As a token of their appreciation, they offered to take him to a special world. The mail asked if he would accept his data to be carried over. He thought that if he could immerse himself in crafting, there was nothing to worry about. So he clicked yes. The moment he clicked that option, he started disappearing. He opened his eyes in the forest. He thought this was a weird server change and was about to see what he could do, but suddenly he heard a bunch of bandits telling someone not to move. They told him to leave that carriage behind. Miyabi was confused because bandits weren't supposed to be in Yume Sekai. He thought this was a new realistic update. He saw a girl standing against them. Their eyes met and the girl gave him a weird signal. It seemed the quest started when he moved out, but still, that was a confusing signal. He has to distract 8 or 9 out of the people in a situation like that. So he decided to show himself and yelled at them asking what they were doing. The man didn't seem to be intimidated by him and told him to fight back if he wanted to and told his men to kill them all. This wasn't the reaction he expected. The girl thanked Miyabi and used her spear to attack the bandits. She used her stone bullet ability. Surprisingly, a little stone hit Miyabi and it hurt his arm. No matter how elaborate it was a game, so there was no way he could feel any pain. At this moment, Miyabi knew something was wrong because he was in the real world. After tying up every bandit, the girl said that they would hand them over later when they reached town. Her name was Liz, and she apologized for dragging him into this. Miyabi introduced himself too and stated that there was no need to worry. Miyabi commented about the battle and stated that he had never seen one before. Liz stopped him and asked if he was an adventurer. When he said that he was a civilian, she felt so sorry. Miyabi was puzzled, so she said she thought he didn't look like a fighter, but since he had good-looking armor, she thought he was an adventurer. Miyabi apologized for being confused. Liz asked if he was heading to Angelum, and if they were going in the same direction, she would take him there as an apology. He thanked her because he was just getting lost. He then asked if he could get some time before they left because there was something he wanted to do. Liz was okay with a little waiting. Miyabi went inside the forest and gathered some sticks and stones. He tried to remove his headset, but he couldn't. He was in a different world, so he needed to be careful not to do anything that might look suspicious. He first needed to see what he could do. He tried to open his inventory, but it seemed that this world was different from Yume Sekai. He thought it might be easier, so he just chanted in his mind. The moment he chanted, he found himself in a big place. In Yume Sekai, the inventory was displayed in a window, but here it was floating around in his head. The rocks and branches he picked up earlier were in here too. The next thing to try was crafting. He never thought he would be nervous about basic crafting. He managed to craft a table with branches and rocks, confirming that the crafting system works too. Since he didn't have to do anything, it was more convenient than to do it in-game. He could even get the recipe for anything he wanted to make just by thinking about it. It was different in some aspects of the game but felt similar to the way it worked. The next thing he needed was a stone axe, so he created one. A stone axe was not only used to chop wood but also could be used as a weapon, making it an excellent item to have in the beginning. And he only used 10 small branches and 30 small rocks. As long as he had an axe, collecting would progress much faster. He tested the axe and it seemed to be working perfectly. Enhanced harvesting efficiency and even automatic harvesting were being carried out. Now that he had settled that, he could live in real life with items he crafted himself. He could go collect materials to create any item he liked, enjoy adventure and slow life at the same time, and live in a house he built himself with his family. He was thrilled with the idea of his dream becoming a reality. He went back to the carriage. Liz was shocked when she saw a stone axe in his hands. She seemed even more creeped out by the weird face he was making. Miyabi realized that he needed to be careful not to do anything suspicious, so he immediately changed his face and explained that he took the axe thinking it could become a weapon. Liz was confused because he was empty-handed earlier when he went to the forest. He responded that he just picked up some rocks and branches and crafted it. Liz realized that he was a crafter. She thought that it was weird he would go out on the road empty-handed. Miyabi asked if she couldn't use it, and she said that she was a magician. The guards asked why he didn't hire one of the guards if he was a manufacturer. Liz turned to them and stated that it was rude to speak like that to someone they had never met before. Miyabi could understand that those people were more normal. When Liz confirmed that Miyabi had all his stuff, they continued their ways. They followed the map and took down some goblins on the way. After a while, they could see Angelum. The gate of the city was pretty big. There were a lot of guards, so Miyabi assumed that it was a big city too. When they were trying to enter the city, the soldiers stopped them. Miyabi panicked, but Liz told him that this happened all the time. The squad captain Angelum came and thanked them for capturing the bandits. He wanted to know the leader of their group. While Miyabi was relieved that they had just come here to arrest the bandits, Liz introduced herself as the leader. The soldier checked her adventurer card and it appeared that Liz was a C-rank adventurer. The soldier asked if there were 6 people in her group, but Liz stated that Miyabi was a civilian. The others seemed like they left it to her. Miyabi was shocked, but Liz told him not to. She said that it was an unspoken rule that the person with the highest rank gets to be the leader, and her rank was the highest in the group. The other man said that Liz was very attentive, so she helped them a lot. Miyabi apologized and explained that he was surprised because he didn't expect the leader to be a girl. He also praised her for being trusted even by adult adventurers. He noticed that she was blushing after his words. The soldiers took the bandits, and as for the 5 adventurers, their reward was going to be sent via Adventurers Guild later. The lady in their carriage thanked them for their help. The other member said farewell to them and left Liz and Miyabi alone. When they left, Miyabi had a question for Liz. He asked if he needed an ID to get into town. Liz asked if he lost it even though he had inventory. He responded by saying that he never had an ID to begin with. She said that he had to pay to get in, but he didn't have any money. He said that it was a double miracle called no ID and no money. After almost a minute of silence, Liz started scolding him. She didn't want to do that, but she had to give him a 3-day temporary pass. She said that if he was planning to stay for a long period of time, he should apply for an ID card at the Adventurers Guild. Inside the Angela, Miyabi thanked Liz for her help and the money she lent him. She did not forget to remind him to pay her back and make sure he kept all her terms. Liz had given him 2 conditions. One was to register as an adventurer at the Adventurers Guild, and they were going to have a part of 2 so that she could disclose their location from the Adventurers Guild. The point was to prevent him from running away. Crafting would require him to gather materials, so there was no harm in registering as an adventurer. The second condition was to help Liz with her work for a while and accompany Liz on requests she received. Apparently, she wanted him to help her carry her stuff. Miyabi was so distracted by the stores that she had to call for his name. Miyabi didn't really have any fighting skills, but he believed he could manage with support. They went to an inn while he thought they would go to an adventurer guild. Liz said that the first thing he needed to do was to get a place to sleep. The inn cost 5 silver coins per night. The change was 5 silver coins, which means 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins. Since staying in a business hotel was roughly 5,000 yen, he concluded that 1 gold coin was about 1,000 yen. He borrowed almost 20k from a girl 1 year younger, which hurt even as an adventurer by trade. While he was resting in his room, he decided to return the favor. The next day they went to the Adventurers Guild, and Miyabi was amazed by the people he was seeing. Judging by his reaction, Liz asked if it was his first time. Miyabi was familiar with it in the game but couldn't say that out loud, so he explained that he came from a place so rural that he never got a chance to come to town, so he was kind of impressed. She responded by telling him to not get too impressed that he had strayed too far. She then greeted a woman named Eleanor and informed her that she had come to report the escort request. Eleanor welcomed her and asked if the person next to her was an acquaintance. Miyabi was too impressed by Eleanor's beauty, so he made a cool face to impress her and introduced himself. He said that he came to register as an adventurer on Liz's recommendation. Eleanor thanked him for his politeness and introduced herself too. Watching Miyabi's movements, Liz told him that his nose was getting longer. He said that this was just a basic greeting, and when he met Liz, it wasn't time to calm down and exchange greetings. Eleanor asked for Liz's adventurer card and told her to wait while they checked the status of her request. In the meantime, she gave Miyabi the application form to fill out. He had never seen those letters before, but he could read them normally. He wondered if this was another effect of the data transfer. There were 7 ranks in total, and it fluctuated based on the evaluation of requests and guild contribution. An adventurer card could be used as identification, and apparently, he could also use it to deposit his money just like a bank. He guessed that it wouldn't be practical to carry around all his money while you were taking a request. There were lots of unnecessary conditions in the application, such as being civil and no fighting. While he was thinking about the possibility of adventurers not being civilized people, Liz expressed her surprise at the fact that he took time to read it. Miyabi read it all because he recalled his memories as a corporate slave. Liz said that about 90% of people don't read it. He didn't believe her, but Eleanor confirmed that it was true. She said that the Adventurers Guild was very grateful that he took the time to look it over. Being an acquaintance of Liz's, he was a serious person to her. Miyabi figured out the reason why it was written so rudimentary in the terms and conditions and concluded that she must be having a hard time. He signed the application but then realized that he had written it in Japanese. Liz didn't seem to notice and told him to write supporter for the occupation part. Miyabi was puzzled, so she said that usually long-term requests and escort requests would make it more difficult to take care of weapons and armor. So in that situation, they temporarily hired a supporter. He was relieved that she didn't notice he used Japanese. He asked if she meant the adventurer who works in the background and she confirmed him. But she mentioned that it didn't mean that he wouldn't join the fight, getting the water from the river and cooking. He was exempt from guard duty in the night, so it was less dangerous. Miyabi asked if that was a little easy while everyone else was fighting. She said that it wasn't true because the longer the request goes on, the more she wants someone else to do it. Apparently, she was always on edge when she was asked to escort someone. In other words, it's insurance to ensure the completion of the request, so it would be mainly chores. When fatigue builds up, you tend to become irate more easily, and it may also have a role in preventing troubles. He decided to do what she said and sign up as a supporter. He gave the paperwork for the party application to Eleanor, and Liz was tired of the escort request, so they split there. She said goodbye and left. Eleanor gave him his adventurer card and asked if he had a temporary pass. He gave her the pass from his inventory. She seemed surprised to see him being a producer. He asked if it was unusual for a producer to register as an adventurer, and she approved of him. She said that most of them would register for a commercial guild or production guild. She added that it wasn't that there were none, but they didn't have the stamina to keep up, so they ended up shunned. Miyabi didn't seem to be affected by her words because he assumed there weren't any hot-blooded producers out there like him. She said that lately, they had been pushing production guilds to work with them, so she was rooting for him to do well out there. She then mentioned that time doesn't pass in inventory. If he could bring demon meat and valuable parts in inventory, he could easily increase its purchase price. So she advised him to keep that in mind when collecting. He promised to do his best to bring her a variety of materials. He also wanted to pay off his debt to Liz as soon as possible. Regardless of what he was crafting, it was important to gather the materials first. If he did it along with the request, he would be killing two birds with one stone. Rather than spending time in the production guild where there were potential conflicts of interest, he might as well spend his time in the adventurers guild. He then asked if there was any place outside of the city where he could collect materials, and she told him that the safest place was east. In the next chapter, Miyabi leaves the adventurer guild and he seems to be lost. He had no idea where the inn he was staying was because buildings in this world looked way too much alike. It looked just the same everywhere he went, and for Japanese like him it was too difficult. He let his guard down because he was with Liz and he couldn't even remember his inn's name. The sun was setting, so he wondered if Liz was worried. Suddenly, he saw a girl with ears. She was carrying a sword, so she was an adventurer. There was no one else he could ask, so he asked if she could show him the way to the inn. She pointed somewhere, but he was still confused because he hadn't told her where it was yet, and it could be her inn she was talking about. However, she seemed surprised. He wondered if he asked the wrong person, but she was the only one he could ask right now, so he apologized if he scared her. He showed his adventurer card and stated that he had lost track of the inn where he took a room, and he was wondering if she could help him. Looking at his card, she showed her adventurer card too. When he looked at her card, he saw that she was a B-rank adventurer. He couldn't believe this adorable young-looking girl ranked higher than Liz. She pointed at him and called him a lost adventurer. She said that she was Mel and she would help. The way she talked was a little weird, but Miyabi didn't say anything but thank her. She told him to give her a hint. He said that he remembered it was close to the East Gate, but he was talking to another adventurer, so he didn't remember the details. Mel suddenly got serious and asked if that adventurer was a girl. He said that she was about the same age as him. She then told him that the answer was that way and decided to take him there. It didn't take long for her to drag him to the inn he was staying at. Miyabi was shocked. She said that it was easy if he thought about it. This was an inn where girls could stay safely and was the only one located near the East Gate. Alcohol was also forbidden, so even low ranks could stay here safely. Miyabi realized that Liz was also thinking about his safety. He thanked Mel and she told him to do his best. Miyabi decided to give something as a thanks. He wanted to repay her with money, but he couldn't just spare the money he had right now, so he was going to craft something that would make her happy. He could only gather lots of wood in the forest, so he picked one. He used his material disassembly. It was an extension of inventory. It could automatically disassemble materials in the inventory. He took out a wooden block, and then started carving the material with needed magic. He created a cute animal with the block. Mel looked at it and her cheeks got red. She accepted his gift. In Yume Sekai, no matter how much he made it, it was nothing more than data. so it was nice to see when someone accepted it. Throughout the night, the weather was so cold that he couldn't sleep. He knew that there was no stove or no heater. He decided to get breakfast to get warm and came across Liz. They entered the dining room while talking about the weather. He told her to sit and wait while he got something to eat. When he turned back with warm soup and bread, he accidentally touched Liz's hands, which were freezing cold. Liz explained that she had poor circulation, but it was much better than the morning of escort requests. She could eat warm food right away and there was no cold wind. When she was making requests, there were days when she couldn't sleep because her hands and feet were so cold. Hearing that made Miyabi understand why she would want to hire a supporter. He assumed that she would be pleased if he carried extra blankets. She would rather pay a silver coin every day for the right to have the priority to borrow it. He thought people would be pissed at him for ripping her off. She responded that he wouldn't be able to say that after experiencing a rainy morning. She asked if he would rather hear a story about the ground taking away his body heat, or a story about the ground being too hard to sleep on. Hearing this, Miyabi suggested stop taking escort requests for now. After breakfast, they went to the guild and tried to decide on their first request from the request board. The requests brought to the Adventurers Guild were posted by rank and they were looking at the requests for C and D rank. Miyabi noticed that Eleanor was putting some things on the board and the moment she left, people started fighting. Liz explained that they were competing for the highest paying request from the E and F rank requests. Miyabi realized that if he became a solo adventurer, he had to become one of them. So he decided to make sure Liz didn't leave him. Liz seemed upset that the request papers were all messed up even though the request was being made because someone needed help. She put the papers back on the board. Miyabi seemed impressed by her. He asked which request she was going to take, and while they were looking at the request she chose, a man saw them and he seemed annoyed. Miyabi asked what kind of request it was, and she explained that it was a request to eliminate ground sheep. Despite its loose name, the rewards were getting higher. Miyabi was worried if it would be okay, but Liz comforted him saying that she had defeated them before but she was sure it would take a few days. Liz suddenly stopped in a line while there was a more open one. She said that she preferred this one. He saw that Eleanor was there, so he concluded she was a fan of hers. Liz was embarrassed and scolded him. Liz asked if he wouldn't want to be sent off by a beautiful person, but for Miyabi, that was something an old man would wish for. Liz denied it and said that it was a setting for her little sister who was being sent off by her ideal sister. But that sounded a lot worse to Miyabi. When it was their turn, Eleanor seemed happy that Liz and Miyabi began their party activities. But when she saw that the request was eliminating ground sheep, she didn't seem pleased. Liz stated that this would be a time-consuming request, so she might not be able to come to the guild for a while. Eleanor told him to be careful of ground sheep's assault attack. The reason the reward of this request was raised was because there were adventurers who had just become C rank who took this request and failed. She then told Miyabi to do his best without overdoing it. She wished them the best of luck. Now Miyabi seemed to understand what Liz meant earlier. When Eleanor turned to him with kind words and a smile, it inspired him as he was, too, a simple man. Liz noticed that he was acting cool in front of Eleanor as if he wasn't the one who criticized her earlier. She was sure he had the mind of an old man. She was right because he was actually an old man in his 30s. In the Western Plains, Liz and Miyabi took a break. Liz was surprised to see him having a lot of stamina even though he was a producer. They had been walking since Angelum and he wasn't tired at all. As an adventurer, Liz was surprised. Miyabi responded that he didn't feel fatigued. But this was more of an effect of his equipment than his own stamina. His equipment was equipped with a stamina boost and fatigue reduction because producers tend to work long hours. That sounded amazing to Liz because this effect didn't exist in the magician's equipment. Compared to vanguards, magicians have a hard time building up their stamina. She couldn't say that she wanted to take a rest because it would be inconvenient to others, but there were times when she was pushing herself, so she was a little jealous of him. Miyabi mentioned that it was still important to take a break for safety reasons. But still, Liz couldn't say that when she was the only one tired and she understood why everyone wanted to go home early. City gates close at sunset, so if they don't get back by then, they would have to camp out in the wild. This sounded like a salaryman who worked overtime and missed the last train. He had that happen to him too when he missed the last train and had to walk home. Compared to this, it was a blessing to live in another world. Of course, there were some inconveniences, but there were no shitty customer complaints, no shitty boss who pushed work on him, and his coworker was a nice girl. His mental health was also way better. This was the kind of healing that people nowadays have been looking for. While he was lost in his thoughts, Liz was calling his name, telling him to not sit there because she found the ground sheep. They looked at the bush and there it was. That ground sheep looked like a deer to him, but Liz said that this was a deer no matter how he looked at it. The real one was further back. Behind the deer, they saw a large ground sheep. They are also known as the demons that make vanguards cry. She heard that even 10 soldiers working together couldn't stand it, and there was even a story about how it destroyed a castle gate with its horn. The trouble was they were also highly intelligent. She said that they were going to work with their friends to pincer like what they had just done earlier. Some said they had prioritized the magicians in the rear as targets. As they walked behind the bushes, Liz stated that the usual approach was to beat them from afar when they were isolated. With monsters like that wandering around, no wonder the roads were blocked. Miyabi was sure no one would stand a chance if they got hit by a charge like this. Miyabi asked if anyone besides adventurers got hurt, and she said that no such damage had occurred yet. However, this roadblock was a bit weird. Liz said that there was a small village just down this road, and for the villagers, this road was a lifeline. Since the demons showed up, they must be having a hard time getting supplies. That meant they had to be successful in this request, and even as a support, Miyabi had got to stay sharp. Miyabi said that he would try not to cause her trouble. He then asked if there was anything else to keep in mind. Liz said that the only thing they should watch out for was a charge. When Liz noticed that Miyabi was underestimating them, she told him to never do that. She said that they would keep attacking unless they were severely injured, and in terms of danger, they might as well be a B rank request. Miyabi concluded that as long as you don't inflict a fatal wound, even they can't stop themselves. Liz was puzzled. Miyabi explained that those sheep were weak against surprise attacks. He created a stone shovel and said that he would dig a hole. Liz tried to explain to him that demons were not simple creatures, and if they were so dumb as to fall into pitfalls so easily, they would all be out there digging. They also had no time to dig a giant hole anyway. While she was saying those things, Miyabi created a giant hole in 1 second, leaving her in shock. He said that he understood what she was talking about, but that was when she didn't count supporters as part of her force. He said that he was confident in making a pitfall. Liz couldn't believe what she was seeing and asked if he was a mole in his previous life. Miyabi giggled and decided to finish this up quickly. He placed large sheets of plywood over the hole and made sure everything was covered with earth. He scatters meadow grass on top of it. He said that if they leave it like that, the way it grows would look unnatural, so they blended in with magic. With this, a safe, secure, and reliable reverse donut pitfall was completed. Liz was still in shock that it took him less than 10 minutes to finish this. It looked so real that she wasn't even sure there was a pitfall there. Now that the pitfall was ready, Liz wasn't really sure what she should do. Miyabi asked if the ground sheep were ferocious because if they noticed them, they would come at them on their own. He asked if she could use some magic to taunt them. Liz did not expect him to ask her to taunt them. Using yourself as bait against ground sheep was absurd, but since he thought there was a chance of winning, Liz decided to trust him even though it looked so forced. She used her stone bullet magic to catch their attention, and she did. The sheep were looking at them while they were having panic attacks over how they looked. Liz was even more panicked when one started coming right at them. Miyabi tried to calm her down, but it was useless. The more the sheep got closer, the more Liz lost her faith in this plan and was sure they would beat them head on. She grabbed Miyabi as tight as possible while the sheep was bleeded. However, unlike what she expected, it started falling into the hole the moment it stepped on the pitfall. Liz couldn't believe it fell without even noticing. However, the other sheep seemed to notice the pitfalls, so Liz thought they had no other way but to fight them. To her surprise, once again they started falling as they came at them. Liz had no idea this would work like that and was shocked. Miyabi explained how pitfalls worked as if she didn't know that. He said that it was a simple structure, but the deeper the hole, the greater the fall damage. And if anyone falls from this hole, they cannot fight. Even though he explained it was still an unbelievable thing for Liz to see them defeating this many sheep. She was unsure about the power Miyabi held in his hands. Meanwhile, Miyabi was acting like a toddler. When Liz said she wanted to talk to him about something important later, he thought she was going to confess her love for him, so she had to explain that it was about the pitfall. She said that she was going to finish them off first, and then he would tell her everything he knew. She started using her magic. Seeing her using powerful magic, Miyabi suggested using a lighter spell because the enemies were wounded. She couldn't do that because ground sheep were tough and she wanted to kill it in one shot so the material wouldn't degrade. For that, it was better to use a magic charge to increase the power. She used Ice Javelin and finished them all in one shot. Now that it was over, she was still feeling weird that it didn't take them so long and hard to kill those sheep. Miyabi said that craft could be used to her advantage. Liz noticed that Miyabi put a whole ground sheep in his inventory. Miyabi was puzzled as to why she was confused because he thought it was the supporters' job to carry the monster they had killed. Liz agreed with him but was still questioning what kind of inventory he had that could include ground keep on top of the dirt from the digging. Miyabi was confused because an inventory was an inventory in his mind. She knew that, but she was talking about the capacity of his inventory. However, she gave up mid-sentence when she noticed that he wasn't going to understand her. She decided to collect the sheep and take a break. While taking a break, Liz was enjoying her warm bread. Miyabi was glad that she was enjoying it. He thought it was in town and kept it in his inventory. Liz asked once again how much stuff he could fit in his inventory, and he said that he probably used only 1% now. But she had no idea what that meant and wanted to skip it, but he got frustrated and said that it was something that grew in capacity relative to her skill level. Liz was confused and asked what was skill level. Miyabi didn't even know the concept of skill level didn't existed in this world. He said that if he kept using his crafting skill, his inventory would expand, and if he kept gathering every day, he would naturally build up his capacity. In Yume Sekai, they would increase gathering skills and eventually learn to maximize storage and become a walking warehouse. It had been called an aptitude skill, but it wasn't uncommon for a serious crafter to have it. He thought maximizing storage was common here and wondered if the method was different from the game. Liz seemed like she was thinking about some stuff. When he asked, she said that it was about her image of a crafter and apologized if she had offended him. While blacksmiths and seamstresses were valued, crafters could make everything, but the quality was not high. The only work they did was making cheap furniture and repairing walls, which didn't pay much. She said that it was one of the less fortunate production jobs. She didn't know what kind of environment Miyabi had lived in, so she assumed he couldn't do any gathering outside without hiring an escort. Wolves and goblins were a threat to those without combat skills, and even if he spent the money to do some gathering, his inventory would fill up right away, and the storage for the materials was not free. For the average crafter, gathering every day was very hard. Miyabi didn't know what to tell her at this point. The environment they had spent their lives in was too different. In Yume Sekai, there was no such thing as difficulty in gathering materials. All they had to do was to avoid the areas where the demons appeared, but crafters of this world couldn't even go around gathering, and there was no way to increase the skill level, because all they could do was to repair the walls and furniture. He felt sorry for them, but it wasn't a problem he could solve since he also got his hands full himself. Miyabi eventually responded that making money was hard no matter what kind of job you had, and exemplified the fact that she got cold during escort duties. Liz agreed and mentioned that adventurers have a high mortality rate, but only a handful of them could become rich and famous. He decided to change the subject before it got any weirder, and said that he had a favor to ask her about the ground sheep. She asked what was wrong, and he said that he really wanted to have the wool. She responded that he could do whatever he wanted with that. Originally, the guild was only going to sell the main parts and throw away the tool. Miyabi thanked her and decided to disassemble the materials in the meantime. Liz said that she had never thought she would get to bring home a whole ground sheep. Horns were material for medicine, claws and bones were for weapons and armor, and they also got edible meat. This could be a record profit for them. She started daydreaming about them splurging early this year and switching to an inn with a hot spring. Miyabi joined her and said that it would be nice if there was a bath because all he did was wipe himself with a bucket of hot water. Liz said that it was still good enough to be able to get some hot water. Her whole mood suddenly changed, and she said that she wouldn't let him break up the party for now. Even if he gave her money back, she said that the party was continuing. Miyabi was glad that she wanted him to carry more demons for a more comfortable inn. He just wished she could be a little more subtle about it, but he did hope they could keep the party going too, because he didn't want to clean up the ditch. He shook her hand and stated that he looked forward to working with her. Liz apologized for saying something impulsive, but their feelings were mutual, so it was okay. When they returned from the request, Eleanor seemed surprised to see them. She asked if they had finished already, and Liz responded that all of them acted separately. Miyabi whispered to her, asking why they weren't telling her the truth, but Liz still had her pride as an adventurer. Eleanor was confused at first, but was glad that both of them were doing well. She then told them to submit the material as proof. Liz didn't know he dismantled the sheep, so she wanted to use the dismantling room, but Miyabi informed her that he had already finished dismantling and started to get it out of the inventory. In front of Eleanor's face, she saw 3 sets of claws and horns and the meat of 2. Even the other adventurers seemed shocked. Miyabi apologized that it was sticking out of the tray and asked if he should bring it somewhere else. Eleanor smiled and stated that it was all right. She said that they would bring it in right away and assess it. Suddenly, some people entered the guild. The people were just shocked by the amount of meat on the counter. They started freaking out about the meat. Judging by their reaction, Miyabi wanted to confirm if the ground sheep meat was popular. Liz explained that ground sheep was a healthy meat that even women could enjoy because of its light, natural flavor. Since it was brought in within 3 hours after it was killed, the guild would freeze it and it could be eaten raw. It was so popular that it had its enthusiasts. Miyabi recalled what Liz said to him earlier and concluded that Liz liked ground sheep too. She stated that she wouldn't eat them raw. Eleanor came back and gave them 45 gold coins, requesting a reward. Purchase of horns and nails in good condition for 60 gold coins, horns and nails were for 10 gold coins, and the meat was 85 gold coins. In total, they received 200 gold coins. Miyabi said that he would rather get 30% just for carrying the luggage, but she disagreed because no matter how she looked, he deserved 70%. Miyabi refused and stated that if he got 70%, he was done as a person while also being in debt. Liz started scolding him, asking if he was planning to pay her back a dozen times over, and told him to not hold back. But if he accepted this, it would be like he was admitting he was a mole. Eleanor asked what was up with this mole, and they tried to act cool. Even when they went outside, they couldn't decide how to split the money. Because Liz said that Miyabi was the one doing the most work, but Miyabi said that it wasn't important because he was just a supporter. Her risk of injury was higher, so she should get more and he would pay off his debt. Liz thanked him for the way he thought, but she said that it would be like he was paying her back dozens of times already. She asked how they were going to divide up the reward, and he suggested 6-4, but she refused and told him to get lower. She suggested making 5-5 to be equal. Even though he didn't know if he deserved to get that much for being a supporter, Liz didn't let him refuse this and told him that it was okay. Having made extra money by defeating the ground sheep, Miyabi and Liz moved to a hot spring inn right away, but he miscalculated the lodging cost. Upgrading from a business hotel to a luxury hotel was a pain in his pocket. However, it felt nice to see people having a familiar style with him. Liz told him to go to the hot spring, but he said that he wanted to go shopping now. Liz was confused, so he told her to warm up and not worry about him. They split up and Liz went to hot springs while he left the inn. A big request like they had yesterday must be rare, so he figured that being an adventurer was tough. This is why he wanted to put his life in order as soon as possible. He was thinking about the food. There will be times when he can't take a request, and this is why they need to be prepared while still having money. If the request was prolonged, the food supply would be critical. He wouldn't even splurge on the sweet and spicy sauce. He just needed salt. He stopped at a stall and decided to buy them all. The shop owner thought he was window shopping, but when he showed him the 10 gold coins, he seemed to change his mind. He then went to the condiment store and bought salt and pepper. Last but not least, he went to the dry goods store and bought what he needed. He only had 49 gold money after all that shopping, but he tried to convince himself that he could see it as an investment. Now it was time for him to go to the other thing they needed. He went to a blacksmith and started looking around. As expected of a real professional, the stone axe he made was nothing compared to the knives in the store. He guessed that he couldn't compare weapon making with crafting skills. A man came and he asked Miyabi if he was a producer. Miyabi was surprised and wondered how he knew that he was a producer. He told him to look around. Weapons were meant to be used, so what the matter was wait and feel when using it. The only people who would look at it with a grin on their faces were weapon enthusiasts or producers. Miyabi didn't even realize that he was grinning before the man told him. He apologized, but the man told him not to. He said that even he had taken a good look at weapons made by other blacksmiths, and it was normal for a craftsman to do that. Miyabi thanked and stated that he wanted a knife for self-defense. He also asked if he could sell him some iron ore. The man first asked his name. Miyabi introduced himself and mentioned that he was a supporter. The man's name was Weiss, and he was the third generation of this blacksmith. He didn't know crafters were making weapons nowadays, and he liked it. He told Miyabi to show him the weapon he made. Miyabi was shocked, but then realized that he misunderstood him. All he wanted was essential equipment for cooking, like a stove. It was required to eat Jingisukan, and this wasn't the best time to say it. He eventually shows the axe he made. While Weiss was examining the axe, he hoped that it wouldn't be too primitive to be taken seriously, but Weiss told him to follow him. He took him to a room full of iron ore. Miyabi was taken aback by the amount of iron ore he had. He expressed his surprise by saying that he had never seen piles of iron ore like that before. He never even saw the actual thing in the game. Weiss prepared a big box of iron ore for him, and mentioned that he also shared this much with his fledgling blacksmiths. When Miyabi asked how much he would charge him for that, Weiss laughed and stated that no one expected to get paid from someone who makes an axe out of stone, and he knew he didn't have any money because he was an adventurer and a crafter. He would like to save some money but didn't want to get those for free, so he wanted to pay, but Weiss told him to take it. He said that if he made a weapon out of this iron ore, he should come and show it to him because he was curious to see what kind of weapon he would make. Meanwhile, all Miyabi could think about was the Jingisukan he was going to make. He said that to get it done in a way that he was not embarrassed to show Weiss it might take a long time. When he left, Weiss was thinking about the axe he made. Scraping was typical when cutting down a tree, so he couldn't believe someone would use a stone axe to cut down a tree. Now he had something to look forward to in his old age. Meanwhile, Miyabi was lost again. At least he remembered the name of the inn now, so he started walking. While walking, Mel appeared out of nowhere. He teared up seeing her because he got lost again. He asked her to show him the way again. Mel pointed in the direction of the inn, but he said that he changed his lodging to a place called Furate. She was also staying at that inn, and she was just on her way back. They started walking together. Miyabi was glad that he made it back to the inn safely. He thanked Mel for her help again and shook her hands, but it seemed like Mel was expecting something. He realized that he should reward her. Now that he had bought a lot of crafting material, he decided to make something fancy. He poured some magic into the shape that he wanted to cut and cut it. Hand sewing was a hassle to do, But he had his crafting skill, so he poured some magic into the thread and made a magic path to the part that he wanted to stitch. The thread ran through the magic path, and after a few minutes, a cute little plushie was made. Miyabi had one more step. This was a trick that only crafters could pull off. He cloaked the surface with magic, used ground sheep's wool, and grew it all at once. After making the adjustments, it was all done. He didn't even realize the crowd that was watching him. While they were asking questions and praising him, he apologized for keeping her waiting and thanked her for taking him to the inn. Mel blushed and thanked him for using his name for the first time. Miyabi was shocked that she remembered his name. He hoped that this reward would help her remember his name and was glad that she liked that one as well. Liz finished her bath and greeted him. When she asked if she missed something, Miyabi acted like he had no idea what happened, and he tried to change the topic by asking if she had been in the hot spring since he left. She said that it was her third time because the hot springs were great. Seeing her like that made his heart pound a little faster than usual. Liz suggested he get in too, but Miyabi was just blushing thinking about how mature she looked. Liz touched his cheeks and told him that he was very cold, so he should take care of himself as an adventurer. Miyabi started slapping himself to not let his intrusive thoughts win. Liz was so confused and asked what was wrong, and he responded that he was cursing his filthiness. He felt guilty because he had wicked thoughts about a girl much younger than him. He decided to go to a hot spring while thinking about that. In the next chapter, we see Miyabi and Liz in Lumber Heaven. 1 hour ago, Liz informed Miyabi that today's requests were not good. There were a lot of them because of the rain. Considering the condition of the ground, a round trip was the best they could do because she would like to avoid camping out in the mud as much as possible. While they were putting on the papers that others ruined, Liz suggested gathering materials that Mitabi wanted. Back to the present, Liz expressed her surprise about Miyabi. Miyabi defended himself by saying that a crafter can't stay calm once they hear about a gathering. On top of that, the variety of trees in this place was amazing. It was a miracle that trees with different growing conditions were growing so deeply together, and he could tell when he was crafting that every tree had a different shade, a different sheen, and a different feel to it. The more he talked about the trees, the more Liz got scared. She told him to get whatever he wanted but to keep logging into this area because the sound of falling trees would attract demons. As she was talking, the tree Miyabi cut disappeared and she thought she fell asleep for a moment. But Miyabi explained that it was just her crafter collection skill being activated. Liz started laughing because there was no way a tree could go into his inventory without falling, and she was glad that this was all just a dream. But Miyabi did it once again, proving that it wasn't a dream. She decided to let it slide for now, and it would be dangerous if she didn't keep on the lookout right now. Miyabi continued until his stone axe broke. An item's durability is determined by the material it was made of, and when the durability reached 0, it broke. He would love to make an axe out of iron, but iron ore was a valuable material here. Liz told Miyabi that they were going to relocate once he finished with that tree. Miyabi wondered the reason, so she explained that the forest was home to many demons and that if he cut too many trees it might cause problems in the ecosystem. There was even a rule when he wanted to cut down trees in large numbers. You have to cut down from different forests a little bit at a time. Miyabi realized that he couldn't just take all he wanted without thinking like in the game. Liz added that this was a rule for a country performing a large-scale logging operation and it was unusual for an individual to worry about it. As Miyabi was acting cute to her, Liz suddenly stopped him and tried to hear something. She kneeled and hid behind the bushes. She then used her magic to kill an animal. It looked huge to Miyabi, but she said that this wolf was one of the smaller ones. He was surprised she could tell it was getting close because he didn't even notice anything at all. Liz said that on windy days it was easy to tell because any noise would be mixed in with the sound from the leaves. Miyabi gave it a try, but it was a fail. She said that it might be a matter of experience and then pointed somewhere saying that there was another one over there. Liz requested him to take the wolf to his inventory because they could make money from it. He did what she said and they continued. After a while, Liz suggested taking a break, but Miyabi didn't feel like sitting on the ground. Liz said that it was still a bit wet, but they could sit on the root and have lunch. Hearing the word lunch, Miyabi regained his confidence and told Liz that it was a good time to count on him. He cut down some trees, leveled the ground, and built a whole pergola. Liz freaked out because they were in the wild forest and a splendid gazebo in the middle of it was too much. Miyabi was still confused, so she told him to think about it for a moment. He then realized that a blanket would be great since it would be cold here. Liz was still displeased. She said that it wasn't because he wasn't good, she just never thought that crafting would be this insane. She hated to admit it, but the cushion didn't hurt her butt, and it was warm. The situation Miyabi created was so comfortable that she was afraid she might miss the demons. Miyabi told her to keep an eye on that issue because he did not want to have lunch with the demons. While Liz was resting, Miyabi decided to make some food quickly because it might be a bad idea to stay here for too long. He created a stove and turned to Liz to ask her to make some fire, but she was melting because of how warm the blanket was. He decided to make the fire himself. He enchants fire and applies attributes to material by injecting magic into it through the circuit. However, depending on the compatibility of the material and the attribute, it may have adverse effects. If he added too much fire to a wooden material, it would become too hot. He usually used it as a weapon in Yume Sekai, but it was impossible in this world. All that was left was to stand in front of the stove and craft. Now it was time for Jingisuken. He put things on the table such as Jingisuken black tea and milk bread. Liz decided to turn her brain off for a moment and only focus on eating. The food was amazing. The meat of the ground sheep was tender and not smelly at all. Hints of salt enhanced the flavor, and even with vegetables, the flavor was not diminished at all. He never had such competitive meat in his life. Even the bread was different. The sweetness of the milk was amazing, and it was very fluffy. Miyabi made that bread by crafting. Liz told him to make some more next time because this was much tastier than the ones he bought. She said that they would buy some flavor too, but Miyabi smirked and showed her the sources he got. They continued eating, and they didn't leave the forest until sunset. They ended up spending a lot of time together today. Liz noticed that he was having fun the whole time. He confirmed her, saying that he had a blast today, but it was all thanks to her he had fun today. He can't detect demons on his own and didn't even know that there was a rule about logging, so a pro like Liz was very helpful. Miyabi said that crafting, gathering, and eating tasty food was the life he had always dreamed of. He wondered if Liz had a dream. She was a little hesitant that he would laugh at her, but he promised to not do that, so she said that she wanted to become an A-rank adventurer and create her magic. And with that magic, she wanted to help a lot of people. That was a wonderful dream for Miyabi, and he was sure she could make it a reality because even today she had been a great help. Liz wondered about that because a rank adventurer was a very far-away dream. The best she could do was intermediate level magic. She said that she couldn't even use some intermediate magic, and for a magician like her to become an A-rank adventurer would be very difficult. She paused for a moment and said that being an adventurer requires talent, so it can't be helped. Miyabi, with full confidence on his face, stated that he believed she could become an A-rank adventurer. He said that those adventurers in front of them were covered in mud. They traveled a long distance to make the request, but they confronted the demon in a muddy forest. With feet getting caught in the mud and mud splashing all over the place, it was indeed a tough fight. Even the hair of the archer who was supposed to be at the rear was stained with mud. It was a good thing that they defeated the demon, but thinking about the curfew, they had time to wash and dry their hair. They talked about carrying their things and washing them in the river near the city, because if they were near the city, even if they didn't dry out, they could manage if they ran. Liz smiled and said that there was no way anyone would do that. It was true because he just made it all up. The request was successful, but had it gone badly, it might have ended in more than just injuries. On the other hand, considering the weather and the condition of the party, some adventurers chose not to take the request. He wondered which adventurers were more reliable. Some adventurers would lend money if they were in need like Liz. He told her that even if she could use intermediate level magic only, he didn't think that would be a good reason to give up. Liz seemed a little embarrassed and stated that she had never said she was giving up. While strength was important, it wasn't the only thing that mattered, and they both knew that. Liz told him to wait a little and started walking towards the adventurers in front of them. In the next scene, Miyabi is making dinner with fish. He made grilled trout and salt crust. Liz never thought she would get to eat freshly grilled fish in the middle of a request. They normally eat simple food when traveling because the smell could attract the demons. And now Miyabi was making a different fancy meal every single day. At this rate, Liz was sure she would never be able to return to her old life. But as Miyabi said, she didn't have to. After another request, Eleanor thanked them for their hard work and commented on how they seemed to get used to partying together. Miyabi responded that it was all thanks to Liz's decisions on the request, but Liz refused and said that Miyabi could carry many things with him. Eleanor also noticed that Liz had been smiling a lot lately. Miyabi said that she had been smiling a lot since the first time they met, and now she was just mad at him a lot. Eleanor responded that it was because she cared about him. Liz's face was all red, so Eleanor stopped. At first, Miyabi thought Liz was only admiring Eleanor, but then he realized that Eleanor was also keeping an eye on her. However, to say that Liz cared about him was not quite the right word. Eleanor then noticed that he had been taking a lot of gathering-related requests lately and suggested he try a new request soon. After she told that, Miyabi realized that Liz was not doing what she was supposed to be doing, which meant he was still being cared for by her. He understood that it was risky to take on a long-term request while also protecting your supporter, and Liz had been very careful to make sure he wouldn't get hurt. However, now that he knew Liz's dreams and goals, he wanted to support her goal. The last thing he wanted was to get in the way of Liz's dream. Liz asked what he was going to do after that because they had some free time. Miyabi thought about practicing his enchantment. Liz said she might go study some magic. He reminded her to get some rest, but she didn't want that. They started teasing each other as if they were having a fight, but they both couldn't stop laughing. Miyabi then left there to practice her enchantment, and he seemed to have a hard time. Enchantment was one of the most difficult systems in Yume Sekai. Material and attribute had compatibility, and if they were compatible, it was relatively easy to allow the magic to pass through. However, if they were incompatible, just touching the wall of the circuit would cause the magic to leak out. Any magic that leaks out would hurt the material. That's why it was important to adjust the amount of magic, but it was indeed a difficult task. He sometimes fails on purpose and uses it as a heat source like the other day, but that wasn't what he wanted to do today. He focused and progressed slowly. He needed to reach the deep end with the least amount of magic. Thankfully, his efforts weren't wasted. He managed to create a small thermal block. The thermal blocks were for Liz so that she could put them in her room and don't need a heater anymore. But it would still be cold when they were outside, so it wasn't a total satisfaction for him. He decided to make something easy to wear and wouldn't get in the way when traveling. He could just add it to the undershirt. He wanted to tell Liz about this as soon as possible. He went to Liz happily and asked if he could borrow her undershirt. Liz misunderstood him and started scolding him. Miyabi didn't realize that it was sexual harassment to ask a girl to borrow her undershirt. As he was lying on the floor, he thought about what to do. There was no way he could do that, and the fact that it wasn't underwear made it even creepier. However, using a robe or main equipment was a slot for heating. The guardian came and informed him that they were closing the gate. He went inside. Normally he would get lost here, but he had a city map, so he wasn't stupid enough to not learn. He once again ran into Mel. She immediately told him the way to the inn, but he said that he wasn't lost today. Mel seemed upset because she wanted him to make a reward for her. He eventually made a little bird for her. Miyabi asked where she was going at this hour, and she responded that she was going to repair her weapon because it was a bit chipped. But it wasn't a bit. It was almost broken. And even Miyabi's enchantment didn't work. He said that he was interested in the repair of the sword, so he wanted to join her. And she was okay with that. When they went to Weiss's shop, his reaction to Mel's sword scared the hell out of Miyabi. Apparently Mel always waits until her sword breaks. He then noticed Miyabi there. He said that he hadn't made the weapon yet, but he was here to observe the sword repair. Weiss asked if he was acquainted with her, and he confirmed him. After scolding Mel, Weiss explained that he got a lot of repair orders coming in, so this might take a while. He then asked Miyabi if he could at least synthesize materials. Miyabi realized that he wanted him to take care of the repair and was shocked. He couldn't say he didn't want to do that, but if it fails, the material used for synthesis would end up destroyed. He said that Mel's sword was made from pretty good materials, so he didn't want to trouble her. Weiss stated that the opportunity to try this level of repair was very rare, and besides, magic manipulation was one of the crafter's specialties. That was true, but Miyabi was still doubting whether he should do it. To comfort him, Weiss said that Mel got the money, even though she kept breaking things and hated waiting. Miyabi was so happy and wanted to confirm if she was really okay with that. Mel responded by asking what he wanted as a reward. The material was a dragon fang, which was a rare material that sold at market value. Weiss and Mel were cheering for him while he was preparing to repair. What he was doing was similar to enchantment, so he tried to focus. The circuit was open and was linked. Now he needed to get the magic flowing to the damaged area, but unlike enchantment, he needed to manipulate the magic of the material, which raised the level of difficulty. Miyabi was so nervous that he forgot to breathe, but that was okay because as long as he could talk, he would be fine. To hype him up, Weiss said that he would share some of the fangs with him if he managed to repair it using only one. Weiss's intention seemed to be working on Miyabi, and he got back to work right away. The repairing process continued until midnight. When he finished, Weiss took a look at the sword and asked him if he could do it again later. Miyabi couldn't believe he could ask him to do that again when it was clear that he was drained. This was 100 times harder than he expected. Weiss explained that repairing a high-quality item was not a job for crafters. Miyabi froze because he was contradicting himself. He gave him 2 dragon fangs as an apology. Miyabi didn't want to accept this because he got cocky and ended up breaking one. But Weiss told him that he normally uses 4 of them to repair a sword like the one he repaired now. In the end, he took the dragon fangs and went to his inn. He let himself off the bed once he arrived. Liz was impressed that he was practicing too hard on his enchantment. In the morning, he woke up pretty uncomfortable because he slept in the lobby. They went to the guild and Liz chose another gathering request. Miyabi wanted to pick a different request and asked if a Jade Forest investigation request would be okay. Liz seemed uneasy and said that investigation-type requests could affect the rank of other requests, and she had never taken one before. She thought it might be too early for them as they were prone to encountering unknown demons. Miyabi looked at her and it was confirmed that she was hesitating because of him. Liz explained that during their fight with the ground sheep it worked out very well, but she was wondering what would happen if she missed something and things went wrong. At that moment she wondered if she would be able to protect him properly. And besides, She could make a lot of money harvesting when he was with her. That was true, but Miyabi reminded her that if she wanted to become a rank, it would be better if she got more experience. Besides, they didn't have to fight the demons or investigate the forest, and if there was any danger, they could hide in the ground. Liz was confused as to why he chose the ground, so he explained that he was a mole in his previous life. She seemed convinced and decided to accept the request. This was their first time, so Miyabi expected it to be a struggle, but he was still counting on Liz. When they went to Eleanor, she asked if this was her first time doing an investigation request, and she responded that she wanted to try something new. Eleanor was sure the two of them would be fine, but she still warned them to be careful when conducting this investigation, and if they felt they were in danger, they should withdraw without taking any chances. Liz asked if something had happened, and she explained that they already had some adventurers headed to the Jade Forest the other day, but they hadn't come back yet. In the next scene, Miyabi is still thinking about what Eleanor said. He was being more careful because of what she said, but it was more peaceful than he thought. They had been investigating for half a day, and they hadn't seen a single demon. However, it was the opposite. Liz explained that the fact that they hadn't seen a single demon was weird for Jade Forest. Located northeast of Angelum, it was a forest with a rich ecosystem, and it was also known to be inhabited by a lot of demons. This was a precious forest where medicinal herbs could be harvested, so there were usually a lot of adventurers coming in and out of the area, but since people started going missing, this place had been off limits. Demons were the natural enemy of humans. Similarly, humans were the natural enemy of demons. Then suddenly humans stopped coming and going. Liz asked Miyabi what he thought would happen next. Miyabi said that it was convenient for the demons, so their numbers would likely increase. That was right, demons had a fast breeding cycle, and some even migrated in from other forests. Under normal circumstances, the number of demons would increase, and yet, this request was made. A pack of gala wolves, whose main habitat was the Jade Forest, had appeared in the northern Kuliana steppe, and the need for an investigation of possible ecological anomalies in the Jade Forest was acknowledged. The request was to investigate and report it. It was indeed an odd situation. Liz said that they would need to take a lot of samples to see if something was going on. She then continued to ask him to collect poop on the ground. Miyabi was shocked and asked her to give him a little bit of consideration. Liz smiled and reminded him that he was supposed to be supporting her to become an A rank. At night, they went to a local inn that had 5 silver coins per night. Miyabi was so tired from the investigation all day. There were no abnormalities with the tree sample they took. In the end, the only thing they saw was the small animals. There were some oddities, but they still had zero clue. He was prepared for this, but looked like this was going to take a while, and even when they were done with the investigation, they still had to put everything into a report. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know how they were going to report. They can't just submit material as proof. All he did was collect samples and didn't record a single thing. He let his guard down because Liz didn't give him any instruction, but he tried not to blame others for that because they were both new at this. They were bound to make some mistakes. It hadn't been long since the sun went down. All he needed was paper, a pencil, and the map Liz gave him. He converted the demon bones into glue and crafted it with wood, and the paper was done. He used charcoal and wood to craft a pencil, and while he was at it, he crafted a dye from flowers and combined it with a pencil to make colored pencil. Paperwork and overtime were a piece of cake for him because of his previous life. And the strange thing was that he didn't hate it now. He never thought he would get to use the things he learned from his previous life when he came over here. Even in adventuring business, there were a lot of things he had to work on the road. In the morning, he gave what he had made to Liz. He said that he made a summary of yesterday's investigation, and if they don't keep records, then they wouldn't be able to make an accurate report later. Liz seemed worried that he took a long time to prepare this, but Miyabi said he went to bed before the date changed, so he slept properly. Liz decided to take a look at the summary, and when she finished, she decided to help him with this starting today. But Miyabi assumed that she must be tired from scouting and the other stuff, so he wanted to take care of those. Liz responded that it would be more efficient if they split up the work. She wanted to learn how to make that summary book. Miyabi seemed surprised and found her diligent. She said that it wasn't about being diligent or anything. In the first place, they generally do the request report verbally. The guild would be the one making the report, and the idea of them making the report never crossed her mind. Miyabi started freaking out about the fact that he spent hours and hours making something that was useless. But Liz denied it and stated that this was exactly why she never noticed how amazing this was. There were notes and colors and it was easy to read. And now she could see some things in common that she wasn't aware of at the time. Miyabi was embarrassed that she liked it this much. Miyabi created an underlay for the paper to not let it slip off. With this, they could write down notes while walking. Liz was amazed by the new things she was seeing. She asked if that meant she could tell him if she found any signs of a demon, and he would write a quick note. And at night, they could just put it all together. Their new goal was to show the guild that Liz the adventurer was able to do a perfect job in investigating. They started working and didn't stop investigating the forest for 5 days. After 5 days, they found a campfire. They wondered who might have made it and started looking around. Miyabi didn't seem to have any problem with assuming that the missing adventurers were the ones who made it. He wondered if that would mean they were still in this forest, but Liz didn't have any idea. It was hard to imagine them leaving while the campfire was still assembled like that, because the spark could ignite the surrounding area while it was still smoldering. It needed to be doused or buried on the ground. She said that it would be more realistic to think that something had happened and that they had no time to take care of it. She decided to stick around here today. Miyabi decided to craft something. He sewed the large amount of leaves that he got when collecting logs with magic and put it over the branches. He made a simple camouflage base. Finally, he laid down a cushion made of wool and it was done. They could see the other side of the river and it was comfortable enough to do a long stakeout. Liz said she was terrified that she was no longer surprised by that. He wanted her to be surprised a little. While they were on guard duty, Miyabi fell asleep and Liz immediately woke him up. After he apologized for it, she told him that the black orc, which was a crank demon, was getting closer. She said she knew that there was a monster trail, but she never thought it was connected to that side. He was glad that he didn't skimp on his magic and applied the smell mask right away. However, she said, they were not supposed to inhabit that forest. Then he asked if the reason the other demons were moving out was because of them. Liz said she couldn't say for sure, but it was a strong possibility. She said the black orc was a mutated species, large in stature and capable of socializing to the point of establishing a settlement. Perhaps they had a nest deep inside that forest. She told Miyabi to locate their hideout and report it to the guild. Then they set off. At the black orc settlement, Liz and Miyabi saw that there were black orcs everywhere. She said she had a feeling that it might be the case, but she could not believe they were multiplying that fast. She realized that there was more of them than she thought. Liz said there was a problem with their numbers also, but also when a herd of black orcs grew large enough, it would create a higher species with superior intelligence. The higher species would require a fighting force equivalent to an A rank to take it down. It was scary for Miyabi to fight with an A-rank demon. He said they needed to go back and report it to the guild. Liz said she wanted to, but asked if he remembered what she told him. She said demons had a fast breeding cycle. If the environment was good, the situation could change in just a few days, and that was exactly what was happening right there. Gathering members for the strike team would take at least 3 days, then it might have been too late. She apologized to Miyabi and told him that she might have ended up putting him in harm's way. Miyabi said there must be something they could do. As Miyabi asked Liz if there was something they could do, Liz found a way. Miyabi wrote the report. He was writing that he had a general idea of the structure of the cave and looked like Kiza's plan was going to work. He was sure that those black orcs would not see that coming. Then he drove the black orc settlement's underground map. Liz seemed cold and told Miyabi that he had done the map in no time to think that he created that huge space underground. However, he said, he had no idea that it would be so cold there. Liz said they would just have to bear with it until morning and wanted Miyabi to give her some blankets. Then she found a crafter there and asked Miyabi if he was thinking of spending the night in that condition. He told her to just sit and watch. To make a comfortable space, Miyabi would start by making the foundation install the soft curved beams and columns. He used a lot of wood for the ceiling and walls. Miyabi used enchanting magic and put a luxurious glowing tree in the center of the huge space underground. He said that the tree would serve as lighting and fill the entire room with warm light. For Liz, who was sensitive to the cold, he would give that space more warmth and a comfy dream house was completed. There was a bedroom where they could enjoy a good night's sleep on a fluffy double bed, and a private room for their peace of mind. Also, there was a luminous tree that had indirect lightning using an entire log that brightly illuminated the tree room. In the living space, the heat blocks were arranged to look like firewood to simulate a fireplace, satisfying even those with poor circulation. Since it didn't use fire, it was safe to use the underground. Also, there was a dining space and a water basin. At the dining space, there were stump chairs and a round wood table would provide warmth even underground. The water basin for them to wash their hands at any time for water change. Miyabi was sure that his craft would surprise even Liz, who was getting used to his crafting. When his craft was done, he showed it to Liz and she found it amazing. She was surprised that he did all of that in such a short time. Miyabi was disappointed that she did not have much reaction to the luminous tree, even though he did everything like it was a bargain sale of enchantment magic. Liz realized that Miyabi even warmed up the floor without a hot spring. Liz's hands and feet were warm and relaxed. It was like heaven. Miyabi said he had been secretly adding fire elements to the floor as well. Liz seemed extremely happy and told him not to just make a place more comfortable than a high-class hotel for a moment. She totally forgot that there were black orcs right above them. The floor was so warm and comfy that Liz couldn't help but lie down there. She bet she could have gotten a good night's sleep just with a cushion on the floor. Miyabi told her that sleeping on the floor was unacceptable. He had just the right thing for her. Then he showed Liz the fluffy bed made of wool. Liz immediately lay down there and found it amazing, and it was like she was being wrapped in wool. She said it was like being hugged by a futon, perfect for that cold weather. She asked him if it was expensive. He told her not to make him play along. He told her not to oversleep just because it was comfortable. She said she was a C-rank adventurer, so there was no way that she would oversleep. She said her body would wake up on its own. The next morning, Liz overslept. Miyabi knew that was going to happen. When Miyabi tried to wake Liz up, she said, "Dad, just one more minute." Miyabi wondered who the hell she was calling Dad. She smiled with a little shyness. She asked him if they could start over with the wake-up part. He told her that they couldn't do that and went to wash her face. When the sun rose, Miyabi asked Liz if she was ready. She said she was no longer sleepy. Then they decided to go. The Black Orcs were on the night shift, and it was almost time for shift change. The night shift was such a pain for them. Miyabi and Liz appeared, and the Black Orcs realized that they were under attack. Liza did a magic trick which was called Ice Javelin, but the Black Orcs backfired. Liz fell into the hole where Miyabi was in. He told her that was a good job, but they decided to do the retreat earlier next time. There was the plan that Liz came up with, Operation Mole. She said considering the difference in strength, a direct approach would be pretty much impossible. Since there would be many against one with no vanguard, their priority was to not get hit, but she needed a few seconds of charging to activate the magic. She would become defenseless during the charging, and just a few seconds could be fatal to compensate for that weakness. They would need to install more passageways. Liz would attract the enemy with magic from a distance and then go underground. Enemies on the surface wouldn't know where she was coming from. In the midst of the confusion, she would finish them off with powerful magic. They planned to repeat the process, reduce their number, and get the hell out. Miyabi wondered what they were going to do if a higher species was born when they weren't looking. It was not like there was only one in and out of the cave. Then figuring out the structure of the cave would be a priority. From the looks of it, it looked like they were in the middle of a feast. They wanted to dig an underground passage quickly and see if there was another that existed. Liz thought she was the one who came up with that plan, but things got crazy when Miyabi was around. Miyabi wondered if they were going to do the plan that night. Liz told him to do it at dawn. She said she had been using a smell mask for quite some time. She didn't have enough mana left to take on a black orc. She said if only she could shoot magic indefinitely. They were trying to find out the numbers of the black orcs they would fight. Liz saw the fifth one, and thought if they could keep the herd small enough not to spawn a higher species, they would be fine. Suddenly Miyabi created a block, and Liz thought that was what she thought, but he made it first so that they avoided an attack. Liz asked Miyabi if she could say something weird, and Miyabi asked what she was going to say. She asked if he knew that black orc was very tasty. She asked if they beat a lot of them, they could get a lot of meat too. Not only did they get a lot for selling it, but they also get to keep some for themselves. That was why Liz was thinking about taking them all down. Miyabi seemed shocked that Liz wanted to beat them all. Liz told him that doing a series of high-powered ice javelin in a row was too much for her. So for the remaining 5, she doubted she would be able to shoot them all, which was why she wanted him to do something for her. While a black orc asked the other one if he found where Liz was and where she came from, Liz yelled at them and told them that she was right there. She killed an orc and just 2 shots left. She killed them one by one, but 2 of them came and told her that she would not get away. They tried to get her while she was trying to run away. Meanwhile, Miyabi dug a hole and saved Liz from them. Liz asked Miyabi if he put everything in inventory. He said he thought that he got everything. Then he showed a sword to Liz which had written "May God bless my beloved husband Theodorus's" on it, and told her that was the sword the black orc had. He said he was forecasting that it belonged to one of the missing people. However, Liz said she was glad but also sorry that he was dead. But they could at least bring back that sword to the person who was waiting for him. Miyabi found her right and told her that was a nice way to think about that. Then they decided to finish the rest of the survey and go home. Miyabi thought that maybe it was not his fault, and of course, it was not Liz's fault either. He thought he was unlucky, that's all. He kept trying to forget about it since it had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't help but wonder about what kind of person he was. He thought that Liz was amazing, and wondered how she kept her mind clear. Liz told Miyabi that coming to the guild made her feel like she was finally home. It really took a while. When they arrived, they told Eleanor that they were back. Eleanor welcomed them, and told them she was worried because they were over their scheduled days. Liz said they were being careful until they got used to it. Eleanor saw that both were uninjured, and asked them if she had their report on the investigation. Miyabi told her to summarize. Black orcs had appeared near the lake of the forest. He said they also found many Gala wolf bones in the vicinity of the place. He gave him his notes and told Eleanor that it was the report that they had compiled from their investigation. Eleanor wasn't expecting a written report, but that was very polite of them. However, she said, the guild could make a written report for them, then looked at it. When they looked at it, they were shocked that Miyabi made it alone. Miyabi told them he oversaw the vegetation and soil data, but to determine the estimate of the demon population, he asked for Liz's help since she was the one with the knowledge. Liz said she didn't know if that helped, but they told her it helped. Eleanor told them they made such detailed documentation and research in just 10 days, even guild staff would take 1 month to make it. The guild staff said he must have said that they made the details of the Black Settlement report insanely fast. Miyabi and Liz told them they did their best. When Eleanor examined the Black Orc Settlement report, she saw that there were 11 Black Orcs. She was alarmed and said they needed an A-rank adventurer, not even a B rank to gather at once. Miyabi told her to calm down as they already defeated them all. The guild staff couldn't believe that, and some said there was no way that was true, while some said they were mistaking another demon for it, and some believed they were just lying. Eleanor asked Liz if she could get basic knowledge about demons and asked what the recommended rank was for defeating a Black Orc. Liz told Eleanor it was C rank. Eleanor said it was correct and told the guild staff that Liz was enough to defeat one. However, she said, to fight 11 Black Orcs was a different story. A C-rank party was not something a party of 2 could defeat. The guild staff wondered what they got wrong, and they were sure that they exaggerated things to earn more contributions. Some said they got impatient and they blew it. Eleanor called out to Miyabi and he turned and said, "Yes, sir." She told him to let her take out the meat, then called out to all dismantling team members to gather immediately. Meat Prince has come back. The dismantling team members wondered what kind of meat wall it was this time. Eleanor told them that according to Miyabi, it was a Black Orc. Also, she wanted them to appraise the subjugation proof. They decided to get some extra bonus for sure, and it was all thanks to the Meat Prince. Meanwhile, Miyabi was overhearing gossip and people talking among themselves. Some of them were saying that Miyabi was the rumored Meat Prince of the Meat Kingdom, while others said that he was a special inventory that held unlimited amounts of meat as expected of a Meat Prince, and some wondered if he would sell some for them. Eleanor said since the thing with the ground sheep happened, the dismantling team had been calling Miyabi that name. Therefore, she said she guessed that his nickname was that. Meat Prince and Cupid of Love Tower had a confrontation. Eleanor said it was even rumored by some of the adventurers lately. Miyabi seemed extremely disappointed and wanted them to give him another and cooler name. Meanwhile, Liz was trying to cheer Miyabi up. She told him not to be so down and told him that it was rare to find a supporter with another name. Then she started to call him the Meat Prince. He screamed at her in tears that even Mole was 100 times better than the Meat Prince. The chief of the dismantling team said as chief, he was sure that every single one of those piles of meat belonged to the Black Orc. The chief asked how Miyabi managed to cut it so beautifully as there was not even a scratch from a knife on the joints that was difficult to dismantle. Eleanor was aware that it was truly divine work. A godlike dismantling technique in another dimension of inventory. On top of that, Miyabi's reports were as detailed as the work of the king's office. Just what in the world was he? Eleanor said other staff kept talking about it too, and she was able to keep the ground sheep case unnoticed. She was afraid she couldn't cover for them this time. The guildmaster said it looked like they had another naughty one. He wanted to talk with both of them. Eleanor told them the higher-up wished to speak with them in detail about the report. They got anxious about if they had done something wrong. Liz was so excited for the Black Orc barbecue, and she wondered and asked Miyabi what could be better than top-quality premium meat after a hard day's work. He said he was good with just getting paid. Meat sounded good for Miyabi, but with the way his wallet's looking almost empty. Liz didn't expect him to be a penny pincher. She wondered what he was even buying. She told him to live a little and not just shove everything in sayings. Zion, the guildmaster, wanted to see Miyabi and Liz, so they went to see him. He introduced himself. Then he told C-rank adventurer Liz he would like to get straight to the point. Regarding the request to investigate the Jade Forest and prepare a report, Zion asked if they had outside assistance in completing that request. Miyabi was angry that he was accusing them of fraud. Liz told Zion that it was just them. Miyabi and she were the only 2 people at the party, she said. Miyabi told Eleanor if she knew that Liz would have never done something like that. However, Eleanor said nothing. Miyabi understood that the guild was taken aback at the quality of their work. Even Eleanor was shocked. The guildmaster only knew them on paper. It was only natural to be suspicious of a C-rank and F-rank doing so well. Zion told Miyabi and Liz that the guild placed high importance on survey requests, so they needed to have the experience to note security, levels of cooperation among monsters, and so forth. That was why they limited those missions to C-rank and above. Miyabi thought Zion was asking them to prove their innocence. Zion told them how he could never ask for another adventurer's help. He asked them if they swear under oath there were no falsehoods in their report. Liz had a cloth wrapped around the sword and took it off. She said it was the one thing left out of the official report. She said they found that in the Black Orc settlement. However, she said it was all and she swore. Zion, the guildmaster, looked at the sword and told them it was enough for him. He said the inscription matched the name of their missing adventurer. He asked Eleanor if she could get in contact with his next of kin and returned the sword to them. Eleanor asked if he was sure it was fine. He told her that they had gotten their report, their guild history, additionally, Eleanor's testimony on their behalf. Zion said he never really suspected them that much in the first place, as Liz was plenty competent. Eleanor seemed concerned and asked if he was normally a more cautious man than that. They looked at her mission success rate and it was 98.2%. Miyabi wondered why they were bringing Liz's mission statistics. Zion said Liz worked her way up from the bottom and maintained excellent rates all the while. He showed a book and said both the monster parts and meat her party provides were top quality. He would hate to see Liz take her business elsewhere. The information in that report would have been impossible to generate without having been there. He said he could see no evidence of fraud, and last he heard it was innocent until proven guilty. Zion showed 2 pages of the book and told them those pages were all messages of heartfelt thanks from their clients over the years. He believed Liz's word as an adventurer because she had earned that trust. Even so, he said, taking out 11 orcs more or less solo didn't seem possible. Liz said she was not sure even she could have done it and told him that Miyabi's help factored in somehow. He asked if he took Vanguard or not. Liz told him that the fighting was basically over by the time she got a shot in. Miyabi said he just left all the fighting to Liz. Zion said he would give them a minute to get their stories straight. Liz said Miyabi definitely took down at least 2 of them. However, Miyabi said he just did support work and that was it. Zion wondered if they were moonlighting as a comedy duo. Liz closed Miyabi's mouth and told him that Miyabi's point of view was extremely biased. To put it bluntly, Liz said, Miyabi was a walking, talking warehouse. Liz told Zion he had seen how much black orc meat he was carting around, but she watched him dig a massive hole and store all the dirt in about 6 seconds flat and called it support. She said he probably got a whole forest's worth of timber in there. She guessed his storage capacity was bigger than the production guild's warehouse, which was the biggest in Angelum. Miyabi told her to go right ahead and talk about him like he wasn't there. Zion asked her to tell his side of it one more time, but Liz told him that he heard her correctly the first time. She had given up on logic at that point. Zion asked Eleanor if his storage was limited to meat. She said those were just rumors. Miyabi said he had to cut in and told them extended storage could hold way more than just meat. He said they would buy whatever materials he didn't want to keep and told Eleanor to guide them to the warehouse. Liz bowed respectfully to Zion and told him that she was very grateful that she trusted her. Zion said he looked forward to more exemplary results from her. Zion was staring at her, so she asked if there was something else. He said he was just getting a little nostalgic and that was all. Zion said he saw her inherited it well. He said that stuff of hers used to belong to her father. He said he saw that insanely hard-working man had raised an insanely hard-working daughter who had grown up wonderfully. Meanwhile, Miyabi and Eleanor arrived at the warehouse where Miyabi found it huge. Eleanor said she was afraid it didn't hold a candle to the ones the production guild had. She said she wasn't sure if he knew that, but originally, adventurers' main source of income was mission rewards. Even for her, each payout felt more like a temporary bonus than a steady job. Miyabi asked her if she was an adventurer. She said she took up her current post after her party was dissolved. It had been nearly 3 years now. Since it had been some time since Eleanor had led the adventurer's life, old kills like dismantling were slow to return. Eleanor asked if it was too easy to cut himself while ripping fangs from a jawbone. She said he must have some sort of trick for getting around it. He was surprised that she was looking for tips, and thought if he said he just used a material acquisition skill, she would have no idea what he meant. Therefore, he said he was just good with his hands. She asked again if it was just really a matter of dexterity. He told her that aside, now that Liz wasn't there was something he wanted to ask her about. He asked if his share of the survey mission rewards could go to the bereaved family of that sword's owner. Eleanor responded that the reward was to be split evenly between the 2 of them, and it amounts to about 100 gold. She asked if he was sure, and Miyabi stated that he had got the cash to buy raw materials, so he was good. She found it sweet but naive, and asked if he was going to forego his salary every time a mission had a casualty. Miyabi didn't really know how to put it in words. He said that he didn't know what was going to happen in the future, but this time he had made up his mind. He wanted to follow his gut and do things his own way. He just didn't want a heavy heart to weigh him down. He knew it sounded selfish, but it wasn't like it would bankrupt him, and he wasn't talking about giving up half of his income forever. Eleanor responded that there was a non-profit fund that collected donations for the families of fallen adventurers, so she would handle the arrangements for him this time. But she warned him to not forget that the reward money was fair compensation in exchange for adventurers risking their lives, and he must not dismiss its value so casually. They ended their conversation there and Eleanor left. 2 days later, she informed Liz and Miyabi that it was determined that their contributions to this mission went above and beyond what was requested. For their reward, they gained 910 gold coins. As Miyabi was calculating how much yen this amount would be, Eleanor added that they could deposit this with them if they would like. Miyabi hoped that this money would help them, even though it wasn't enough. In addition to Miyabi's monetary rewards, it had been decided that he would be promoted to D rank. This was something that they both didn't expect. Miyabi was shocked and confused because she skipped over E-class there. Eleanor explained that it was certainly rare for a support class to skip ranks, but he had made such great contributions to the guild that they wanted to invest in his future. He wondered what the guildmaster was thinking. Eleanor stated that if an F rank were to be known to have received such hefty reward money, it could cause trouble for him. For example, they were currently earning more than the average B rank adventurer, including Eleanor. Miyabi thanked her for thinking of them. Eleanor politely smiled and responded that they would all prefer it if he would continue to provide support, because the guild stands to profit from him quite a bit. They were about to leave after sending their regards to the guildmaster, but Eleanor remembered that she needed to confirm something with Liz. She quoted her words and then asked if she would like the donation to be anonymous this time as well. Liz panicked and tried to stop her. She said that she put the instructions in the report. Eleanor apologized and smiled. Miyabi seemed confused but then figured out that when Eleanor warned him against dropping half his salary frequently, she was talking about that. He seemed amazed and couldn't stop looking at Liz, but this made her blush and scold him. With that, their mission was officially completed. That was Liz's first run-in with Black Orcs and her first run-in with the Guildmaster too. She was freaking out so bad that she thought she was going to have a heart attack. Miyabi agreed with her and then mentioned that it was time for something. Liz was puzzled and asked if he was talking about the gathering. He did want to do that too, but before that he wanted to host a victory party. He prepared a feast for her eyes and eventually for her stomach. It was his Black Orc meat Chinese cuisine special. Liz was confused because she had no idea what Chinese cuisine meant and asked if it wasn't just normal cooking. Miyabi ignored her questions and asked her to tell him what her favorite cuts were, and he would handle the grilling. She refused to make him do this all by himself, but Miyabi insisted that he would be the one who grills. Liz was still confused because it would be done too fast and it wouldn't be fun anymore. She then noticed something that kind of looked like a break, so she tasted it. However, there was something inside the bun which was pretty good. Miyabi explained that they were meat-stuffed bao, which was perfect for the cold weather. The filling was stewed until it was fork tender. The filling contrasted with the smooth dough, and it wasn't as fluffy as milk bread, so it was the perfect texture. Liz was melting by how juicy and sweet this bun was. After this delicious bun, Miyabi got her hooked and she was curious to see what else he got. Miyabi served another delicious food and she was so interested. She also noticed the table where the food plates were being served. The table was moving. Miyabi said that he wouldn't serve traditional Chinese food without it. She had no clue what he was talking about, but she was sure it was handy while spinning the table. Miyabi warned her there was no need to spin back to where it started. Suddenly Mel appeared out of nowhere and scared both of them. She greeted them while eating the meat buns and explained that she smelled meat. Miyabi was surprised that Liz knew her, but Liz was also surprised that Miyabi knew Mel, who was a famous B-rank adventurer. They decided to calm down and explain how they met by coincidence. Mel said that Miyabi was always getting lost. She then remembered something and told Miyabi that the blacksmith was looking for him to talk to him about something. He asked if he mentioned what he needed him for. Liz was shocked that he even knew Master Weiss. Liz asked if he had any clue who Master Weiss was. Miyabi said that he was a really nice blacksmith and asked if he was famous. Liz and Mel looked at each other and decided to take him to Weiss. When Weiss saw them together, he asked what she was doing together with him. She said that they were partying together. He seemed surprised and asked if she would mind if he borrowed him for a minute. As their conversation continued, Miyabi felt left out again, so he joined the conversation and asked Liz how she knew Mr. Weiss. Liz explained that this man was Black Iron Weiss. He was a master craftsman acknowledged by the royal family, and he was also sort of her adoptive father. Miyabi was shocked when he heard that. Weiss thanked him for keeping an eye on Liz for him. The loading wheel inside Miyabi's head was about to stop spinning now because he was so confused. But he didn't even get to question her real dad because Weiss would reveal why he was looking for him. He said the regional lord of Angelum, Duke Beldeni, was looking to renovate his mansion, and asked him if he was interested in sinking his teeth in. Liz and Miyabi were both taken aback by this. Miyabi was also confused as to why he would be doing that. So Weiss explained that he put Weiss in charge of selecting personnel and he could pick whoever he wanted. Miyabi thought this was like jumping in front of a gun a little. Liz stopped him and started scolding him. She said that he could make all sorts of connections doing custom work for the Duke. She said that he would be working under a project manager, and if he wanted to make an impression, he would have to go apeshit. After that, Miyabi didn't have any choice but to accept it. At the Angelum Western Quarter, the residences of the aristocracy sprawl out over a gently sloping hillside. In the center of it all is the estate of Duke Beldeni. Miyabi, Weiss, and Liz arrived there, and Weiss left them after informing them that they would start the day after tomorrow, and sleeping arrangements were already taken care of. Miyabi was glad he remembered to bring a change of clothes. He just barely managed to weasel his way in here, and he may not have planned for this to happen, but he would have to be crazy to not make the most of a great opportunity, because it was not so common for anybody to see the inside of a nobleman's swanky estate. As he was walking around with the others, he noticed one of the flowers was withering. A man came and explained to him that that variant was known as the Cephia rose, and it was a cultivar characterized by its hardiness and versatility, but it was native to a country with a much warmer climate than here. As he was talking about what happened to the rose, Miyabi was trying to figure out who he was and why he was so close. Weiss came and told him that if he insisted on meeting everyone in person, it would be a problem. This man was Duke Trent Baldini. The night before departure, Liz was making Miyabi study about the Duke to not make a fool of himself. She said that she would quiz him and asked what he could tell her about the Lord of Angelum who governs this territory. Miyabi responded that the Belfini house was one of the 5 great ducal houses. The Duke was granted full authority over the northern territories by the central government of Fordia. Nowadays, the head of the house was Duke Trent Baldini, renowned for being equal parts enthusiastic and eccentric. She told him to keep in mind that if he wanted to be head of a major noble house, he had to graduate at the top of his class in the Royal Academy of Magic. In the Angelum territory, he encouraged the growth of the 3 major guilds and even had the authority to impose restrictions on the territories of other nobles if it came down to it. In Angelum, he put weight behind supporting free trade and the expansion of the export market. As long as you meet the rank requirements, you could take whatever job you liked, and as long as you had the money, you could buy whatever goods and services you liked. It was pretty great. Liz actually came to this town and fell in love with adventuring. Miyabi noticed that his subjects were pretty loyal to him. That wasn't wrong, but when she said eccentric, she wasn't kidding. Back to the present, Miyabi was with the people Weiss picked, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. In all fairness, he was warned the feudal lord was a weirdo, but he could handle something at the level of chatting up strangers like they were old friends. More to the point, all those workmen seemed a little too serious to him. The Duke Trent Baldini apologized for keeping them all waiting and introduced himself. He then stated to Weiss that he was honored he accepted his request. He then suddenly made eye contact with Miyabi. While Miyabi was thinking how weird that was, he explained that the mansion seemed splendid on the exterior, but it had been over 30 years since the inside was updated. These days, it was starting to show its age and it would only get worse from here. The original intention was a simple refresh of the manor, but they were living in the modern era. That's why he asked them to employ interior design reflective of that fact. He wanted them to show him meaningful innovations, have faith in the path of their choosing, and let nothing hold them back from achieving their goals with their own 2 hands. Miyabi seemed so impressed by his speech that his cheeks got red. He was looking forward to working with his fellow craftsmen. When they were in the storage room, someone threw a hammer at his head. An aggressive-looking guy started yelling at him. He loudly warned him to be careful if he had both his eye on sucking up to the boss because he was his chosen successor. Apparently, they call him Iron Skin Sid. Miyabi was so puzzled, so he just said okay. When he said it was impressive to get a nickname already, someone joined them and mentioned that he picked it himself. He introduced himself as the brother of self-proclaimed Iron Skin Sid. Miyabi apologized for butting in and explained that he wasn't trying to disrupt anybody's workflow by being there. The older brother stated that it was okay, and he was sure Weiss roped him in for a good reason. Speaking of which, Weiss came and told everyone that they didn't have the free time to chit-chat and reminded them that this job was for an old friend of his, so he staked the reputation of his business on the results of this renovation job. As the project manager, he was given rough outlines of what the client wanted for each area of the mansion, so they should have had the time to review the documents later. After that, he told them to start working. Miyabi's main goal was to make himself useful too, so he asked what he should be doing. Weiss gave him a paper and a pen. Miyabi was confused. He told Miyabi that he had something else in mind for him. He said that he was the project lead. Miyabi started freaking out because he didn't give him a blueprint. He just can't make up whatever he wants. Weiss wasn't bothered by his tantrum and stated that he tried coming up with something the fake would like and came up blank, and he also must start the construction today. Miyabi couldn't believe him because there was no way he wouldn't plan this already. Weiss brought a kid and stated that he was giving him and the kid in charge of the primary bath. The kid was so nervous and shy that he screamed at him while greeting him. When Weiss left, Miyabi sat there and thought about why this was happening to him. But at least the kid he gave him didn't look like a bad kid. It was incredible how 75% of his bodily volume could scrunch up like that. The biggest problem was the bathroom. He couldn't just bullshit his way through the complicated design a bathroom required, but he then noticed that this was a golden opportunity. The pre-existing structure just needed a light refresh so he could leave most of it in place. It was just the interior design that needed some sprucing up. In other words, he could focus on aesthetics, which was his favorite. He didn't even need to worry about the budget. As he started drawing, the kid wanted to say something. Miyabi asked what he needed and then realized that he hadn't introduced himself. The kid's name was Karen, but he was so nervous that he couldn't hear him straight and kept calling him Karen. He said that he had to come up with a design before they could get started and asked if he could start on the demo work in the meantime. As he kept calling her Karen, he seemed pretty mad, but Miyabi didn't understand this at all. When they finished, they showed them to the Duke. He said that they resembled the traditional designs of the Elven tribe, and the other was like the Save Dwarves' architectural styles, which he called fairly mundane. Miyabi was shocked. He went back to the bathroom while thinking about what to do because he drew everything as outlandish as possible. And he still called it mundane like he had seen it a million times before. He guessed that fantasy architecture in a fantasy world was just regular boring architecture. Dream World was always a high fantasy game. The aesthetics, from the furnishings to the architecture, were designed to suit the genre by the best graphic designers in the industry. So he started to brainstorm about what he could do in this world, which so closely resembled a dream world. Meanwhile, Karen was doing the demo, but the progress didn't seem to be moving. He noticed that he was carrying all that stuff by himself, which was pretty hard, and told him to put it in his inventory. Judging by his reaction, Miyabi wasn't sure if he had an inventory, so he asked. Luckily, he did have an inventory, but right now it was full of his lunchboxes. He said that he had got enough fresh food to last him 2 weeks. Miyabi recalled the time Liz told him that crafters weren't regarded very highly among the production jobs. Miyabi wanted to borrow the hammer in his hand, and with one blow, he was able to shatter the whole floor. Karen kept calling him master, but he didn't want to be called like that. But he had already made up his mind that he would be his disciple in his heart. He wanted him to teach him what he did earlier. Miyabi said that he gets it automatically when you level up the skill, and he just practiced crafting a lot. He was so sleepy, but Karen didn't let him and expressed his interest in his talent. However, Miyabi wasn't sure if he would see that as a talent because he could remember being in his shoes. He said that if he hadn't tried, he might have the talent, too. The next morning, the demolition was done. Karen was once again amazed that it got done in the blink of an eye. Miyabi remembered that he had something to ask him. He asked if he knew what that pit-looking thing was for. Karen seemed puzzled, but before he answered, the Duke once again came out of nowhere and explained that it was a reservoir for boiling water. Miyabi's soul left his body once again, but Duke Baldini was unbothered and continued to explain that once the water was boiled, it was carried to the bath by the bucket. Miyabi seemed surprised. He said that he knew there was no running water, but this sounded like a tough job. Duke said that he had a servant with fire magic who could heat the water beautifully, but alas, old age forced him to retire. It was not the most glorious of jobs, so that could be the reason why it was hard to replace him. He then asked him if he had come up with a good idea yet. Miyabi stated that he had another design he would like to show him. Or more accurately, he had added some things to the base design. The Duke decided to just sit there and wait like a normal person. The new design pays homage to another game, one produced by a different company than the Dreamworld developers, so he was almost sure it would work. However, the Duke stated that based on the architecture, this seemed to be from the Elvish Macarinian dynasty. At the end of the day, Weiss was reporting the progress they had made. Everything except the bath worked smoothly. Weiss said that if it were that easy to please the Duke, there wouldn't be any fun in it. Duke stated that he actually approved the bath design he showed him in the final drafts, but Weiss knew he was curious deep down. Duke admitted that it was a bad habit of his that if there was real potential in something, he just couldn't bring himself to give up on it partway. Duke said that Weiss did double down on his whole show me the original thing, and he was turning into an unreasonable old man just like the rest of them. Weiss said that he felt like he had a long way to go even though they called him Master Craftsman. It all came down to how well he could give the client what he envisioned. But he expected great things from the new batch of greenhorns he hired. When Liz arrived at the park, Eleanor was reading her book, apologizing for being late. Eleanor didn't mind her and complimented her outfit. Liz said that it had been so long since they had been on a date, and she was worried she would embarrass her if she showed up looking like an adventurer. It took her a while to get her clothes ready. It was a lot easier when Miyabi was with her. Eleanor wasn't sure if using someone else's inventory as her personal closet was a good idea, which made her panic that she was rude. Come to think of it, Eleanor realized that she hadn't seen Miyabi around the guild lately. Liz explained that Miyabi got invited to help out with the renovation of the Lord's mansion. Eleanor didn't seem to expect something like that. Meanwhile, Miyabi was quitting this renovation business. It had been 3 days since then, and every single design he had pitched had been rejected by the Duke. And so, the renovation of the bathroom had been at a complete standstill. With that being the case, he decided to familiarize himself more with styles of architecture native to this world at the Duke's library. And he couldn't ask Karen to help out since he got drafted to use his magic to help with another project. The image of the Duke telling him to show him something he had never seen before made him freak out again because that was too vague for him. His only condition was that he made something that looked nothing like a bathroom, but it didn't work that way. Somehow, this feeling was not an unfamiliar one to him. In his previous life, he had the same incident with his boss, who wanted the deliverables on spec but refused to adjust timelines. His friends were telling him the importance of listening to the client and thinking about the client's perspective. Wandering around lost in thought had succeeded in getting him actually lost. Looking around, everything was equally luxurious, so it all looked the same to him. He noticed a path outside and decided to go there to see where he was. A maid appeared and firmly stated that if he was looking for the construction site, it wasn't there. He was happy to see a maiden and responded that he got lost. But the maiden didn't seem so friendly. She told him that access past this point was denied for those who were not members of this household. He then asked if she could tell him how far they were, and she responded that the bath was next door. She wanted to guide him there. To be polite, Miyabi said he could find his way if she could just give her the directions because he thought she was busy, but she insisted that she would guide him. As they walked together, Miyabi introduced himself and said he was working on a construction project. But the more he tried to have a conversation, the more she became unresponsive. Realizing that the conversation sucks, he felt like he was being left alone with an awkward stranger, flailing for small talk topics. He couldn't stand the awkward silence and just wanted to arrive at the bathroom. To his luck, he saw Mel playing with her puppies. A beautiful woman that was right next to Mel asked who he was. She was the one who was playing with Mel just now. Mel introduced Miyabi as the guy who was good at getting lost. To brag, Miyabi mentioned that he was promoted to D rank the other day. The woman's garments were of superior quality and her voice was very refined. Her name was Chiffon Beldini. Miyabi realized that she was the daughter of the Duke. To change the subject, Miyabi asked what they were doing in here apart from taking out a hit on Mr. Bear. Chiffon responded that she and Mel had always played pretend like this. It got a little heated and her hand slipped, and Mr. Bear accidentally took a tumble into the dirt. The sullen maid Alicia wished they had called for her instead of rinsing him. Chiffon told her that she should handle washing her own things now and then. Mel then asked why he was there and if he was lost again. Miyabi said if someone randomly gets lost and wanders into the Lord's mansion, that was its can of worms. He admitted that he did get lost, but that was nightery here or there. The favor Mr. Weiss asked him to help out with the renovation job. Here. He then decided not to lie and said he got saddled with the entire design of the primary bath and it wasn't going well. Hearing that, Chiffon seemed like she heard about him before. She said that she must be incredibly skilled to be trusted with the entire design phase at such a young age. She imagined it must be difficult to suit her father's tastes. She stated that her father was terribly busy all the time, so she knew he treasured the rare opportunities to relax in the bath. She greatly looked forward to seeing what he would come up with. That said, she also mentioned that she couldn't give him any direct assistance. So at the end of the day, it was none of their business. Mel and Chiffon continued washing the bear. While watching them wash the bear, Miyabi was thinking about what Chiffon said. Thoughts he had in mind flew through his head and he had an idea. He immediately stood up and asked Alicia to guide him to wherever Duke Beldini was right now. When he explained his idea to the Duke for the first time, he saw his pleased face. After that, Karen came to the bathroom in shock because he heard that the design got approved. He happily confirmed him and apologized for keeping him waiting so long. But at last, they could finally begin the real work. Karen was once again amazed by Miyabi. The fact that he designed something the Duke himself acknowledged was truly unbelievable. He wanted to help and said if he could figure out how to use that special move he showed him before, maybe one day he might become a master craftsman just like him. He started to nag Miyabi to teach him because he was sick and tired of being useless. Master Weiss was kind enough to hire him to his workshop. Lots of them could use magic, but when he used his, it was garbage. He hated the fact that everyone was doing their best while he just sat back and watched them. Miyabi realized that his eyes on Karen were dead serious this time. In this world, this was the first fellow craftsman he had met, and if he had arrived with nothing, he wondered if he could have found himself in his shoes. He wanted to do something to help him. He had no clue if this would work out, but he was willing to try. This made Karen so happy. First things first, Miyabi asked Karen what he could do at his current skill level. He was confident with making hammers as he does it all the time. He harvested the wood, shaped components, and assembled them. Miyabi asked him why he didn't use any crafting-related skills. He explained that when he tried to do it like that, it came out looking pretty bad. So the finished product had poor form fidelity, and with how long it took to fix the shape, using the crafting skill didn't end up saving him more time. It was possible his skills were just unique to Miyabi, but Karen got a functional inventory and other class-specific magical skills. Knowing that the foundational skills were all there makes it much more likely that there was a viable solution, and this solution was to level up. They had got a whole bathroom to renovate that requires those very skills. Sure enough, there seemed to be a path forward. Miyabi then asked Karen to use his crafting skills to make him 5,000 of those little blocks. He explained that at that quantity, making them by hand wasn't feasible, and he would be forced to practice his handicraft skill, which was necessary for improving the skill. He pointed out that this was crucial work that would form the heart of the bath. He asked if he could give it his best, and even though he seemed uneasy about it, he told him to consider it done. Karen went to a corner to make the blocks. There had to be a reason why Weiss would bring a small child to a high-stakes construction site like this, so he wondered if he thought they could help each other, what with both of them being crafters. While Karen handled the preparation of the blocks, Miyabi started to work too. He made an automatic temperature-controlled bathtub. The components were simple to make, just slapping either a water or fire magic attribute onto a stone block and it was done. The water enchanted blocks produce the water and the fire enchanted blocks can be activated to change the water's temperature as needed. He placed them in an alternating pattern around the perimeter of the bath and put a continuous supply of hot water. Everything seemed to be working well, and now nobody had to make 100 trips to a well with a bucket. Better yet, the well could be made completely obsolete. He needed to take stock of the available building materials. While he was working, Weiss saw him, and apparently he heard that he got permission to get started. He wanted to see how his design turned out, but before he gave him the design, Miyabi told him to be nice to him because he worked so hard taking on his unreasonable request this whole time. This made Weiss laugh. He noticed that there was an automatic production of water, and then the means to heat it, and was pretty impressed with it. Miyabi didn't seem to have any reason to be humble and explained that he figured by splitting up the enhancements, you could take advantage of each component to get results, without overcomplicating things. He was really proud of his work. Suddenly, while Miyabi was still talking about his projects, Weiss suggested he head back immediately. Karen came in a hurry and informed him that they had a problem. The bath was overflowing. With Alicia and the other maidens' help, they cleaned up everything and left. Miyabi apologized for the inconvenience he caused. Weiss reminded him that that's what happens when he sets something up to produce infinite water with no drainage. Miyabi felt like he was being scolded by his mother, but Karen found it odd that baths had always used a lot of hot water anyway, and wondered how they drained it all before. Weiss explained that the mansion's fracture was more than 30 years old, and back then, the standard was just levitating it out with magic, so there was never drainage installed in the first place. So the plumbing was just one more thing he was going to have to build from scratch. As they had never heard of the word plumbing, he explained to them. Weiss stated that there were two problems with his plan. First, the design of his original bathtub was terrible. Miyabi asked if it was because checkerboard patterns were ugly, but it wasn't that, it was how the cubes were all lined up. He thought it got the water nice and hot. Weiss told him to take off his shoes and try it himself. When he did, his feet burned. Weiss explained that enchantment effects could be scaled up or down based on the amount of magical power you put in. So while it was amazing that he could boil water with enchantments alone, if he used blocks with that much heat output, he would singe his skin off. The second problem was that it was all this stone. The foundation of the Duke's mansion was built more studly than most. Each stone block was enormous, and they were layered 3 deep. To install proper drainage, he would need some way of removing some of the foundation. Miyabi didn't understand why that would be a problem. Karen revealed proudly that his master's special move could make short work of that. He decided that it would be appropriate to show this special move to clear the question marks in his mind and showed it. Weiss was even more confused as to what exactly Miyabi was. After digging, Miyabi mentioned that he had a thought while he was digging, and Weiss seemed to notice that already as he had a horrible expression on his face. He actually got that reaction so many times that he was used to it. Miyabi stated that since the heat output of the blocks was fixed, he thought about installing a separate water heating tank. He explained how it worked, and Weiss wondered why the water automatically drained into the river. Miyabi responded that he couldn't figure out a way around it with how the water kept getting generated. It seemed like a terrible shame to waste all that water. When Weiss mentioned that to commoners like them, it would seem like a luxury. He recalled his days at the first inn he was staying in, which had nothing but a cold bucket. He said that just dumping hot water into the river may have been a mistake to begin with because it might affect the local fish populations. Karen asked if it wouldn't be fine if it was cooled off by the time it reached the river, like blowing on soup to cool it. The three of them started brainstorming their ideas. That night, Eleanor came back to inform Zion, the guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild, that she heard a rather curious story while she was out. She told him that a certain adventurer was doing contract work for the production guild without a work request submitted. Back at the Duke's mansion, 2 workers noticed that Karen and Miyabi were up late all night every day and wondered what they were doing. Miyabi said he was working up a prototype for the reliefs he wanted to use in tomorrow's build. They suggested he leave that for the morning as his health would be ruined if he stayed up late every night. He said that he was fine and he was nearly finished anyway. It was just no matter what he carved, these petals didn't come out looking quite right. The other workers were also interested in his prototype. Sid was also there, and he also wondered what was going on. Seeing what they were talking about, he got excited and told him that he was going to impart some of his infinite wisdom. He confidently told him to leave it to the incomparable Sid. To everyone's surprise, Sid did a jaw-dropping job. Miyabi was speechless by how delicate and fresh the petals looked. He had no idea that blacksmiths could do this sort of thing. The men who heard him burst into laughter because of his reaction. Sid's brother explained that Sid was not a blacksmith but a sculptor. Miyabi was even more shocked because he thought all of them worked at a smithy. He responded that it was more of a jack-of-all-trades workshop. There were all types, even if their boss focused on blacksmithing. There were smiths like him, of course, but also a handful of eccentrics like a sculptor who wanted to get into the blacksmithing trade. As far as they were concerned, official classes were trivial. If a craftsman wanted to craft, no one would stop him. That was part of why everyone was so loyal, both to each other and to Weiss. Miyabi did think it was odd, even though renovating a lord's mansion was such a high-profile project, a lot of the workers he saw were pretty young. It was indeed a rare opportunity for the young ones. Everyone was counting on them, and that's why they were aiming to never, ever disgrace the name of the Black Iron with the quality of their work. Suddenly, Miyabi was startled by Karen's scream. But he had a pretty good reason because he finally managed to make one instantaneously block with his craft skill. Miyabi, with the exact same expression on his face, watched him do it again. He was so happy that Karen was leveling up. While Karen was excited that he could finally mass-produce them, Miyabi asked him to imbue them all with wind magic. Not only Karen, but everyone was also shocked by his request. Later it was explained to him that enchantments alone were difficult enough, so doing hundreds in a single day was considered highly advanced magic. The next day, Miyabi took his time examining the prototype Sid helped him with, and decided to ask for sculpting tips from him. Sid couldn't believe he barged into his job site for this. He didn't see any point in helping him, and besides, nobody thought his rough draft was ugly, so it should be fine. Miyabi responded that his original work might be considered good enough, but if he was going to make something, he thought he should strive for his very best and not just good enough. Sid seemed touched at first, but then called him a sore loser. He said that he was just so torqued he couldn't measure up to a real sculptor. Miyabi defended himself by saying that there was nothing wrong with wanting to win at stuff, and that ambition was what made the world go round. Eventually, Sid decided to teach him sculpting only after work hours. Miyabi was surprised because he thought he would say no. But Sid said that it was no skin off his back and he liked seeing him knock off his high horse. After work, Sid started teaching him the basics while the Duke was watching them from his room. Karen, Miyabi, and the others worked very hard for their jobs day and night, and their hard work was acknowledged by Weiss. One day after work, Sid and his brother were talking with the other workers. All they needed was for Sid to do a last-minute bit of construction and they were done. He also commented how odd it was for the Duke himself to join them on a site inspection. All that was left was Miyabi's bathroom. The Duke and Weiss arrived at the entrance of the bathroom and asked if he was prepared to show him what he had. With great confidence, Miyabi stated that he could show him whenever he was ready. First things first, they checked the dressing room. As they were examining the room, Karen whispered how nervous he was. Miyabi joined him because he wasn't used to having a client evaluate his work directly like this. The Duke found no issues with the dressing room. Miyabi had confidence in what he had done so far, but it was still impossible to not be nervous. Even good could be terrible if it falls short of expectations. Now it was time to move on to the next room. And there it was, the Duke's mansion, large primary bath, renovated. Before they go ahead with the inspection, there are a few things Miyabi wanted to mention. He showed the glorious relaxation and healing center, explaining that they wanted to construct this public bath around the theme of relaxation. The place was themed like an open garden, giving the bather a soft and relaxing space. Karen's little blocks produced air that kept the water moving, and bathers could alternate between the bathing area and the state-of-the-art steam sauna to achieve the perfect balance for health and wellness. The previous design featured very traditional sculptural accents, and in the new design, they included 4 different styles of indoor hot springs. Now it was possible to enjoy this greenhouse garden even in the depths of winter. The Duke mentioned that even though he started a bit bumpy, it seemed to have gone well now. He also recalled something else he showed him in the plans that he hadn't seen. Miyabi gave the signal to the workers on the roof, and they covered the glass roof with a big black cover. In an official inspection, everything needed to go according to plan. Although it was a scene he already saw in the blueprints, there was nothing so beautiful as the harmony between gentle lightning and nature. Miyabi mentioned that this was one of the statues that was originally in the public bath. He couldn't bear to chuck it out because it was such a lovely piece of art, so he wanted to pay homage to the new design. Prioritizing the function of healing the body and mind, without sacrificing beauty through tasteful decor, was exactly what the Duke wanted to see. It was the start of a new era. He politely thanked Miyabi for his hard work. Miyabi practically took this job on a whim, but he met a fellow crafter for the first time. and he made a new friend who was never honest about his feelings and met kind people who helped him out when he was in trouble. He had a few miserable failures, but he sure wouldn't trade it for anything. This joy alone was more than enough for him. The Duke wanted to begin the actual inspection now. Miyabi mentioned that the plumbing was finished according to the specifications, and he could test it now. The Duke took off his clothes and enjoyed the warm water for a while, and Miyabi questioned in his mind if he needed to be here for this part. At the dinner, Miyabi was surprised at how different the Duke could be when he was with them and when he was doing the Lord's business. He wondered if they were supposed to be here because this was a reception party for aristocrats, and he felt like commoners being here might get them in trouble. Weiss told him that they were invited and there was no need to hold back for propriety's sake. He then commented how unexpected it was for him to build not 1, but 4 bathtubs. Miyabi explained that he got the idea from the spa in his hometown. When he first started pitching ideas, everything he tried was a complete dud. He started flailing, wondering if the man just wanted to see something bizarre. But that was completely missing the point. The Duke's knowledge base was damn near encyclopedic. His mansion was packed to the gills with prolific art. If he was surrounded himself with so much beauty, he assumed the Duke would only ever want more of the same, but it was just the opposite. Chiffon's offhand comment about how his father barely had time to take care of himself made him realize that all he wanted was a calming place to unwind, the soothing sounds of the waterfall for tired ears, a visual design that doesn't strain the eye while maintaining the dignity of a nobleman's manner and wood accents to tie it together. It would have been easy if he had just gone with traditional Japanese architecture, but if he had done that, it wouldn't have been true to his style. He was sure Sid was just going to accuse him of being a sore loser again. Weiss was really glad he took him up on the job. Sid and his brothers called for Miyabi and mentioned how good the food was. Meanwhile, the Duke was in the bathroom when Chiffon greeted him. She informed him that she had finished seeing the last of the guests home. The Duke was glad that her daughter saved him from the Lord Chamberlain talking for the life of him. To change the subject, Chiffon mentioned that winter was fast approaching, and it was late at night, but the bathroom was still so warm. The Duke mentioned that it was something that he crafted and invented himself. The hot water that wasn't used for the bath was circulated under the flooring to keep the temperature consistent. If only in this room it was possible to raise even plants that grow in tropical climates. His poor withered sepia roses had been replanted and given new life. Chiffon was glad and joked about how it would look just like his father's hair curls when they flower in spring. She wondered if they could grow the flowers of the royal capital here. She asked if he had thought about planting anything new in the garden, but he wanted to keep that a secret, even from his daughter. Chiffon noticed the original blueprint and pointed to the line there that heading in the direction of the city. The next day, Liz was dragging Miyabi somewhere as he was a slow walker. Miyabi was so tired as he just got home yesterday and didn't think they should be speeding. But Liz didn't want to be late. Wondering what they could be late for, Liz informed him that it was over there. It looked like a bunch of folks beat them there. It was actually the opening of the hot water for waiting. The folks gathered to enjoy the water by putting their legs into the water. Miyabi remembered that due to the technological limitations of enchanted masonry, hot water was going to be produced constantly. Before they could drain the excess into the river, it had to travel through long-distance ductwork, and some of the residual head was dispersed into the greenhouses. But on top of that, he wanted to float the idea of a publicly accessible wading pool. Liz had been looking forward to this while Miyabi forgot about it because of the rush he was in. They enjoyed the warm water and chatted for a while. After that, Liz mentioned that Eleanor asked that he pop his head once he got back. He wondered what she needed, and she responded that she just knew she specified the time and date, which was off for her. In the Guildmaster's room, Liz, Miyabi, Zion, and Eleanor were facing each other in a weird silence. Eleanor broke this odd silence and left them alone in the room. Zion stated that the Adventurers Guild was contracted by the Production Guild without his knowledge or permission. Liz and Miyabi expressed how sorry they were. Miyabi stated that he didn't know it was going to be a big deal and didn't even consider it. Liz recommended he take the job without thinking about the consequences, so she was also feeling guilty. Zion stated that he was at fault too for not expecting this of them. He didn't mind it, but he would just prefer that they give him a warning next time. To some extent, they were out of the woods because it was Master Weiss who made the request. Dealing with him had prepared Zion for dealing with Miyabi, actually because he never got permission for anything. He reminded them to be careful in the future because they were attracting a lot of attention. He took out a request paper and stated that he had gotten a mission specifically requesting the two of them. From this point on, they would be meeting with the client and confirming details directly, because the client in question was Duke Beldini himself. The two didn't expect him to appear like that and immediately started whispering. Miyabi asked if dukes normally pop up all over the place like daisies like that, but the answer was obvious. Liz didn't expect him to go this far when she told him to impress him. As it was obvious that they were gossiping, Zion told them to gossip a little quieter right in front of the Duke. They pulled themselves together and then Liz introduced herself. Duke didn't want any formalities and told them to be comfortable. He told Miyabi that he had marveled at the quality of his craftsmanship, so he was surprised when Weiss told him he was an adventurer by trade. He mentioned that his party included someone else and got him interested. Liz stated that she was nothing out of the ordinary compared to Miyabi, but Duke told her to not be so humble because he read up on her achievements. It was true that the length of her experience wouldn't ordinarily qualify her to take a request from the nobility, but the road from here to the capital was 150 Liz long, and he wanted protection he could trust for her daughter for the journey. Miyabi realized that this was the perfect chance for Liz to shine. Liz stated bravely that she was eager to fulfill his request. However, a lengthy escort mission may be difficult for them because escorts usually require the support of a mage in the rear guard, not inclusive of additional personnel. They would need at least 2 for the vanguard and another person to shore up the rear guard. Unless they had enough people to guarantee the success of this mission, they couldn't in good faith accept his request. The Duke responded that she was as thorough as he heard. He said that additional personnel had already been scouted for this. It was a round party and a B-rank adventurer. He believed her concerns had been addressed. The A-rank party was the Red Cliff, and the B-rank adventurer was actually Mel. In coordination with these people, the Duke asked them to accomplish one thing: proving their worth. Without so much as a moment of rest, Miyabi and Liz were setting out again, this time on a mission to escort the daughter of a duke, Chiffon. Their destination was the Magic Academy in the royal capital. The other members of the escort party were more than qualified, and if anything, they were there as a bonus. Meanwhile, the Duke had given them an additional bit of instruction. It was proving their worth. When they left the Duke's manor, Miyabi noticed that Liz hadn't said a word. To comfort her, Miyabi reminded her that if she didn't want to go on the escort mission, it wasn't too late to refuse. She wanted to do it as chances like this don't just grow on trees, but she had some concerns. Before they could talk about their problems, they saw Eleanor. The guildmaster had told them to get in touch with Eleanor, and she told them to follow her and she would guide them through the procedures. While walking, she congratulated them on the Duke's request and mentioned their career's unusualness. However, Miyabi's was far more unusual than she could ever hope to be. He didn't even know if having nobility request you was that weird. Eleanor responded that the only adventurers who get requests from the nobility tend to be B rank or higher. Without name recognition, public trust, and a long list of achievements, it was unheard of. Simply having accepted such a request would make them stand out among peers. Liz assumed that this was supposed to be a test more than anything to see whether they were worth trusting. Eleanor asked if the Duke said that, and she said that he told them to prove their worth. In other words, if they can't prove that they were useful, he would have no use for them. She also pointed out that he neglected to tell them the departure date, which she assumed was part of the test, because you can't trust someone so careless as to forget to ask about that. Miyabi didn't agree with her and thought she was overthinking because the Duke was not some kind of mustache-twirling evil mastermind. The girls found it so cute how he phrased like that and how pure of heart he was. They explained to him that the nobles were very different from the common folk. The way they think defies common sense. Miyabi knew they grew up in very different worlds, but he wondered how they viewed their place in the world. Somehow he felt like he would regret asking. As they were walking, they finally met the other adventurers in the escort mission. When Liz saw them, she told Miyabi to stay very quiet and very still. As she hid behind Miyabi, the adventurer group walked past them. Miyabi couldn't help but ask if she was okay, as she was sweating a lot. Hearing Liz's name, the girl from the adventure group stopped and turned to them. Her whole mood changed when she confirmed that Liz was there. She immediately cuddled her and tried to tease her as if she were a baby. The other members of the group also seemed happy to see her. Miyabi's jaw dropped seeing them baby her like that. Liz explained that the Red Cliff guys were old friends of hers. She then introduced the members. The woman was the healer, Laura, the big guy was Tyson the tank, and Darte was the swashbuckler. With those long, distinctive ears, Miyabi figured that Laura was an elf, which only made it weirder that she speaks in the Kansai dialect. Eleanor explained that Laura speaks with the conventional elven accent. Dart asked who Miyabi was. He introduced himself to them and explained that he partied with Liz and would be working with them as support. He definitely didn't expect them to act like it was the end of the world. Laura didn't believe that their party was just a boy and a girl alone together, but Eleanor confirmed them. While Laura was trying to process that the sweet girl she raised was partying with a boy, Tyson said if she was serious about her relationship, he would swallow his tears and cheer them on. Dart, the scary one, asked if he was prepared to protect Liz even if it should cost him his life. Miyabi asked if they knew what the word support meant, but they had no reaction to that question. Dart repeated his question with the same expression and tone, so he realized that his options were answering with yes or yes, but he didn't think he could just say that. He responded that he wasn't sure what they meant when they talked about being prepared to protect Liz when she was objectively better at this than he was. She was a strong and capable adventurer. He just wanted Liz to spend her adventures in comfort because that was what he could do to help. Even though he thought he had given a good answer, Dart concluded that he wanted to make Liz the happiest girl in the world. He leaned on him, saying that his declaration of war had been received, and if he was willing to go that far, he must think about what it means to spend an adventure in comfort and show them his resolve. They were going to make sure he was a suitable man for their darling, Liz, on this journey, and if he valued their relationship, he should be capable of at least this much. Miyabi had no idea how he came to that conclusion but had no choice but to accept. After getting over Liz's old friends, they went to Weiss to start the preparations and told him what happened. Liz was pretty upset that they showed up while she was trying to avoid them. Miyabi asked Liz if she had always been like this with them. She explained that all three of them were veterans, with the popularity and talent to prove it. So of course she was always the odd one out. Her biological father was a former member of Red Cliff. When she was little, all members would play with her between missions. Back then, they were just humoring a cute little girl. But 8 years ago, her father was killed during a mission. Miyabi recalled the time she introduced Weiss as her adoptive father and understood why she introduced him like that. Liz continued to explain that after her father died, everyone got super overprotective of her and it was tough for her, which he could imagine was only exacerbated by her trying to keep her distance after that. Liz apologized for confusing Miyabi and explained that her staff was only made for her dad. Weiss teasingly hit her to stop her from saying depressing things like that. She ran off to be an adventurer, and now the only time she came home was to get her weapons fixed up. Weiss didn't seem to be pleased by this habit of hers, but they still seemed to be on good terms. He was guessing Weiss and Liz's father were close friends in the past, but he still wondered what this careful distance between them was. While he was wondering things, Weiss asked what their plan with the escort mission was, and wondered if they were planning on turning it down just because Red Cliff was coming along. Liz responded that she was still doing it because it would be foolish to miss this chance, but she was just a little concerned. After telling Weiss about what Dart said, Weiss told him that on a scale of 1 to 10 he scored an 89 in screwing up. Unless they cleared up the misunderstanding soon, this was going to spiral out of control. Miyabi seriously wondered if he hadn't made it clear that he was just support staff. He got the sense they didn't absorb a single word he said back there. Liz calmly stated that they were in this mess because they had absorbed what he said. Miyabi then created a relationship diagnosis chart in his head and asked if they thought they were dating, and Liz confirmed him. She also told him to fix it. After thinking it through for a moment, Miyabi made his stupid idea expression. He denied that his ideas hadn't been that bad in the past, so Liz changed the word stupid with bonkers yonkers. He believed that he had come up with a much better plan, and this way they didn't even need to clear up misunderstandings. His idea was to just let them have the wrong idea. Meanwhile, Eleanor was working at the guild while the other workers were talking about Red Cliff. She didn't seem to be a fan of them, unlike the others. 8 years ago, heroes were born when the monster stampede descended on the royal capital. Now they were respected adventurers, famous the world over. So she was quite puzzled as to how exactly they ended up like this, acting cute towards her to get information about Liz. In the next scene, Liz's door knocked, and it was the person she admired, Eleanor. She was happy to see her and asked what brought her there. They invited her inside and brought some tea. Eleanor apologized for the intrusion. Miyabi said it was fine, but they were both sure she was here because they screwed up again and were ready to apologize. Eleanor comforted him that she didn't come here to scold them. She was here because she needed them to confirm an update to the mission parameters urgently. When Eleanor gave her the big news, Liz's scream could be heard all over the city. She couldn't believe she was the leader of the mission. 1 hour earlier, the Red Cliff had a request for Eleanor. When she asked what they wanted, Dart stated that they would like Liz to be named leader of the mission. She was shocked and asked if they were all okay with that. They confirmed that they were all of the same idea that Liz has to be the leader of Chiffon's escort mission. Eleanor stated that typically mission leaders should be of the highest rank in the party. Dart responded that it was more of an implication and less of a hard rule. She asked them why they were doing this, and they said it was a fun little surprise from them to Liz. Eleanor realized that she had not been informed of this. Liz freaked out because she didn't know how she was supposed to order A and B ranks around. Eleanor responded that she already had written permission from the client and it was just an offer. She was under no obligation to accept. Liz found it insane that Duke Beldini saw this and approved it. Seeing Liz upset, Miyabi tried to cheer her up by saying that she was being trusted with more responsibilities, and that there were just more opportunities to impress the Duke and give him what he wanted. Her contributions would be recognized better this way. But this didn't help, as Liz said people would talk about how a rank party Red Cliff handed command over to a C-rank nobody, and they all just nodded along like it was fine. Just thinking about the public scrutiny this would put her under made her sweat. She seemed sick of problems suddenly spawning out of the woodwork. Meanwhile, Duke Baldini was talking with her Alicia, asking what she wanted to confirm. She said that she had been informed of the recent updates and she would like to ask his true intentions in appointing unproven personnel. Baldini stated that Red Cliff was the one who requested it, and they were so enthusiastic about pushing it so he saw no reason to refuse. Alicia then asked if they had not overstepped their bounds. She crossed the line when she asked if playing alone was a higher priority than her daughter's safety. She realized that when Belinda glared at her firmly. This was enough to stop her, so Bellini smiled and stated that he knew how it must look, and he was grateful that she was always thinking of Chiffon's safety. But she didn't need to question his decisions and only think about fulfilling her duty. When the preparations were done, everyone was at the gate of the city. Miyabi was very happy to see Liz. He asked if her backpack was the only luggage she was bringing, and she confirmed it with him. She gave her luggage to him and said she was counting on him as a support guy. Red Cliff arrived with their enormous luggage. It was pretty obvious that they packed so many things to test Miyabi. Liz scolded every one of them, especially Darty, who was speaking weirdly when he was a middle-aged guy. Dart reminded her that they wanted him to show them the meaning of comfort. Dart told Miyabi to not even think about claiming to be support if he can't even handle a little luggage. Miyabi thought he was a bold one if he really thought he could challenge him even knowing his esteeming moniker. Miyabi walked towards Dart's luggage bravely and put his luggage inside his inventory like it was nothing. He moved Laura's and Tyson's bags and moved them with ease. The group started whispering about how he managed to cram all that into his inventory, proving the rumors were underestimating him. Liz called them over and pointed out how irresponsible of luggage they had for a bunch of experienced adventurers was. Sure, Miyabi's inventory capacity could handle it just fine, but in any other circumstance, it would have had to be loaded onto the carriage. She told them to reflect on their sins, and they listened to her. She stated that they were the ones who nominated her as leader, and they should at least pretend to respect her authority. Miyabi informed Liz that the client was there. Duke Baldini, Chiffon, Alicia, and the guildmaster were together. Liz respectfully kneeled to the Duke and stated that for the 2 weeks it would take to reach the capital, she was going to take full responsibility for their safety. The Duke found her quite reliable, and then introduced his daughter Chiffon and her attending maid Alicia. Guildmaster mentioned that even he was a little nervous. An escort mission with an A-rank party was a precious opportunity for Liz to gain experience as a squad leader, and he was looking forward to her mission success report. After that, they all got ready to head out. Miyabi asked where Mel was, and Liz responded that she was taking a nap in the carriage as she offered to cover the night shifts. Duke reminded Chiffon to not forget to write home often, and with that, the escort mission started. When it was time for lunch, Miyabi found a good stopping point to eat. Red Cliff members agreed, and Laura stated that it was time for trial number 2. Food preparation was the support team's job, so they had high expectations from Miyabi. When Miyabi showed the setup he prepared, everyone was shocked. Liz noticed that it was different than usual, and Miyabi explained that the normal setup seemed a bit too small for this number of people. The Red Cliff team wanted an explanation, but he told them to hold that thought for a bit, while he went to whip up some lunch for everyone. Miyabi was grinning as his fiendish plan was off to a great start. Miyabi felt sorry for dragging Chiffon and Alicia into their petty squabbles, but promised himself to make it up to them. He kindly offered them a seat. Alicia realized that she was sitting down with Chiffon and immediately stood up, but Chiffon told her to let Miyabi handle this one. After a while, Dart smelled something amazing. When he went to take a look, he saw stewed vegetables and oxtail for lunch. He questioned how he had time to do that, and Miyabi responded that it was already packed in his inventory. To make a negative comment, Dart said he couldn't serve strong-smelling food in the woods as it would attract monsters, but when they tasted, everyone stopped talking and focused on eating. Mel came and asked if she could have a little more. After lunch, Liz looked at her map and noticed that somehow this was going pretty smoothly. They were having a better time walking than he thought they would. Dart once again started teasing him and told him that even though he was exhausted, there was no time to relax. Miyabi responded that he had plenty of stamina to spare. He mentioned that once the daylight was gone, setting up a comfortable camp was an absolute necessity. After the luggage and the food, this was the obvious next trial. He could see this coming from a mile away, so he told Liz to let him have this moment. Dart then ordered him to show the tent he had prepared. Knowing their expectations, Miyabi showed them the whole house he bought. Opening the door, he invited them inside for a tour. They were flabbergasted by him bringing a whole house as a camp. He wanted an explanation of this, but Miyabi thought he was asking about the horses. Darda corrected him, saying that they wanted an explanation about everything they were seeing. As if it was nothing, Miyabi noticed that he forgot to pave a road between the house and the stables, so he just started doing that. Dart couldn't believe he was looking at the ground when something unheard of in the course of human history had gone down. He found it weird that a whole house had sprung up from nowhere. He was also annoyed by the face Miyabi was making. He asked Liz to say something to him, but Liz was already listening to him talking about the dibs in the bedroom under the tower. Miyabi was so happy that his plan was working. That was how he had chosen to respond to Redcliffe's antics. If he could lure them into accepting this at face value, eventually they would shut down and stop thinking about anything at all. He even called it the "if it makes no sense, just give up" strategy. After all, Liz got used to it pretty fast, especially when compared to how she was at first. But apparently they were dedicated to not conceding defeat just yet. Dart said a bare-bones building could hardly be called comfortable, but Liz responded that if it kept them out of the rain and the wind, it was good enough. The worst part of adventuring was the cold and the hunger. In other words, Dart said he wouldn't hand Liz over to him if this house was cold and drafty. They head inside and face a warm interior. The house was pretty good. Miyabi looked at the red cliff and realized that he killed them. But he decided that they would be fine and started on the dinner. Meanwhile, Alicia was looking at them confused. Chiffon took a warm bath and was still in disbelief that she would be able to take a bath while traveling. She asked what was in their room, and Alicia explained that it was their cottage. She assumed she would be spending the night in the main house, but Miyabi suggested that a slumber party with just the two of them would be more relaxing. Alicia felt guilty and apologized for not being able to attend to her. She told Alicia to not starve herself because she had been driving the carriage all day and must be exhausted now. As Alicia was her only maid, she didn't want to sit around feeling useless. Chiffon acknowledged her feelings and stated that she had never once thought that there was anything she couldn't do in all the long years she had been serving her. She sat in front of her and embraced her while comforting her by saying she was doing a wonderful job. Long journey could put a terrible strain on the body, and noble blood does not negate that fact. Or at least that was typical. While lying down, Alicia noticed that compared to the beds in the mansion, this mattress was softer. She started to think about today and felt bad for not being able to help even once. Her lady said it wasn't an issue, but she just could not accept that. She tried to be calm because when the morning came, she would do better. On the second day of escort duty, it was raining. Miyabi woke up and found Mel drenching. He brought her a blanket and asked if anything interesting happened overnight. She said that nothing happened except Redcliffe snores almost louder than the rain. Liz came and informed Miyabi that they might have to delay their departure. They had to wait for a lull in the rain. Miyabi asked if the downpour didn't stop soon and how bad it would be for their schedule. She responded that it was only this bad at the moment. The weather around this region was notoriously mercurial. She decided to check around midday to see if it had let up at all. If not, they could afford to spend one more night here. While Miyabi was preparing breakfast, Mel was watching him. She said that she took the night watch all by herself and deserved a special treat. Just for her, Miyabi prepared delicious ramen. Seeing Mel's ramen, Liz wanted to have some too. Miyabi asked if she was sure it wouldn't be too heavy to eat in the morning. She didn't even know what he meant by heavy. Miyabi realized that he was underestimating the stomach of a teenager. It was about time, so he decided to wake up the old-timers. They knocked on their door, but no one answered. At first, Miyabi assumed they just overslept, but it was too late in the day for that. Alicia went outside because of their noises, and Miyabi greeted her. She asked what time it was, and Liz told her not to worry as they were delaying leaving until the rain let up a bit. Miyabi mentioned that the Red Cliff guys overslept too. Alicia asked if breakfast was served, and he said it was. Before that, Miyabi asked if she would like to change clothes or brush her hair first. Alicia realized that she was in her sheer pajamas and had apocalyptic bed hair. She immediately slammed the door on them and went inside. Liz called Miyabi a stone-cold bastard because of his rudeness. After getting ready, Alicia apologized because she wished to make amends for her mistakes. She told him to tell him if there was anything he would like to eat, and she would prepare it. Miyabi responded that cooking wasn't something she needed to be worrying about, but she responded firmly that she didn't make the distinction. Chiffon joined them and giggled. She mentioned how Alicia had an unparalleled sense of personal responsibility. She suggested letting her have her way if it wouldn't bother anyone. She said that she was looking forward to working with him. After that, the rain didn't stop and they decided to stay another day, waiting to see what would happen. As for Red Cliff, they apologized to him. They didn't wake up until late in the afternoon and were appropriately shamefaced. Miyabi prepared the ramen he made for Liz and they got back to their old selves after knocking back some of it. Miyabi was patiently waiting for them to get used to it as he was going to have them as desensitized as Liz was one day. The next day, the weather looked safe to set out today. Once again, Liz came to Miyabi's window and asked for food. Alicia welcomed Miyabi into the kitchen. She said that she couldn't oversleep 2 days in a row. Chiffon giggled and revealed that she left out the fact that she slept on the floor to avoid getting sucked into the pillows again. Miyabi always knew she was tough and serious, so he didn't say anything to embarrass her more. Alicia asked if the preparations for breakfast were underway. Miyabi couldn't help but admit to himself that she was awfully cute. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Zion encountered Production Guildmaster Georgi. He asked Georgi if he had been waiting long. Zion was trying to avoid him a little longer, but it was helpless now. He respectfully bowed and apologized for the inconvenience with the renovation contract. Georgi was a grumpy man and said it was a waste of time and effort. He started scolding him for not being able to keep a leash on his own guild members and hired a worthless idiot. He told him to consider himself lucky he didn't blacklist him or cut off all business with the guild. Zion was furious but didn't say anything to make the situation worse. He said that he should have taken more care and promised to be more attentive in the future. The grumpy man Georgi left without answering. The Duke Baldini popped out of nowhere and commented how Georgi never outgrew his hatred of crafters. He was glad she decided to swing by. There was something Baldini wanted to show Zion. He took him to the bathroom Miyabi made. Zion couldn't hide his shock. He commented that it was hard to imagine even professionals being able to produce this. The Duke said many crafters are inferior and could only make worthless garbage, yet he could hold his own next to countless promising youth. All are armed with little more than extra-dimensional space known as an inventory. Thanks to this, he was able to establish connections with the other great ducal houses. The Duke wondered how Miyabi appeared in his eyes. He told Zion that adventurer Miyabi was going to become a foothold for Angelum. The distance from Angelum to the capital was roughly 150 li, so they must make it there in 2 weeks or less. From first light until sundown, they made the trek on foot. It was hard going for the party, but it kept raining. They were on their 6th day of the mission and were stuck inside the house again. Chiffon mentioned that at this rate she may be late to the capital. Liz apologized and explained that they had no choice but to hole up for a while. Miyabi asked if the school would start before. They got there, and she explained that she was mostly concerned she might fall behind in her studies. She admitted that she might be making poor excuses. But while home at Angelum, she studied mostly territorial management skills and socialized with powerful guilds or other aristocrats. Her value was purely political as the feudal lord's daughter and successor. Inclusive of travel time, one's studies tend to fall behind over the course of the long winter vacation, and to compensate for that lapse, the teacher prepares additional assignments for them upon their return. It seemed when they arrived, she was afraid consecutive all-nighters may be required. Liz asked if she had a rough idea of which sections she would be covering when she got back, and she said she did. Liz, with a red face, asked if she could try to tutor her if she didn't mind. Even though she was surprised at first, she accepted, and they started studying. While they were talking, Miyabi and Laura were watching them with absolutely no clue in their minds. Miyabi was surprised that Laura didn't understand them, as she had a spellbook on her belt. She took out the book and showed him what was inside. She explained that intuitively, he would think an adventurer carrying a book would be well-versed in magical theory. That was never much of her style. She certainly didn't have the chops to teach theory to a noble girl. Looking at Liz, Laura realized that she was just like her father. Chiffon was amazed by what she was learning. She then wondered where she studied. She said that she was self-taught. Chiffon was surprised because she heard Weiss raise her. Liz didn't want to impose and couldn't bear asking Weiss for the tuition money, so she got a job with the Adventurers Guild and studied in their library instead. Chiffon still couldn't believe that they were becoming acquainted with a tremendous woman like her. Liz was so touched but stated that all she could do was regurgitate theory. While they were talking, they were interrupted by Laura's sneeze. Liz told her to put on a shirt. Regardless, the weather was so weird. It was too early for the rainy season to be hitting them, so she wondered what was causing this rain. Dart arrived and told the girls that they needed to hold an urgent meeting now. He swung through the village nearest here. They said the weather had been the same for a solid week. The village's Adventure Guild branch gave him the last 5 years' worth of weather reports. Liz checked the reports and noticed that the rainy season had come early, which meant the rain wasn't going to let up. But beyond the rain, they had a bigger problem, which was the snow. Surrounding the royal capital were high peaks forming natural fortifications. The further they travel from the valley, the higher their altitude and the lower the temperature would be. If they had made a better time, they would have had a shot at beating the worst of the snowstorms on their journey. From tomorrow onwards, Liz and Miyabi needed to ride in the carriage. Liz asked if he meant that Miyabi and Liz were going to be treated like luggage. He said that they needed to double their footstep and the plan was to sprint for 8 hours straight every day. He didn't seem to believe that they could keep up with that pace. Miyabi knew that even with his equipment that improved strength and stamina, there was no way he could power through that. Liz bowed her head because of the shame she was feeling and admitted that she couldn't. It was decided that they were going to leave the scouting to Liz. On the 7th day, they started moving. Their road was blocked by a big tree, so Darda asked for Miyabi's help. Miyabi quickly removed the tree and they continued. When it was time for lunch, Luara called Miyabi and stated that she was thinking of changing their meal plans. They were going to be burning a lot more energy in colder climates. At night, Liz told Miyabi that he was amazing. She said that everyone in Red Cliff was already relying on him. He said that she was doing a great job with this scouting too. Laura was singing her praises earlier. The only reason she could detect the number and distance of enemies so accurately was because her magical control was so precise. As he was talking like that, he didn't even realize Liz wasn't answering anymore. Liz already knew Miyabi was competent. His abilities shock and amaze everyone he meets. There were things only Miyabi could do and things that made him special and unique. She couldn't think of something that only she could do to make her feel special. The next chapter begins with Sid noticing Karen mumbling some words. He had to interrupt him as he looked like a creep. Karen explained to him that he was trying to train his inventory. On the final day of the renovation job, Miyabi wrote down a special training regimen for him, so he was trying to catch up to him step by step. Sid recalled that Miyabi's inventory space was pretty big, and Karen confirmed him. He wanted to go with him, but Weiss told them that Miyabi left for the capital ages ago. Karen hoped that wherever he was doing well. Meanwhile, Miyabi was worried about Liz. She tried to act fine, but Miyabi said she seemed tired since yesterday. She said riding in the carriage was much easier on her body and she didn't have to walk all day now. Miyabi also tried to act like it was fine, but he already noticed that she was really bothered by Dart's plan. Even though they understood why it was necessary for everyone's safety, it still felt wrong. Before they left, Liz spent all day in the library memorizing routes and monster data. Obviously, she took her responsibilities as mission leader seriously, but the instant something happened, it was as if Darta took over as leader. And now Liz was depressed because of him. Suddenly, Dart called Liz and Miyabi. He showed them a beautiful statue and explained that it was a border marker. They denoted the boundaries between sovereign territories. That also meant that beyond this point were the Regparta Mountains, and right behind those mountains was the royal capital. Suddenly, Liz sensed something and alarmed everyone that a monster was above them at 4 o'clock. 3 of them were about 50 meters off. Dart left them to Liz. She used Ice Needle, but Miyabi thought they dodged it. However, the needles turned back to the monster and killed it. Liz only killed their leader, but if they were only trying to drive them off, that should be enough. When she returned to the carriage, Chiffon asked if that was the elemental magic Ice Needle she used, and Liz confirmed her. She found it strange because Ice Needle was ordinary ice magic, and all it could do was form ambient moisture into hardened needles of ice that fly in a straight line. But she could swear she saw a needle pivoting trajectories in midair. She asked what that was, and Liz explained that it was one application of fine-tuned magic manipulation. It was possible to change its target from a distance. She mentioned that it took her a lot of practice to get it right. Chiffon looked at Liz so eagerly that Liz had to offer to practice it later if she was interested, which she was. Dart liked that weather, and what they needed was it to stay that way for 5 days. At night, while they were resting, Chiffon and Liz practiced the ice needles. Chiffon was having a hard time pivoting the needles because no matter what she tried, they kept running into the obstacles. Liz comforted her by saying that it's always like that to start with. She offered some cookies that Miyabi prepared. Chiffon heard so much from her father and she thought she prepared herself, but it was easy for the absurdity of it all to slip her mind while they were traveling. When it was raining, Miyabi covered walkways, and when they were studying, he added blackboards and desks. He always finds new ways to surprise Chiffon. She then wondered how Liz and Miyabi came to make Miyabi's acquaintance. Liz responded that they bumped into each other when he got lost in some woods near Angelum and she showed him the way to the town, but he was flat broke. They ended up forming a party pretty naturally. Chiffon then asked if she didn't have a party prior to that. Liz knew that it was odd for a rearguard mage to fly solo. Liz changed the subject and asked how much magic manipulation training she had done before, and she said that it wasn't very much. Whatever her preferences, higher levels of magical learning have been prioritized in her studies. Liz commented that she was certainly blessed with a lot of magical power. In the field of magic, natural talent was everything, and Liz wasn't born with much at all. 3 elements were necessary for the mastery of magic. The methodology behind magical construction is called a theory, the actual manipulation of magic to perform a task, which they call skill, and the raw energy they use to power skills, which they call magical power. What was disproportionately crucial for success was magical power. Unlike skills and written theory, which could be learned, magical power was fixed at birth. It's not so much that it didn't grow, just as with muscle mass, the more you use it, the more you strengthen it. Liz had tried every kind of training conceivable, but she had been stagnating for the last year. To use that little power she had efficiently, she trained more in fine-tuned control. In looking for a way to use stronger skills with less magic, she immersed herself in dense magical theory. But while she was doing that, everyone born with talent was steadily pulling away. The gap cannot be closed with effort alone. Thinking about these moments, Liz started to doubt herself once again and felt like she was nothing. She knew complaining left and right wouldn't change a thing, so she tried to focus on the training for now. She asked Chiffon to show her hand for a moment. She explained that magic was released from the palm of the hand. She could use her magic to induce hers into the same state of being, and she told her to remember the sensation for later. While Liz was doing that, Chiffon remembered that her father used to teach her just like that. Meanwhile, Miyabi prepared himself and knocked on Dart's room. Tyson opened the door and informed him that Dart was sleeping. He figured that this was about Liz, so Tyson invited him over and brought some of his Hago herbal tea. While sipping their teas, Tyson asked how Liz was. Miyabi responded that it was pretty clear she was depressed all the time ever since she started riding in the carriage. Tyler responded that he knew, and it was hard to miss. He said that Liz wears her heart on her sleeve and asked if the carriage issue was what he wanted to talk to Dart about because there wasn't really anything else to do about this. Miyabi stated that it was more the peripheral issues that had him concerned. Redcliffe elected Liz as mission leader, but she can't help but feel like that position has been rescinded. He didn't disagree with Redcliffe's overall plan, but he wondered if it would be too bad to let her be the leader they asked her to be. When he asked Tyson if Liz wasn't an experienced adventurer just like them, Tyson couldn't help but tear up. He said that he thought he prepared himself, but that little girl had gotten so big and he realized that she was all grown up now. He apologized for getting distracted. That said, Tyson mentioned that if he brought it up with Dart right now, he was sure it would just make things worse. And so Tyson asked him to leave talking to the rest of the Redcliffe to him, and he entrusted Liz to him to make sure she wasn't alone. Miyabi gladly took this responsibility as this was all he wanted. Seeing his dedication, Tyson once again started tearing up. In the next scene, it had been 2 days since their talk and they were on their 10th day. Miyabi knew Tyson hadn't forgotten and he was probably just waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, Liz informed Miyabi that they were there. As he was puzzled, she told him to look up and he would figure it out. They were in the Valley of the Dragons. Miyabi was shocked and amazed by them. Liz explained that the dragons around here were the gentle kind and they coexist with humans in peace. They also noticed that it was the nesting season. They tend to get territorial and aggressive around nesting season, but that was just for the stretch of road through their breeding grounds. The roads blocked off for the next few months. Alicia asked what they were going to do now, and Dart said they were going to find a detour as their best bet. The closest detour wraps around the mountain the other way and joins up with the highway on the other side. It would add 4 or 5 days, but it would get them where they were going. While Alicia and Dart argued about his plan, Liz had a different idea. Apparently, she planned to use Miyabi's skill and create a shortcut. After a while, we see them inside a cave, trying to move as quickly as they can. Suddenly, they noticed that this was as far as they could go because there was a waterfall inside the cave and no way to pass. But Miyabi mentioned that he could backtrack and dig at a different angle. While walking around, Miyabi sensed something and looked up, which was a big slime coming with him. A second before it hit him, Mel slashed the slime and saved Miyabi. They immediately put on their guards and tried to locate the enemy. Liz was in shock. She couldn't believe they already scouted the area. Between the cracks in the rock, something was emerging, and after a few minutes they were in a slime nest. After getting rid of the shock he had, Miyabi started to think rationally and realized that it was worse than when they fought underground because they were penned in by water this time. And even if they didn't have the water to worry about, they had no idea what could be lying beneath its surface. Mel was slicing off the slimes one by one. She told them to secure an exit route. Liz looked around, but there was no exit. Mel then told her to make one then. She was so talented that the others didn't even need to attack the slimes. Slime was a monster with a distinctive method of attack that dissolved flesh and bone. Their movement speed was relatively slow, and their weak point was the core at the center of their body. If there were only 1 or 2, they posed no real threat. But when there were this many in an enclosed space, they were a real problem. The carriage was no guarantee of safety when slimes could slip through the gaps in the wood. It was going to be difficult to defend it with so little room to maneuver. Liz was indecisive about what to do. She felt so guilty because she was the one who suggested they go through the mountains in the first place. She was so distracted by her own guilt that she didn't notice the slime's attack and Dart had to sacrifice his arm to save her. Dart was calm because he was counting on Laura. Laura told him to shut up because she was trying to concentrate. She created a healing circle and Dart's wound in his arm immediately started to heal. The acid-born was gone in a few seconds. Wide area of effect magic takes a lot of magical power, so does the Geeling magic as a rule, but for her to combine both so calmly, Liz realized that magic of the elven kind once again. But she didn't want to sit idly by. Sure, Lauda could heal it if anything went wrong, but that didn't change the fact that the injury still happened because of her. She decided to show how useful she was. Before her ice needles could reach the slimes, Dart used his power and suddenly the ground started rising upwards. Liz once again realized what it meant to be an A rank, and felt useless for not being able to help with a single thing. After Dart's power went down, Miyabi noticed that every single slime got vaporized. He asked if it was his turn now, but it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Laura asked Liz if she remembered how her father used to fight. She held her hand and Liz started to feel Laura's magical power. Laura recalled the memories with Liz's father. When he said he had been thinking about which magical attribute would suit her best and he comes up with magical guidance, it was something intuitive and easy to remember for her. She told Liz that what makes magic strong is fine-tuned magical control paired with a strong knowledge base. She reminded her that slimes could squeeze in through any gap, no matter how small. She asked how they escape if brute force doesn't clear the way. Even if Laura can't think of a better way, she believed Liz could. She asked what was left when she eliminated what was impossible. Liz had given it thought before. If gaps were a problem, the gaps must be sealed. There was plenty of water and she believed she could make it work. She even wondered why she didn't take the option seriously until now. She then reminded herself that the principles were no different from when she taught Lady Chiffon. When they practiced that night, they manipulated the magical particles already present in the spell to alter the trajectory. But in theory, from the instant you begin the spell until the time of activation, nothing is stopping you from controlling everything. In other words, she could manipulate Laura's magic mid-cast. The difficulty level was on a completely different scale, but it's what must be done. With all her efforts, Laura and Liz created Flash Freeze, which was revealed by Dart that this was her father's technique, but Liz didn't hear that. Miyabi couldn't believe what just happened. Every last slime, floor to ceiling, got frozen solid. He then noticed something and asked Dart what it was. Dart confirmed that it was light, and his guess was that the river here flows through the outside, so that opening was their ticket out of here. Dart told him that their speed was going to tank hard if they had to traverse ice and snow. Considering his dig speed, it might honestly be faster just to dig a tunnel out. Miyabi told everyone to take a look at what he was about to do. He aligned the stencil with sheet metal and cut out the base shape, adding a slight bevel to the edge, smoothing out the bottom blade, lathering, rinsing, repeating for mass production, and then affixing to the bottom of their shoes. Miyabi made everyone ice skate shoes. But unfortunately, he wasn't good at ice skating. Dart believed he could get up to speed, but he didn't know what to do with the carriage. Miyabi added sleigh treads so it should be fine. With that sorted, they were ready to head out. But suddenly, they noticed that the slime's gelatinous composition meant they weren't soluble in water. They immediately started to run away. After getting out of the tunnel, Liz bowed down and apologized to Chiffon for everything. She was the one who suggested they take a shortcut, and because of that, she ended up putting her in danger. Chiffon made her even more upset when she said she could not accept her apology. She said that their top priority at the moment was arriving at the capital as quickly as possible. She weighed her priorities based on the information at hand and made what she thought was the best choice. No one planned on the road being closed, and a detour of some kind was necessary either way. That having been said, it was her quick thinking and swift action that got them through that roadblock. She smiled at Liz and told her that everything turned out just fine and there was no need for her to apologize. Liz still tried to apologize, but she stopped her because results were all that matter in the practical sense. Seeing her so upset, Chiffon told her to not spend her life dwelling on every perceived mistake because perfectionism could be a bitter poison. At that moment, Liz realized that trying to be perfect was a problem. Alicia was amazed by how generous she was. After she left for her carriage, Dart and Laura started teasing Liz as usual. They were so impressed by how cool she was. The sight of her fighting back-to-back with Laura made them realize how much she had grown. Dart then stated that the time had finally come for him to say it. He grabbed Liz and held her while he said that they missed their fourth member, and they wanted her to think about joining Red Cliff. The guildmaster was deep in his investigation of Miyabi. He had reached out to every branch of the guild within Angelum, but the results were always the same. There were no records of anyone by the name of Miyabi. In the kingdom of Fortia, almost every professional endeavor was governed by a guild. And at the age of 12, everyone began their apprenticeship. Most people registered with one of the three major guilds, either the merchants, adventurers, or production guilds. The guildmaster had thoroughly checked the registration records from all three but found nothing. And if you weren't registered with a guild, your options were few. You'd either have to be born into wealth, inherit a career from your family, or come from outside the kingdom. As he pondered the Duke's recent words, he couldn't help but wonder if Miyabi might be a spy. Meanwhile, back on the road, Liz was reflecting on the offer Dart had made to her. Her expression was troubled, and it didn't go unnoticed by Miyabi. When he asked why she had wandered off, she said she just needed some time to think. Miyabi, concerned, pointed out that she might not have chosen the best spot for a break, considering the tunnel they had built was just around the corner. Liz replied that slimes, which preferred much more humid environments, were unlikely to come out into the open on such a sunny day. The conversation fell into an awkward silence until Miyabi asked if something was bothering her. Liz was surprised he could tell just from her face, but Miyabi remarked that it was pretty obvious. She hesitated, unsure if he really wanted to hear about it, but Miyabi assured her that he wasn't trying to force her to talk if she didn't want to. He was about to leave when Liz grabbed his shirt and told him it concerned him too, so he needed to listen. Once they had settled, Liz confessed that she had been invited to join the Red Cliff party. Miyabi was taken aback and immediately asked what she had said in response. She explained that she told them she needed time to think about it. Redcliffe had first approached her when she had just become an adventurer, but she had turned them down at the time. She was only 10 years old then, and she felt like she would have been more of a hindrance to their rank evaluation than anything else. More than that, she had wanted to carve out her own path and find her independence. Even now, she didn't feel like she was good enough for them. But on the other hand, she realized that if she passed up this opportunity again, she might miss her one shot at reaching A rank. She was truly torn about what to do. To complicate things further, they had also extended the invitation to Miyabi. Although Miyabi was only a D-rank adventurer, he had the skills to keep up with A-rankers, making the offer an excellent opportunity for both money and prestige. Liz then asked him outright what the right choice was. Miyabi thought about it for a moment before responding that he didn't mind either way. He could create things wherever he was, and the rankings and money didn't matter to him. Liz, somewhat flustered, realized that she was the only one who seemed to care about those things, but Miyabi quickly reassured her that he wasn't judging her for it. He reminded her of what he had said before they left town, that he just wanted her to enjoy adventuring comfortably. As long as she was happy, he would be too, no matter the circumstances. However, he warned that no matter what choice she made, she would likely have some regrets. Tough times would make her question whether a different path would have led to a better outcome. Still, Miyabi felt his only real regret was lingering too long in the past. What kept him moving forward was knowing that his future was the result of his own choices. In the end, whatever decision Liz made, he would follow her without any regrets. Liz chuckled, teasing Miyabi that for a moment he sounded like her father. Then, more seriously, she thanked him and said she'd continue to think it over. Later, when they returned to their base, Miyabi noticed Alicia cleaning the dishes. He tried to stop her, but Alicia insisted that cleaning was part of her duties. Miyabi wanted to ensure everything was packed up, noting that if any leftover food was left exposed, it could attract dangerous animals or monsters. As if on cue, a group of unexpected visitors appeared, startling everyone. Fortunately, they didn't seem threatening. An old man stepped forward, apologizing for the scare and introducing himself as Dominic, the ringleader of a traveling performance troupe called Brandel's Menagerie. Dominic explained that they had been drawn in by the delicious smell of food and had stumbled upon what they assumed was an outdoor restaurant in the mountains. He speculated that Miyabi and the others must be bodyguards for some wealthy noble. Darda introduced himself, which took Dominic by surprise as he was a fan of Redcliffe and particularly appreciated their work during the monster stampede. Overcome with excitement, Dominic nearly fell, but Dart caught him in time, asking if he was all right. Dominic, still giddy, assured him that it was just the emotions getting the better of him. Dominic explained that his troupe was traveling from Talg territory and had a performance scheduled in Angelum. However, they had been delayed by heavy rains which had damaged their supplies. Their food had spoiled, and they had gone 4 days without eating. Desperate, they asked if the group could spare any provisions. Their destination was a village at the base of Dragon Valley, where they hoped to resupply. Dart informed them that Dragon Valley was currently closed to all travelers because of the breeding season for the local wildlife. He advised them to take a detour, which would add 4 or 5 days to their journey at best. When Dart returned to the table, Liz offered to escort the performers back along the route they had taken, but Dart quickly refused. He explained that even he didn't have the perceptive skills to monitor that many people at once, and their current mission took priority. Laura asked how much food they had in storage. After calculating what they'd need for their escort mission, they had about a week's worth of extra supplies. But with over 20 people in the troupe, it wouldn't be enough. Miyabi, estimating based on an expanded storage skill, suggested they give them everything, although the food would spoil without the proper storage. He then remembered that they still had some black orc jerky, but it wouldn't be sufficient either. Darda asked Miyabi to unpack the large bags they had brought with them. Inside, they found wheels of cheese and nuts, which Dart offered to share with the performers. Chiffon, who had been quiet, suddenly requested that Dart patrol the area while the troupe rested. As the group ate, Miyabi realized that Dart had packed extra supplies just in case Miyabi couldn't keep up with the rest of them. This led Miyabi to reflect more positively on the idea of joining Red Cliff. He recognized that for Liz, joining the guild was her dream and would put her on the fast track to A rank. Plus, it would be a lot of fun to travel with her. The performers, deeply grateful, left after expressing their thanks repeatedly. As they departed, Miyabi thought to himself that he never wanted to see Liz look sad again. That evening, Tyson approached Dart, asking if he had extended invitations to both Liz and Miyabi. Tyson thought they had agreed to wait until the mission was completed. Dart admitted that Miyabi had forced his hand a little, though he noted that despite being an awkward kid, Miyabi was valuable, even as a support class. Laura added that they needed Liz too, pointing out that while she had signed up as the rear guard, it got lonely back there. Miyabi had proven himself to be impressive, and from Dart's perspective as a party leader with experience serving noble houses, there was no doubt that both Miyabi and Liz were perfect fits for Red Cliff. However, after spending time with them, Tyson had a change of heart. He wasn't so sure anymore that joining Red Cliff was what was best for Liz. Dart asked what was going on. Tyson responded that 8 years ago they took Rise away from Liz, so at the very least, what they wanted for her was a life full of joy from there on out. They would do anything to give her that. They swore about this in the past. He asked if they had been watching Liz closely, which they did. He said that all this time he thought joining Red Cliff was something Liz wanted, but when it was just the three of them and Liz, she didn't smile. They tried to object to this, but when Tyson asked them if they had seen her smile his whole trip, they stopped and thought about it. Dart thought about every moment with her and realized that he didn't notice what kind of expression she was making. The thought of Liz not being happy made him very sad, and he couldn't get any sleep just thinking about this. The next day, he tried to convince himself that Tyson just worried too much. He then saw Liz smiling at Miyabi and thought he had proven Tyson wrong, but when Liz saw him, her smile disappeared, and she asked what he was doing this early. In the next scene, Dart tries to focus on the mission. They were still in excellent condition and only another 20 kilometers to the next rest stop. He then asked Miyabi what he was doing. Miyabi made himself a coat since it was getting chilly. He then asked to take a break soon. When they did, Miyabi brought fleece-lined cushions. He noticed that Chiffon was freezing since they got into the mountains. He noticed that Mel was staring at him from the carriage window and got startled. Dart overheard his noise and looked back at them. He saw Liz bursting into laughter while she was with Miyabi. Tyson also pointed out that she was smiling quite brightly. Dart wanted to prove that he could warm people too and gave his scarf to Liz, but this didn't seem to make her happy. Liz scolded him for not giving it to Laura because she was barely wearing anything. Liz even said that she would take it as a personal kindness if they could tone down the antics. Dart tried to convince himself that it was just a coincidence because he remembered her as a bright, cheery girl. When they continued their way, it started to snow. They had to stop, and Miyabi wanted them to give him a moment to set up, but Dart told him that they could still make progress. It looked like it would keep snowing through the night, and it was better to move now while they didn't have to dig their way out. If they could keep going for 3 hours or so, they would be on the far side of the cliff by the capital, and it looked like the snow hadn't hit as badly down there. For the sake of both their safety and making timely progress, he suggested moving, but Liz stopped him. She said that it would be best if they stopped here for the night. Trying to run in this cold would sap their strength faster, and footing and visibility were poor, and it would be dark soon, so they would have monsters content with too. It was dangerous to continue. Dart hated last-minute changes to the plan, so he told her that it would take them twice as long to cover the same distance if they waited. He knew he should back off, but he didn't. Liz told him that she took no issue with his logic, but they had got Miyabi. On day 12, Liz reminded Dart that Miyabi could tunnel through solid rock, so a snowbank would not be an issue. With the snow removed, they could proceed just fine on a flat road. They would still need him to clear the way out front so they can't keep up a running pace, but they should still make it to the capital side before the end of the day. Liz then asked if she made the right call this time. Dart confirmed her and told them that they could make progress and conserve their strength all at once with this decision. He said that she made what was objectively the best decision, and for the first time Liz laughed at Dart and she seemed genuinely happy. Dart wondered if it was because he praised her, or if it was because she wanted recognition. When they stayed alone, Dart wanted to talk to Tyson and Laura. Rise was the heart and soul of Red Cliff. He was a lone wolf type, Laura ran with a rough crowd, and Tyson was a late bloomer. Rise was the one who brought them together, and then he was gone, and Liz was all he left behind. He thought he had been an idiot because all this time he wanted to see her smile, and even while looking at her, he somehow didn't realize it. He wanted to sit down together with his friends and figure out how to love her the right way. In the next scene, Mel asks for her second plate of food, proving she loved the Black Orc BBQ brisket sub. Liz mentioned that it was because Beastman had more muscle mass to sustain. She burns through calories much faster, so she needs to eat faster. After they spoke, Miyabi thought Tyson brought it up with the others. He didn't know what he said, but whatever it was, Dart seemed to have mellowed out a bit after that day with the snow. The road had been long and strenuous, but at last the end was in sight and they saw the royal capital on the 14th day of their mission. Later that day, Liz was upset because she didn't know what to do. Miyabi was with her and asked if she still hadn't decided about the thing with the Red Cliff. Liz said she was stressed about that too, but the Duke was also about proving her usefulness. So he says, but ultimately Miyabi thought usefulness was subjective and it was up to him anyway. Overall, he thought they all did pretty well. Liz said she sent the whole trip without contributing anything useful and started glaring at Miyabi asking what his deal was. Miyabi responded that he had been here the whole time and she had contributed plenty. They only made it here on time because of her idea. Liz responded that it was the idea he would figure out 5 minutes later anyway. He then mentioned her idea to dig through the mountains and save lots of time, but she then said it got them attacked by the slimes. Miyabi had enough of her and told her to accept the damn compliment already. She said Lady Chiffon told her the same thing. Miyabi couldn't believe she was constantly negging herself into oblivion and wondered if her thought process had always been like that. Come to think of it, in hindsight, he felt like there were a handful of red flags about her sentences about herself. Suddenly, Liz asked if it was wrong to have dreams. Lady Chiffon said as much, that if she only focused on her faults, wanting to be perfect could be poison. But it wasn't like that for Liz. She just wanted to hold herself to a high standard and started to question if that was a bad thing. Miyabi's simple response was enough as an answer. He said that if he had to nail down what concerned him the most, it was how earnestly she approached everything. He told her to hear him out without arguing about it. He said that she was way too hard on herself. Since she looked surprised, he decided to try something. He asked her to say something that she was good at. She responded that she was good at studying, but then said that just liking studying didn't mean she was good at it. Miyabi stopped her and said she was doing the thing again. He put on his glasses and started teaching her about self-esteem. He told her to prepare herself for something else. She nervously responded that she couldn't think of anything. He told her to not be scared of anything because love was an irreplaceable power that could move mountains. He then whispered to her that he knew a trustworthy guy and brought her to that man to look at her hand. The man told her that she was just beginning along the road to self-discovery, but still he could tell she always carefully observed her surroundings and planned accordingly. Miyabi then made her say with her whole chest that she loves to study. After all that lesson, Liz still thought this was very embarrassing. The next day, Chiffon mentioned that she had a lot of fun last night. Liz was puzzled, so she said that it was all quite audible from their bedroom, including the Isekai'd. But whatever the reason, Chiffon noticed that Liz looked much happier. On day 15, they arrived in the royal capital. 2 weeks have elapsed since they departed Angoulême, and through it all they arrived safely. And it was thanks to all their tireless efforts. Chiffon thanked everyone for their hard work on this escort mission. When she finished her speech, Alicia informed her that her chambers were ready if she would like to rest. She then noticed that Chiffon wasn't moving. Meanwhile, Redcliffe stopped Liz, and Dart wanted to hear her answer now. He asked her once again if she would join their party. Liz stated that she had been giving it a lot of thought these last few days and trying to figure out what she wanted and how she wanted to live her life. She told Laura that she taught her how to fight like her father, and she could never thank her enough for that. She would never imagine that she could do something like that. When they cast that advanced spell together, she admitted that she was pretty happy. But then the image stuck in her mind. She was standing next to her, taking her father's place. And she didn't think she could stomach an image like that. She knew she was being childish and stubborn, but she wasn't her father's stand-in. She decided to find her path forward. With her skill and her magic, she was planning to make them proud of her. She then held Miyabi's hand and stated that they would not be joining Redcliffe. Miyabi got panicked and told her that she was giving them more weird ideas like this. Dart and the others seemed fine with Liz's decision because they kind of figured before. They said that they could handle submitting the report to the Adventurers Guild and started walking away like it was nothing. Dart also told them to not worry about exaggerating the details or anything, because he was sure they would be comparing it to Lady Chiffon's report. As for their ability to handle Noble's requests, at the end of the day, that decision lies with Duke Beldini. Liz asked if he was not going to try to argue her down, but he didn't see any need for that because Miyabi and Liz had a wonderful party. Laura couldn't stop herself from mentioning that they were still in the market for a Vanguard member in case she changed her mind. They said goodbye and started to walk away. Liz got over her shock, and with teary eyes, she said goodbye too. Chiffon approached them when Redcliffe left and told her that she alone had not made Redcliffe's acquaintance before this, so this was a change of pace. She commented that being a parent seemed complicated and giggled. She then asked if they were going to head back to Angoulême right away, and Liz responded that they would be in town a bit longer since it was a great chance to look around. They didn't get many opportunities to swing through the capital, so they may as well make the most of it. Chiffon wanted to impose upon them for a little favor. Meanwhile, the guildmaster informed Duke Beldini that the effort to track down any trace of adventurer Miyabi had ended in resounding failure. He said that he pulled all possible government records and conducted interviews with his known associates. Before he arrived in this city, there was no evidence of his existence at all. Beldini wanted to hear his thoughts on the matter. The guildmaster stated that it was exceedingly rare for crafters to register with the Adventurers Guild, and the vast majority went to the Production Guild instead. If he was simply filling a niche brought on by a lack of support classes, that wouldn't be an issue. But his identity was a complete unknown, and he participated in the renovation of the Lord's residence without authorization. The evidence was circumstantial at best, but when laid out like this, in the worst-case scenario, he may be a foreign spy. As a response to his serious comment on the situation, Duke Beldini decided to laugh and make fun of him. He said that his textbook answer lacked a valuable perspective. He didn't factor in Master Weiss. If the objective were to sneak into a duke's home to the sky, using such a prominent figure as Master Weiss to do it, made no sense because that man values earnestness and hard work above all. Anyone approaching him with ulterior motives would be shown the door. Only those with a true passion for crafting meet his standards. When he first spoke of Miyabi to him, he had only glowing words to say and there was no hint of reservation in his tone. For that matter, if the aim was to collect information about a duke's residence, identifying oneself as a crafter was counterproductive. Georgi was far from the only high-ranking executive to think poorly of the crafting class, and the bias was worse in aristocratic circles. So long as a man means him no harm, he wouldn't turn him away. Progress cannot be made without taking a few risks because it would be a waste otherwise. What he wanted to know most about Miyabi was where he obtained that power, and he had little care for the rest. The guildmaster was shocked that his request for information was purely to identify the source of his abilities and nothing else mattered to him. The guildmaster put her very best foot forward but realized that Liz was just a means to an end for the Duke. He then asked if he found the answers he was after. Beldini responded that he didn't, but that didn't matter because his next move had already been arranged. In the next scene, Chiffon tells Alicia to retrieve her journal from her luggage as she wants to write an entry in it. Alicia said they had only just arrived after a long journey and suggested resting, but since it was just a bit of writing, it would be fine. Alicia still reminded her to rest because her errands may be too much too soon, and she didn't need to feel pressured into going if she was not up to it. Chiffon responded that not all of them could have the stamina of an adventurer. She then asked if she was worried Liz would be displeased. Alicia responded that she was a professional and her personal feelings did not come into it. Her only concern was for her health and well-being. Chiffon was aware of this and she knew she would be sure to rest properly, and Alicia was welcome to join them tomorrow if she wished. Alicia left the room as Chiffon wanted to write in her journal now. No matter how much she worried, she couldn't defy a direct order because, in the end, a maid was a maid. While she was walking down the hall, she saw her brother and assured her brother that she was unharmed. Back to Liz and Miyabi, Liz was telling him that they didn't get to say goodbye to Mel. Miyabi responded that she snuck off while they were talking. Liz wanted to apologize for how much trouble she caused her but didn't get the chance to do that. Miyabi even stuck her with the night shift. The same goes for him too. He wanted to at least thank her for how much she helped him. When Liz said she was hoping they could celebrate together, Miyabi realized that the request was over, but they didn't get a wrap party. He had an idea and was about to process it right away, but Liz stopped him. She was embarrassed that he was planning to call them back now after her crying moment. He did plan to do that, but of course Liz didn't let him. He then asked if they could find Mel at least. Liz had an idea and decided to make a simple lure to suffice. Miyabi didn't believe there was any way that this would work, but it was an instant success. And with that, Mel, Liz, and Miyabi started drinking to celebrate their completed escort mission. Seeing all the food on the table, Mel needed to ask if all was fair game. When Miyabi told her to grab what she liked, she took their portions of food too. Miyabi then whispered to her, asking if she was sure it was wise to keep all that to herself, because the feast had hardly begun. While Miyabi was impressing Mel, Liz could only wonder why he was making a face like an evil mastermind monologuing. While eating her food, Mel noticed that the place was really cute. Miyabi explained that they wanted to pick a place she would like. She wondered the reason for that, and Liz responded that they put her through a lot, and she had to put up with the thing between her and Red Cliff, and they wanted to thank her for all her help. She said that she understood that part, and she didn't hate it. Liz mentioned that she had liked cute stuff for as long as she had known her. Mel claimed that she picked it because she also liked it too, but Liz refused and said she grew out of that ages ago. Miyabi laughed at their cute discussion and said the two of them seemed to go back a ways. Liz and Mel met outside Weiss's smithy. It took her by surprise to see a kid even smaller than her requesting a knife in the house. Liz was told no freebies, so she ended up selling that knife. Miyabi figured that she must have been through a lot, but Mel told him that he got the wrong idea. Being kicked out of her family was a usual thing for them. He then asked if they could say they were childhood friends, but Liz explained that even after they both became adventurers, they never really hung out and she ranked above her pretty quickly too. Mel gets invited by nobles and aristocrats these days. Meanwhile, they get assigned jobs procedurally. Miyabi excitedly asked if swordsmen on Mel's level could do that kind of thing, but Mel was a unique case. Red Cliff got hired through the guild too, even though they were famous. Suddenly he recalled what Laura told them about finding themselves a vanguard, and it hit them that Mel was a vanguard. They both reacted the same when they realized this and asked if she was committed to any party now. When she said no, Miyabi held her hand and asked her if she would like to stick with them. Mel looked at their eager faces and asked if they would feed her if she joined. When she confirmed that they would feed him and they would take requests together in the same cottage as before, she told them that she didn't hate them. But where she slept, where she played, and where she fought, she was going to decide that. She wanted to live freely and would die freely. Those were the terms she chose for her own existence, and she was sure it wouldn't work for them. Miyabi was surprised at first, but he told her that he totally understood, and he just got ahead of herself thinking how great it would be if she wanted to come with them. This made her remember the memories of her old party members and smile at them. After their lunch was over, Liz and Miyabi left there to meet up with Chiffon, but then realized that Mel was following them. When he said he thought she was going back home, Mel responded that she would go home when she felt like it. Chiffon was very surprised that Mel came along with them as well. Miyabi didn't seem to be so sure about how comfortable Chiffon would be, but she didn't see any problem with it. Sightseeing was so much more fun with a lovely tour group. After settling that too, Chiffon revealed that for today's sightseeing outing, she said the more, the merrier. Liz and Miyabi seemed shocked because they couldn't really figure out how a sightseeing trip qualified as errands. Chiffon mentioned that this was all thanks to Liz, so she wanted to show her gratitude. Liz seemed puzzled, so she reminded her how much she did for her sake during their travels. Besides, she had always wanted to tour the city but never had the free time, so it was like a win-win situation. When she said it like that, they couldn't argue. The first place they visited was Liz and Miyabi. The place was the Holy Parastella Church. While walking inside, Chiffon explained to them that this was the place of worship of the mother of all gods in the Fortia Kingdom. She assumed that this was the one place they simply must visit if they come to the capital. Miyabi was so shocked and amazed by the church that he acted very weird around them, so Liz had to warn him. Miyabi then noticed people doing something, so he asked Liz. She responded that it was a class appraisal. He didn't know what an appraisal meant, so Chiffon asked if he knew that classes could be subdivided beyond combat and production groups. Which type he belongs to could be distinguished by skills such as inventory where applicable. From that point forward, the branches further split into more detailed descriptions. These were more difficult to identify. This necessitates the use of a special magical ore, and the natural magic in the stone reacts with each person to appraise their respective class. So it was a litmus paper situation. Liz mentioned that she didn't really need all that. Class-based magic was passed down from parent to child. The child of a swordsman would become a swordsman, and the child of a wizard would become a wizard. Any deviation from that was incredibly rare. Once you're old enough to retain memories, you gain skills naturally, and once you get a skill, you automatically understand how to use it. To be prepared, parents try to get appraisals done at an early age. It ends up being a question of whose lineage would dominate. In addition to that, it was also popular with tourists who just wanted a piece of paper with the church seal of authenticity on it as a souvenir. Liz didn't know this information and wondered if she was some kind of uncultured country hick. Miyabi wouldn't mind having a cool piece of paper too, but Liz stopped him from wasting his money. Chiffon stopped their argument and offered to pay for him as a little gift from her. She recalled what her father told her and then asked Miyabi if he would really be okay with being the only one without a class appraisal. Before the class appraisal took place, the church was illuminated by a brilliant light radiating from the infant undergoing the ceremony. The senior priest remarked that the crimson glow signified a promising swordsman, and that the path ahead would undoubtedly lead to a bright and prosperous future. A younger priest commented that witnessing such immense power in a newborn was a rarity. When Miyabi noted that the child's parents seemed quite pleased, the younger priest explained that possessing such potent magical abilities, especially in the hands of someone destined for a combat class, ensured a life of guaranteed success and fulfillment. And after that, it was time for Miyabi and Liz's class appraisal. A class was a gift bestowed upon him by the 12 goddesses on high. After praying that their mark upon Liz is her guide, they instructed her to place her hand on the stone. While Liz was thinking about how she couldn't manage half the width of a literal infant, the priest told her that the mysterious purple shade was the mark of a magician. But come to think of it, Liz started to wonder how much magical power Miyabi had. She was about to learn the answer in a minute. While Miyabi was putting his hand on the stone, Liz assumed that he should have a lot of magic. The light was so intense that everyone near the church was momentarily blinded. As Miyabi and the others tried to make sense of what had just occurred, the priest began to panic, exclaiming that there had never been a magical reading of this magnitude before. They asked him about the class designation, but the light was too overwhelming for anyone to see clearly. Determined to find out, they decided to have Miyabi place his hand on the reading stone once more. This time, they were prepared, and the priest managed to glimpse the class. To everyone's surprise, Miyabi was assigned as a crafter, something they saw as a disappointing waste of such powerful magical potential. The younger priest, sensing the group's disappointment, tried to reassure them that no class was inherently bad. After instructing them to collect their appraisal certificate downstairs, they gave their blessings, and the group left. Miyabi was far from pleased with the result. But what surprised him even more was that Liz seemed even more upset than he was. When he tried to say something, Liz responded by punching him. Chiffon, attempting to lighten the mood, asked Mel if she wanted an appraisal as well, but Mel declined. Meanwhile, Alicia's mind was elsewhere, fixated on the strange light they had witnessed earlier. Ever since the beginning of their journey, something had felt off about him, and she began to wonder if that unusual light was the reason why Chiffon had wanted to join them today. As the group walked away, the priest, watching them from the church steps, remarked that when the House of Beldini had sent a messenger ahead of their arrival, he had sensed that something unusual was about to happen. However, even with his 50 years of experience conducting appraisals, never had he encountered a magical presence of this magnitude, not even in newborns from the royal family. The younger priest, still in awe of what they had just witnessed, asked what the elder thought would happen next. The older priest, usually filled with wisdom and certainty, found himself at a rare loss for words. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice carrying an unusual hesitation. "This is beyond anything I've ever seen." Meanwhile, Miyabi was watching the sea while thinking about the appraisal. Desensitized as he was to weird stuff by now, that still came as a shock. He enjoyed being able to make whatever he could imagine. He puts a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into grinding this game, and he would like to think he got pretty good at it. It was nice to have all his hard work recognized. While he was lost in his thoughts, Liz came and commented about how beautiful the ocean was. It was her first time seeing the ocean, and she asked when he saw it for the first time. Miyabi responded that he had seen it when he was a kid and then wondered if this was a rare, capital-specific experience. He decided that it was best to change the subject, but was still uncomfortable about lying to Liz. Liz said that 8 years ago, a monster stampede destroyed all this, and yet people were so happy. Chiffon came too and asked if she was expecting the city's scars to show. The capital was a long way from Angoulême, but they received reports of the extent of the damage, so Liz was curious. Chiffon explained that it would have been far worse without the magical shielding. Court mages, the very essence of wisdom and power, served directly under the royal family. They could use advanced magic to defend a wide area, spreading throughout the capital city to the port and beyond. Unfortunately, the worst damage was suffered by all those just outside the outer wall beyond the Great Bridge. Downtown was originally trying to expand, but after all this time, even after rebuilding, she had heard there had been no progress. While she was saying that once you leave the main road, the surrounding areas are all slums with poor security and they need to be careful if they go there, Miyabi was asking Liz if the outer wall was where he built their campsite yesterday. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a woman yelling and scolding a woman for opening a shop. She was telling the poor woman that this was the prestigious Race Patra marketplace, and even servants from the nobles' residences shop there, and they only sell products fit for such nobility. And her problem was to see the poor woman selling her products. The woman defended herself by saying that she paid good money for this space, the same as her. Miyabi felt unsafe even in the capital. Liz couldn't stop herself and ordered the man to unhand the poor woman. The one who yelled asked her who she was. Liz told her that she would give her one more chance to let her go, and explained that a rational discussion between adults does not need to involve violence, but the woman didn't even understand what she meant and thought she was threatening her. Miyabi started to freak out, but Chiffon was calm and asked for Alicia. Right before the big guy hit Liz, Alicia turned into a Wonder Woman and saved Liz, also defeating a man who was a lot bigger than an average human. Chiffon calmly explained that Alicia was actually her personal knight. As the mean woman was questioning what was going on, she heard Chiffon complimenting the woman's vegetables. When she turned and saw her elegance, poise, and genteel voice, she was sure she was the daughter of a high-ranking nobleman. Wondering what she was doing in a place like this, the woman started talking badly about the other woman's vegetable prices. Chiffon calmly responded that, in her humble opinion, as opposed to this nearby display treating food like decor, she greatly preferred her display and she had quite the refined eye for these things. The guardians came eventually and took the woman in. Liz thanked Alicia for saving her back there. While she was saying that she had no idea how strong she was, Alicia responded firmly that she didn't interfere for her sake. The poor woman thanked Liz for jumping in to defend her. She then asked Chiffon if she was sure about buying her goods because, for a noble's table, she admitted her wares didn't look the part. Chiffon responded that she had 2 reasons for her decision. It was true that she had an interest in the proceedings, but this carrot, when compared to its mundane counterpart, had a unique scent to it. The woman was so happy that Chiffon noticed it. She explained that the village where she lived was about halfway up the mountain range, and what grows there may not be the prettiest, but they all have a special sweet taste. Miyabi figured that they were snow carrots. He said that he happened to notice that carrots grow under thick snow, have more sugar, so this might be the same thing. They were confused because it had only been raining non-stop. He responded that the mountains have been buried in snow since autumn. Chiffon wondered if it was possible to grow a similar crop in Angoulême's climate. Unfortunately, Miyabi had no farming experience, so he had no idea. The woman heard them saying Angelum and responded that her daughter moved to Angelum to start her apprenticeship there. It was a nice coincidence that they met them all there. Miyabi was sure that she was doing fine in Angelum. After buying the carrots, Miyabi asked Chiffon if she was sure it wasn't a problem. Chiffon responded that she did appear to have overindulged and this may be a bit much even for their chefs. She suddenly had an idea and said she knew where to send these. It was a place with lots of people who needed lots of vegetables, and it was even on the way home. Miyabi and Liz were afraid that she was talking about the royal palace. When they entered the royal palace, a boy noticed them coming inside. In the next scene, Chiffon is thinking about Alicia. For all that she played the part of the pricky maid well, that warm, charming heart of hers had always been easy to read for Chiffon. When she was writing in her diary, she recalled what her father said to her. He told her that Miyabi was far too skilled for a simple crafter. He wanted her to confirm for him that crafter was truly his class and not something more. She did notice her father being much more cautious than usual. She thought about writing something else too, but decided to leave it at that for now. Most of what she knew, she learned from her father, but some things couldn't be taught. Ultimately, she was herself and no one else. And her father and she were different people. When she made a move on his behalf, it was also because she wanted it. When they entered the royal palace, a soldier stopped them and explained that even though they were grateful to accept her offering to produce, one of his ladies standing to carry it to the kitchen herself posed a problem for them. Liz said that he was right, but it would be difficult to foist it off on a regular servant because the quantity might be a bit much. While they were talking, the boy who was watching them came and he seemed so happy to see Chiffon. When he was about to jump on Chiffon to hug, she took a step aside and made him fall. Miyabi and Liz were so confused because they were in the royal castle and this dude was acting really chummy with a duke's daughter. Chiffon eventually introduced the boy and his name was Cress Fortia, and he was Chiffon's fiancé and the third prince of the country, Fortia. They were shocked, and when they got over this shock, they went inside. Miyabi figured after working in the duke's mansion he would be used to fancy digs by now, but he was still amazed by everything. Putting that aside, he was interested in Cress and Chiffon's relationship. Cress apologized to Chiffon because if he had known she was coming, she would have had sweets from her favorite patisserie prepared. Seeing their lovey-dovey conversation, Miyabi had no idea how he was supposed to react to whatever this was. Liz interrupted their conversation and asked if they were sure it was okay for them to be here while sweating like a fountain. Cress apologized for neglecting his guest and asked Chiffon if she could introduce them. She introduced Liz, Miyabi, and Mel and explained that they escorted her safely here from Angelum. Cress found them incredible and they looked to be about Chiffon's age. He then wondered what they discussed with the guard earlier. Miyabi responded nervously that they brought some carrots as gifts. But when they all tried to head to the kitchens, folks got mad at them. Chiffon found it a waste of manpower when it weighed nothing inside Miyabi's inventory. Cress asked if Miyabi was some form of production worker, but then remembered that he was an adventurer, so he assumed he must be a combat class. Miyabi responded that he was a craftsman, so he was relegated to support roles. Cress was surprised and revealed that he was a crafter too. Miyabi was very surprised that the prince was a crafter. Chiffon giggled and asked why it should come as a surprise that there were crafters even among royalty. They asked what she meant and she responded that she just figured it was too delicate a subject to get brought up like this. But Chiffon and Cress were okay with that. Liz asked if it came up when they were talking at the cathedral. She responded that magical affinity was passed down in families, so there shouldn't be any surprises between the classes of parents and their children. Miyabi did remember her saying something like that too. Chiffon stated that what it means to be a noble is that in times of national crisis one must stand at the helm to prevent the spilling of blood. Those were the words left behind by their first king and founder. Combat classes were overwhelmingly favored by those noble houses that sought to uphold that philosophy. Be it a swordsman or a magician, a class cannot be changed or altered, so she can't fault them for being surprised. Miyabi realized that if all that was true, then how did the prince end up in a crafting class? He wasn't sure he even wanted to think about it. He even started to think about the possibility of them being killed because they knew too much, but Cress was not someone like that. He said that he had made no special effort to hide it, though he wasn't trumpeting it from the rooftops either. While his hand was trembling, he mentioned that Miyabi and Liz would know how it goes in the noble society. Chiffon asked Miyabi if he still had that cushion he made for her back in the mountains. Miyabi quickly took out the cushion and Chiffon showed it to Cress. Cress was amazed by the fabric quality and how it was so warm. Miyabi bragged that he slapped some fire enchantments on that bad boy. He was amazed by a crafter's abilities. Chiffon immediately asked if he would like to make things like this just like Miyabi. Cress responded that while it was certainly true his skills were amazing, he had never used his own skills even once and he didn't think someone like him could hope to be like Miyabi. But Chiffon stopped him and told him that she wanted him to promise her right now that he would stop being cruel to himself. Seeing her serious face, Cress apologized and promised. Miyabi once again realized that the world wasn't kind towards those in the crafting class, but that was actually getting it backward because crafting wasn't about value. It was about having fun, and anyone could do it if they tried. Miyabi kindly suggested starting small and trying to make a gift for Chiffon. He only recently found this out himself, but crafting was the most fun when making something for someone you knew well, and that's why he suggested he try making something for his fiancée. He reminded him that he said before that he wanted to make her happy. Cress took a look at Chiffon and decided to make a small lap blanket. The last time they went on a picnic, he noticed that her legs got cold. Now that they decided what to make too, Miyabi wanted to get started right away. 1 hour later, Miyabi witnessed Cress's crafting skill level. No matter how hard he tried, the blanket kept falling apart. Cress was shocked by how high the quality of Miyabi's blanket was. The blanket had the shine and feel of the finest of royal linens, and he didn't even want to get started on the intricacies of the embroidery. Miyabi felt like he should apologize for something because of his reaction. He thought it may be just a matter of leveling up the base skill, but even at level 1 it was weird to end up with a shapeless lump. Miyabi didn't have enough data to pinpoint a root cause, so he asked what handicrafts he was good with. Unfortunately, Cress didn't even know what handicraft meant. Miyabi started over and explained that there were 3 skills unique to the crafting class: crafting skills, handicrafts, and cooking skills. He told him to keep in mind that raising his skill levels required a lot of practice. He started to try raising his handicraft skills today. 1 hour later, Cress unpleasantly asked Miyabi if handicrafts were supposed to be this difficult. His blanket had lots of missed stitches. He could pour magic into the threads with no issue, but he had no idea how he was supposed to visualize each stitch and then add magic into the equation. He felt like his brain was going to explode. Miyabi tried to calm him down by saying that they could add in the missing stitches by hand and it would be fine, but he stopped when he saw Cress crying. Cress said that he could never give trash like this to Chiffon. While he was crying, Chiffon came and held his hand and told him to be a little gentler with his precious blanket. She said that she had never said she wanted things so high a quality they could be sold to royalty. She didn't care how many holes it had, and what she wanted was the thought and care he put into it. What she wanted was the very first thing he made by himself. Cress couldn't stop himself from sobbing because of her beautiful and comforting words. At the end of the day, Cress made a proper lap blanket for Chiffon and gave it to Chiffon. When Miyabi was about to return to his room, Cress apologized for letting him see him at his worst. But in the end, he still had fun. He then asked if they could meet up again tomorrow because he wanted to learn more about crafting. Miyabi was more than happy to help him and was delighted he was starting to get into it. Cress didn't want him to be so formal and requested him to call him by his name. Meanwhile, Alicia was watching Chiffon chat with the others. A moment where Chiffon could shed her societal burdens as the daughter of a duke and spend her precious time with the people she loved. Alicia liked it better like this. She couldn't believe it when she heard they would be granted access to the royal place. The prince was the bright center of Chiffon's heart, and she was glad she had a wonderful little break. In the end, she was glad that they brought those adventurers along. Now that the day had come to a close, they were unlikely to ever meet again. Chiffon thanked everyone for coming along with her today and apologized for getting carried away and taking up more time than anticipated. She asked where they should drop them off for the night, and they said they were talking about finding a hotel at some point. Chiffon panicked at first, but then had an idea. She asked them to come with them if they had no prior arrangements. But even Alicia was shocked hearing this offer. While Chiffon was telling how it made sense to do that, Liz questioned why she would go this far for a couple of adventurers. With that, Chiffon seriously asked them to come with her to the Royal Academy. Alicia could only wonder what possessed her to do that. In the next scene, their report was delivered to the Adventurers Guild. When Eleanor went outside, she saw the guildmaster smoking. He said that he just needed a change of pace. She wondered if that was just the stress of a high-profile job for the nobility. He had been acting strangely ever since he asked her to look into Miyabi. The guildmaster noticed Eleanor's look on her face and asked what it was. She said that she had the full mission report. She told him that there was no mistake and said she would send it out to the Duke's estate, but he stopped her and grabbed the report, saying that he would handle it in person. Eleanor responded that it was the first time she saw the chief delivering a simple report himself, but he didn't say anything back. Eleanor told him that if he was that bored, he could spare time for them to share a meal. Back at the Royal Academy, Chiffon showed Miyabi and Liz where they would sleep. Since they were going to launder their traveling garments, they gave them humble offerings for dinner. Everyone was nervous to be in the Royal Academy while Chiffon was just happy. She then asked Liz if they could go over magical fine control after dinner. Alicia took a deep breath and started having a meltdown in her room because she was still having to bow and escape like they were honored guests. She was okay with the B rank and Miyabi, but she was jealous of Liz. The fact that she got the leadership role with no qualifications based solely on nepotism made her furious. Her anger level increased the more she thought about what Liz had been doing and concluded that she was unqualified to be an adventurer. And she was also mad that she got dismissed by Chiffon. On the other hand, Mel knocked on Miyabi's door. She said that they were all alone in their rooms. Miyabi thought she got bored and went hunting for a playmate, but she said no. She took out her Kirigawa Taru'u and asked him to make his clothes because he was naked. Miyabi was happy to help but wondered why she asked this all of a sudden. She responded that she saw the dressed puppies in Chiffon's room. Miyabi started drawing some samples and Mel chose the best one. After that, he created the clothes and put it on the plushie. When he was getting ready to sleep, Mel asked if he could make more clothes. He showed her the skill screen and explained that for clothes and plushies, there weren't any good pre-made recipes. Craft skills might look endlessly versatile, but there were hard limits on what he could do. Without a recipe, he can't auto-craft anything. And even if they had got the recipe, if his crafting skill level wasn't high enough, it fails. While putting her to sleep, he explained that when he crafts something by hand, it automatically gets registered as a recipe, so if it was the same thing, he could make it as many times as he wanted. Mel fell asleep quickly after his explanation, but he continued to think about his skill. He ported his recipe library and skill level over from Dreamworld, and hit the level cap ages ago. But the real problem was that there just weren't enough of them. The more he thought about it, he started to notice that the barrier to entry for the crafting class was too unbalanced. Because Cress was so unskilled in crafting, he decided that it wasn't the right time for an emotional journey. Liz was exhausted. It wasn't even their main house, but there was still a huge training hall, so she saw the upper crust. A lot has happened today. She got her class appraised, she met a prince, and it all seemed so far removed from her everyday life. And all of it was because Chiffon asked them to stick around a bit. She started to think about the prince, but then decided to sleep because it was too late at night to think thoughts. The next day, Miyabi woke up refreshed and happy, but Liz wasn't really in the same mood with him. She panickedly asked how he slept on the bed that was in his room. He responded that it was a little bit firmer than he was used to, but it was not bad. Liz said that this was weird. Beds in a duke's villa should all be specially custom made. The futons alone prove it. The good down content was roughly 1.5 times what you could find in inns. The smoothness of the cotton, the thickness of the duvet. You could practically see the craftsmanship, and yet she still wondered why they both felt its comfort was lacking. Miyabi waited, and waited. And then he started scolding her for not having manners. He said that when he got invited to someone's house, he didn't complain about the mattress. Liz blamed this on Miyabi too. They continued fighting while Mel was still asleep on the roof. After their stupid argument, it was time for them to leave. Miyabi was leaving for the lesson he was going to give to Cress. Chiffon was glad they were able to stay the night, but it was a shame they couldn't stay longer. While Liz was thanking Chiffon, the knight took Miyabi to Cress's mansion. He informed him that he was going to be back to pick him up in the evening. Entering the mansion, Cress welcomed him with two other guys behind him. Miyabi noticed that the security was a bit tighter today. He said that he managed to dodge his bodyguards yesterday, but it seemed their leniency had expired. He said that this morning there was something he wanted to show him. He brought him to a room full of materials for their crafting lesson. He said that he asked for the staff to procure some materials for today, and asked for them to be left in his room so they could get to work right away. Miyabi was already shocked by those materials, and he was even more shocked that they were in Cress's room. Cress told him that Chiffon was happy with what he gave her, but in the end he still wanted to give the woman he loved something much more beautiful than that. Even Miyabi got embarrassed by his love for Chiffon. Cress once again asked for his help to avenge himself. After his begging ceremony ended, they sat next to each other. Cress mentioned that knitting with yarn was giving him so much trouble, so he thought it might be best to start with pre-made fabrics. If it was just sewing together two pieces of cloth, surely even he could do that. Miyabi got emotional that he was studying up on his own. But with all that said, for now, Miyabi wanted to try making the same thing as yesterday. Cress started making the lap blanket. Even though it was full of holes, it was still a better one because he couldn't unravel them. Karen's hammer was roughly the right shake, so he didn't pay much attention, but that was specific to Karen. He had made a hammer plenty of times, so of course he could do it. In the game, basic crafted items could be made from scratch by hitting a button, but that was now how it works in this world. You need to collect raw materials, make basic items from scratch, and complete quests to gain more recipes to make beautiful products. If you don't understand the fundamentals of the recipe, you can't churn out much of anything. In short, that's why this man just can't get the hang of it no matter how he tries to explain it. When Cress was out of yarn, Miyabi assumed that his inventory capacity hadn't expanded yet and started looking for more yarn. While looking around, he noticed a ghoulish crime scene over there and started screaming. Cress shushed Miyabi and explained that he had managed to keep it hidden so far. Cress explained that he tried using his crafting skill this morning, and he remembered when Miyabi said he added fire enchantments to keep the cushion warm. He thought it might be nice if the blanket could keep his lap warm. But then, that was how it turned out. Miyabi said that fabrics do tend to be rather flammable. He told him that the material wasn't very compatible with the magical attribute he tried to give it. Fine-tuned magical control could overcome that obstacle to an extent. Cress interrupted his talking and mentioned that he had an idea for a workaround. Even with his lack of skill, there might be a way to apply magic. Miyabi carefully cleaned up Cress's mess, leaving everything looking as good as new. Cress was genuinely amazed by Miyabi's skill in repair, marveling at the precision and craftsmanship. Intrigued, he began flipping through a book about the skill, eager to learn more. However, Miyabi stopped him mid-read, steering the conversation back to what Cress had mentioned earlier. Cress explained that he had devised a method to imbue fire attribute magic into the cloth without requiring high-level magic control. Miyabi, curious, asked how that could possibly work. Cress went on to explain that when it came to enchanting materials, the difficulty depended on the spell's attribute and how well the material suited the enchantment. Since fabric is naturally flammable, maintaining control over fire magic was extremely challenging. However, Cress had the idea of incorporating a flame-retardant material like metal into the fabric before applying the enchantment. He envisioned hemming two pieces of fabric together, forming something akin to a pouch before finishing the final seam. The metal would act like the wire inside an electric blanket, allowing the enchantment to be applied safely and effectively. Miyabi quickly realized that Cress had stumbled upon a brilliant solution. He would like to resolve two issues: a smooth and pleasant textured final result and a suitable outdoor use. He was thinking of using rodent fur for the exterior fabric because it was smooth to the touch but still fluffy and durable. And for the inside, he was planning to use a sheet of chainmail. With chainmail, it would be evenly distributed even when placed on your lap. And while it is a bit heavy now, he could try making the links lighter. Finishing his explanation, Cress waited for Miyabi's opinion. It may be heavier than the average electric blanket, but the principles should be the same, so Miyabi responded with enthusiasm. Cress was thrilled by Miyabi's response, and he didn't want to wait any longer to start it. He thought he must begin raw materials production, which shocked Miyabi, and he stopped him. He panickedly explained to Cress that there was an easier way than this. Firstly, they started with mid-gauge metal wire, and then they wrapped it around a pole of standard width. After making a lengthwise cut through the wire and separating the rings, they had a great many identical rings. Now all they have to do is put them together. Miyabi stopped him and explained that he could do it in that order, but it would be harder. The more complex an object was, the harder it was to enchant. Chainmail was comprised of thousands of little links. At their current skill level, trying to enchant all that may be beyond him. Cress asked if there was an easier way to do it, but Miyabi wanted him to think and find out himself. Cress had a quick but intense brainstorm, and figured that they could enchant the rings first. While chanting the rings, Miyabi noticed the calluses on his hand. Cress explained that he got them from sword practice. As he was royalty, he still had to practice his swordsmanship. He said that he kept finding himself thinking crafting was so much fun. He said he was ashamed to admit it, but before this, he had never thought to make something himself. Miyabi assumed it was because he was a prince, but Cress stated that there was another reason for that. The crafting class had put the people he loved through a great deal. He could work hard and improve his skills for them all, but it felt as though he was just trying to compensate for how he was a failure. That just made his feelings more complicated. When he saw how happy he made Chiffon, his chest felt so heavy, so warm. He could feel the "I want to create" words burning themselves into his heart. Miyabi set on fire, and he thought he was talking about his feelings, but there was an actual fire right behind him. They tried to put it down, but the whole table burned. Cress asked if it caught fire from being in contact with a heat source. The guardians heard their shoutings and entered the room. The whole room was on fire and had no oxygen, so they had to leave. Meanwhile, Liz was wondering if Miyabi would be okay by himself. She ended up coming along mostly because she couldn't refuse an invitation from a noble. And to be honest, she was very nervous. She assumed Chiffon wanted to be around a girl her age, which would explain all the social norms she keeps ignoring. Miyabi would know how to handle this, so Liz started to stress about being thrown out. While dozing off, Chiffon stated that they could see the main gates. They arrived at Magia Aula, the Royal Academy of Magical Sciences. Walking inside, Mel noticed that there were lots of students everywhere and they were all nobles. Chiffon responded that the academic institution was founded by the nobility after all. She apologized to Mel because this wasn't really in her interest, but at least it seemed like Liz was having the time of her life. Chiffon asked Alicia to handle the luggage and she left after glaring at Liz. Liz had already figured out that Alicia hated her guts for some reason. Chiffon said her attitude was uncalled for. She explained that Liz was her friend and she wanted to spend time with her, and she seemed to take umbrage with that fact. Liz had suspicions, but she didn't think this whole thing was just because she wanted a friend. Chiffon thought she had gotten past this, but some discipline was in order. After that, Chiffon showed everything inside the Magic Academy. Liz was both amazed and overwhelmed by how incredible everything was. Even just walking down the hall, she recognized people from their portraits, and it was a parade of celebrities. Chiffon was also delighted that she was enjoying herself. Liz didn't forget to mention that it was scary to walk around with this all exposed, so she wished she had an inventory too. Chiffon realized that Liz loved the magical sciences with her whole heart. This made her wonder what made her fall in love with magic. Liz responded that she couldn't really say she had ever thought about it before, and asked if she really needed a reason to love something. Chiffon confessed that she hadn't thought of magic as a fun thing before. When previously she said to her that ambition was position, she was speaking from her own experiences as a child. The political sciences, sociology, and magic, it was all to make her into a more perfect tool, and that was a hollow goal. So to see her pour her blood, sweat, and tears into her studies, and still say that she loved the path she chose, Chiffon had the highest respect for her. Liz realized that she misjudged Chiffon and thanked her while blushing. All this time, what she wanted was for someone to see her for who she was, and the first person to do that was Chiffon. To change the subject, Chiffon told her that she didn't come all this way just to get a tour. When she was about to ask what it was, an explosion happened right behind her and someone was being thrown. Chiffon calmly asked the man named Professor Krawine how he had been doing, and Krawine responded casually as if he weren't upside down. Inside the professor's room, Mel was playing with staff while they finally got to meet like normal people. Professor Coco Krawine introduced himself as the magic researcher and told them to pull up a seat, although there wasn't even enough space to walk in the room. Liz didn't recall his name, so she thought he might be hired recently, but then she realized that he had a surname. The professor was from a Viscount family. While giving her a cup of tea, he told her that they were all equals there. Krawine noticed that Liz didn't look like a student here, so she explained that she was an adventurer. Chiffon stated that she invited her here and wanted to show him something. They went outside and made Liz show her skills. The professor was so hyped up that he wanted to do it too, but of course he failed at every try. Liz explained the logic of it and how she guided another person's magic particles. He knew she was doing something special, but this had only ever been theoretical before, so she changed everything. Liz mentioned that her father invented it to help people practice. It came in handy for training adventurers who couldn't read magic books. Liz noticed that Krawine was a bit of an oddball, but she could tell from watching him that he was smart. Krawine said getting the feel for it when she was starting was certainly the biggest hurdle, and there may be a huge demand for this in the education sector. She had been thinking about this for a while and thought it was a good chance to run it by an expert, so she asked if he thought this had practical value in combat. Combat was a pretty broad term, but Krawine responded that if he had to say one way or another, it didn't seem realistic. He told her to imagine they were on a battlefield. To use another person's magic, she must maintain physical contact, and therein lies the problem. The situation could change at a moment's notice, and she would need maximum mobility to adapt, so her life would depend on it. He said that he would prefer to learn to do it himself. He just wanted to churn out magic, but that could just be him. He added that she never knew what kind of weirdos were out there. Liz knew that any combat class with a lot of magic would think as much, so she wasn't surprised. And that was the reason why she asked about the production class magic. But Krawine immediately responded that it was not possible. He was sure that wasn't what she wanted to hear. He explained that magical properties between classes were intrinsically incompatible, like trying to mix oil and water. As mages, they turn raw magic into physical matter like fire or ice. Production classes use magic as a power source to transform pre-existing matters. Combat class magical resonance, for example, could link living creatures with bonds of magic, but in a practical sense, that was just taming animals. Meanwhile, production classes resonate with materials and tools. Both repairs and enchantments were good examples. It wasn't physically possible for them to resonate with a living thing. To make her understand the implications, he told her that it was dead in the water. Resonance was impossible. Krawine thought that information was common sense, but her father was something else for sure. Liz didn't give up and told him that magic charging was based on enchantment techniques. She started screaming that she knew it was hard, but according to conventional wisdom, if you make a thing with magic, it can't be strengthened beyond that. And yet they figured out how to alter the properties of my trip with the advent of the magical penetrations theory. Of course, there were differences in the way they applied magic, but plenty of casual mechanisms have yet to be identified, so she couldn't accept the fact that he could say for certain one way or another. The discussion blazed out pretty quickly, and Liz told him that he couldn't explain people like Miyabi with common sense. Some tamers were skilled at taming golems, so there was precedent. So she asked where he drew the line between animate and inanimate. Krawine responded with the same volume and told her that he didn't know who that was, but initially he had the same thought. Recent credible studies have found microscopic organisms in the soil used to make them. He said he would fully concede that golems could be tamed by traditional taming magic, but she had overlooked something. For him, Liz was letting confirmation bias skew her interpretation of the data. On the other hand, Liz was dedicated not to giving up on advanced magic just because the going may be tough. Unfortunately, the discussion ended when Liz realized that she had lost the argument. While she was trying to recover from it, Croween laughed at her and told he that her sources were outdated. But still, he thought she was very well read, so he asked what school she was from. When she responded that she was self-taught, he was shocked and yelled at her for not getting into a career counseling session instead of being an adventurer. Liz yelled at him that private schools weren't free and that she was busy with work. Crowine said it would be an obvious choice to him because she didn't have enough magical power to be an adventurer. When he asked why she was so hung up on a career she wasn't suited for, Liz was shocked. He explained that he noticed it when they held hands a minute ago. He had been researching magic for a long time now, and he was just sensitive to it at this point. He said he knew private schools were stingy, but he reminded her that their doors were always open for talented young minds like hers, and she was more than qualified to attend. When they left Professor Crowine's room, Chiffon told Liz that the Royal Academy was a publicly funded research organization. For admission as a general student, she would need a letter of recommendation from any of the 3 major guilds or a noble family, as well as the recommendation of a tenured professor. She said if she wanted to conduct magical research, there was no better place in the country. Liz asked if that was the reason why she invited her here, and she didn't deny it. Liz wanted to believe what she was saying. She wanted to believe that she meant well and that she expected great things from her. She told Chiffon that she didn't understand why she would go this far to help her, and there was nothing she could do to repay her. She then realized something and asked if this was for Cress's sake. Chiffon seemed confused, so she said that the thing with Miyabi felt like she wanted them to meet from the beginning. Chiffon didn't deny that too. Liz started to wonder what would happen next if she entered the academy. Guild licenses had expiration dates, student coursework on top of a career as an adventurer in Angelum. Realistically, she didn't think it was possible to have both at once, and this would also mean breaking up the party, and Miyabi would have to go back to freelancing. She couldn't see what choice she had. She admitted that she was a bit of a snob. Even if it was luxury bedding and gourmet meals, she just couldn't do it if it wasn't for Miyabi's. She wanted to try her hand at research. If she dangled such a huge carrot in front of her, it would be stupid to turn her down because she wanted it more than anything. But she said that she wasn't going to quit being an adventurer. When she looked up at his back, she thought it was the coolest thing in the whole world how they risked their lives to save everyone. To her, that was what it meant to grow up. She then told her to say the word if she ever needed her for anything. Chiffon was surprised at first, but then started giggling because she jumped between topics so fast that her head was spinning. Chiffon couldn't blame her and said there were many things she neglected to tell her. It made sense that she wouldn't be able to trust her, but she said that her feelings had not changed in the slightest. So she wanted her to use that however she would like. Liz's gut was telling her that she wasn't a bad person and she could trust her. Meanwhile, Miyabi and Cress could put out the fire, but it did burn a lot. Captain Cavalry came to retrieve Miyabi. Miyabi asked if Cress knew him, and he said that he was Alicia's elder brother. Miyabi was surprised at first, but then kind of saw how similar they looked, especially their deadly stare. Cavalry thanked Miyabi for assisting her foolish sister. Cress asked if they put the captain of the Royal Guard on escort duty, and he confirmed him. Cavalry also added that his master had a massage for Cress. Cress read the message and asked Miyabi if he was planning on heading back to Angelum. He responded that they were at the mercy of now, but he didn't think there would be a problem. Cress wanted him to teach him some more crafting if they had the time. While leaving the place, Miyabi realized that he hadn't talked to Liz about where they were going next, but he wasn't worried because they would have a lot of time to talk on the way back. However, when he returned to their inn, Liz gave him the news about the full ride scholarship. He was shocked at first, but then immediately started congratulating her. Liz asked if that was all that he was going to say, and he said he should prepare a cake. Liz told him that she was talking about the party. Miyabi didn't think about this and then started panicking about what to do now. Liz told him that she still wanted to adventure with him while she was in school and asked if he could stay in the capital with her. Seeing her so stressed out, Miyabi was confused because that wasn't something he would refuse. Liz was shocked about his attitude and said she couldn't yank around their base like this, and it wouldn't be good. Miyabi asked if she was sure she was okay with leaving Angelum. Master Weiss, Eleanor, and Redcliffe were all based out there too. She wasn't thrilled about leaving them. Miyabi then realized that he hadn't said goodbyes to the guys at the workshop either. Liz started panicking again and thought they had to disband because he had friends over there too. Miyabi had to hit her head to stop her from freaking out. The distance from here to Angelum was about 590 kilometers. On foot, it would take 2 weeks each way and you can't go all year round. He said that it would be best to be an adventurer in Angelum and a student in the capital, but Liz didn't think that would be possible. Miyabi had a realization and started seeing things that didn't belong in this world. He had an idea to make a train. Liz was confused, so she asked what was trained. Miyabi asked if it would make more sense if he described it as a form of horseless transport. He told her to imagine she had got a rail in a straight shot from point A to point B. The vehicle itself is something like a metal box that rides along the rail. Liz's imagination wasn't improved enough to imagine something like that, so she was overwhelmed. Miyabi decided that it would go much faster if he just showed it to her, and he created a minecart. It was the first time seeing it in the flesh, but those were all over the place in dwarven cities. Miyabi said as long as she was familiar with the concept, this would go quickly. He explained that with the power of rail, this little cart could go all the way between Angoulême and the royal capital, and it could do it underground. Liz was more than shocked by this idea. He explained that above ground would run afoul of towns and also monsters, so that's why it was underground. Liz was amazed that she still had a brain left to break while also climbing in. She said that it was just structures and gizmos here and there, but the scale was completely different. Miyabi reminded her that they already tunneled under a mountain, so it wasn't a big deal. Before, all Miyabi's crafts served conventional needs. But he came up with this like it was second nature, which made her wonder if this was a random flash of inspiration. Miyabi said there was still one big problem with implementation. He asked if she thought it would be fine to go ahead and do it themselves, but Liz didn't even give it a chance in hell. Liz told him that infrastructure and road administration were handled by the production guild. If he undertook a project this huge without permission, they would throw him in jail. Miyabi realized that having the right skills wasn't going to be enough. Meanwhile, Mel was listening to them. The next day, Chiffon called over and said the head of the duchy held the final authority over all guilds. In other words, if they had permission from Duke Trent Beldini, it was perfectly doable. They were still confused as to how they ended up here because they didn't tell anyone. Chiffon said she was merely responding to Mel's request, which was to their underground transportation project between Angoulême and the royal capital. It sounded as though they had hit a roadblock. Miyabi was shocked that Mel overheard them, and Mel responded that when the going was tough, they should make it a nobleman's problem. Miyabi was pretty sure Mel was the only one who could get away with doing that. He then realized that he, of all people, intervened on their behalf, and their friendship had reached this stage so fast. As a thanks, Mel wanted him to make a toy again. Chiffon noticed that the intention was to maintain Liz's adventurer license while attending the academy. Mel's account was somewhat light on the details, but she had a better understanding now. Miyabi wanted her to explain more about how this plan was doable. She stated that public works projects were proposed by the production guild, but there was a precedent for the project being undertaken at her father's request. So if they could get the Duke on board, they were clear. Liz asked if letting this go would be all right. She finally asked why she was going so far to help them. This was a little too much for one commoner's selfish request. Chiffon said she just wanted to be two of them's strengths, but then admitted that it was a habit of hers that people find it difficult to trust her. She said that she was sure to notice. She intended to provide an avenue for her education. Where she chose to hold her adventuring license was of little consequence. The reason she accepted this request was for the sake of Angoulême territory's economy. Angoulême had little in the way of resources, and the efficient import and export of goods had always been an issue. As for the hardships of trade between them and the capital, she had a better understanding than most. She apologized and admitted that she couldn't say she was doing this for their sake. Liz told her that she was just glad she trusted her enough to say it. Chiffon didn't expect her to react like that, so she was pretty confused. Now that they concluded this, Miyabi went on to explain the scope of the project. First, he started by reviewing the hard data. The distance from the capital to Angoulême was about 600 kilometers. Since they were building a subway, they could take the shortest route. Mel was confused with the word subway, so he said he had prepared a scale model. He showed the body of the vehicle and explained that the idea was to have it run autonomously, without the need for horses. The closest they could get to a modern engine here was a steam engine, but no recipe for one existed in the game. He didn't know enough about their inner workings to improvise one either, so if he was to source an approximation from this world's technology, a little block enchanted with wind magic would work. They would snap it into place like so, and then the subway started running along the track by itself. Tack on an enchantment for effect prolongation, and you had propulsion that could last up to 24 hours without stopping. Producing enough wind, you could easily outpace human speed. Chiffon asked how long a trip would end up being with this, and he responded that it would take only 12 hours. It took them 2 weeks of travel to come there, so Chiffon was impressed while Liz's eyes were almost going to pop up from its place. Miyabi was shocked that she was so calm about this, and he said he adored Liz's over-the-top reactions to everything. Chiffon said the reason for her lack of shock might be her father's style of upbringing. Conventionally, lordship was passed from father to son, and yet her father had chosen her for this role. It caused quite a stir in social circles. There was a constant deluge of complaints from their subordinate families over it, and so on. After all, she had come to accept oddities more readily. Chiffon had a good understanding of the situation. She had written her father a letter of recommendation and said she would submit it with another report. They thanked her, and Miyabi said they were all clear to head back to Angoulême. Liz said there was one other thing she needed to do first. Chiffon told Miyabi that Liz would need to prepare for the spring entrance exams, so it would be best to spend that time here in the capital. For general admission students, you have to submit a report on your independent research results, so she would be held captive for a while. Liz asked if he would be okay waiting until the spring. Miyabi thought about it for a moment and said he would probably head back and wanted her to make sure she kept in touch. Liz worried about his wellness, but he said there was nothing for him to do until the spring even if he stayed in town. But mostly he wanted to get started on this project. Mel was going back with him just to keep him alive. Liz asked if they could delay leaving just a little bit. Chiffon informed Miyabi that he would need to conduct negotiations with her father. In all likelihood, administrative rights for the subway would need to be ironed out. There must be some benefit to the duchy in return for their support after all. Miyabi knew she had a point but was nervous that all that was going to be his job. Chiffon wanted him to give careful thought about what was the most important for him to get out of this project. In the upper echelons, everyone had their priorities and machinations. Some may follow his interests and some may not. This applied to Chiffon too, so Miyabi thanked them for the heads up. Before leaving, Miyabi noticed that he hadn't seen Alicia attending her. Chiffon stated that as of today, Alicia had been relieved of her duties as her attendant. In the next scene, it had been a month since they bid Liz goodbye to the capital and plenty of stuff happened while journeying with Mel. But at last, they finally made it back to Angoulême. Miyabi thanked Mel for accompanying him on this long journey. Nothing dangerous happened along the way, but Mel didn't seem so surprised. But they were late because Miyabi couldn't ride a horse. That aside, Miyabi wasn't expecting to come back to this much snow because it was his first winter in Angoulême. Mel said it was like this every year, but this year Mel was warm and cozy thanks to her cute clothes. Miyabi asked where she was planning to go after this, and she said she was going to the Duke's place and decided to leave him to take a nap. Miyabi grabbed her and asked if she wasn't going to come along for his safety, but Mel told him that that was just for the trip there. Seeing Miyabi freak out and get upset like that, Mel had to accept babysitting him. They went to the Nobles District and started checking what they had done so far. He already memorized the presentation. Mel told him that the guards were coming, so he tried to keep himself calm. When he went inside the gate, he was flabbergasted. This used to be a beautiful garden, but now it was just rows of vinyl green houses. He wondered how this even happened, and suddenly something grabbed his leg. Miyabi thought it was some kind of evil spirit, but it was just Karen. Karen was flat because his system was right back to where it started. Mel started to rearrange his face because it looked annoying to her. Karen was shocked that Mel was hanging around with his master. Karen and Mel met at the workshop many times, but Mel didn't remember him. Miyabi asked what he was doing at the Duke's residence. He said that the last time he saw him there, they were working on the Duke's bathing facilities together. His Grace was impressed with the greenhouses they built for that, so he booked a contract to add more of them, and he got assigned the whole project. Miyabi was shocked that he did that all by himself. While crying his eyes out, Karen said folks sometimes helped out of free time. But it had been impossible to meet the inventory expansion quotas Miyabi gave him. Plus, they were running behind on their deliverables schedule. Miyabi couldn't stop him from crying, so Mel put her hand on his shoulder and told him not to cry. She told him that he was a professional and he had better things to do with his time. Karen seemed pretty motivated by her simple and basic words, so he said he would show them what those hands of his could create. Miyabi was surprised at how much he had grown in a mere 2 months, but he decided that he judged too soon as Karen started begging him to help him. Miyabi helped him for 1 hour, and all that was left was to hook up the water heater. Miyabi wondered if it wouldn't be much more efficient to have one centralized heater and then distribute it out instead of connecting a water heater to each building. He did consider that, but he specifically requested it be done this way. Suddenly, Duke Beldini showed up. Miyabi wondered what he was doing here, and the Duke said he was about to ask the same of him. He was announced but did not arrive even though he waited. Karen asked if Miyabi was his client. The Duke explained that he received word of the success of his escort mission, and he had fulfilled his supplementary request very well. He was looking forward to his future all the more. Miyabi thanked him while wondering if they proved their usefulness. The Duke said he was surprised he would take a detour in circumstances such as these. Thanks to that, the others had been waiting for some time. Inside the room they entered, the director of the Adventurers Guild, Zion, the director of the Production Guild, Georgi, and the director of the Merchant Guild, Elda, were waiting for them. Duke Beldini asked why he looked so surprised because the scale of his proposal was at least this much. The atmosphere in the room made him even more nervous, and he started sweating and trembling in stress. The Duke said his idea was interesting. Elda said easy passage to and from neighboring cities was a dream come true for the Merchant Guild, but she wondered if that was feasible. The production guild master Georgi said this would be a waste of money and resources and he was against his idea. Elsa said he never changed, and while they were arguing, Miyabi wondered why they all assumed this would be expensive. He was about to explain to them, but the Duke said he agreed with both of their assessments. As Elda rightly stated, there were high expectations of any innovative technology, and any failure would be both publicly and privately damaging. Research and development, construction materials, and labor costs add up quickly. He asked if he even had the blueprints for the train car body. He didn't know what specifications would be needed, so he didn't have one. The Duke asked how much time he would need, and he said it would take about 6 months. Baldini responded that he wanted to see a complete prototype in 3 months. Before he could process his request, the Duke said he wanted it along with a 1-kilometer track. He expected the tunnel, tracks, and train car to be fully functional in 3 months. The connection along the Angelum-Cleopatra corridor must be considered a public work to gain his approval. When Miyabi pitched a time frame, he tried to give himself plenty of wiggle room, but 3 months was just plain unrealistic even for him. Zion wanted to help Miyabi out, but the Duke said he already knew this was far beyond the capabilities of any one individual. They could always request Master Whis' cooperation, though. Georgi asked why they should bother having the test run within the confines of the Angelum territory. According to a resolution passed by the House of Lords, before any territory's coalition with the capital, all projects were subject to rigorous testing before they could be approved. The Duke cannot give his blessing without proven data, but still, Georgi stated that handing such a contract to the dwarf was like the home renovations all over again. Elda interrupted and said, setting aside the granular details, how much utilization the Merchant Guild would be entitled to if it succeeds and goes public was more important. Georgi implied that she was always talking about money, but Elda responded that there could be nothing of greater importance. The land rights in this country were the purview of the 5 great ducal houses. Within the territory, if this was classed as a public works project, 100% of the rights go to the House of Baldini, who holds complete control. What had been discussed here today was a mode of transportation that was accessible even to those unable to drive a horse-drawn carriage, so this would naturally impact the Merchant Guild's profits. Control over utilization must be ironed out now. From how she spoke, Miyabi realized that this was taking an ugly turn. He thought the Duke would be in charge no matter what, so he was pretty surprised. The Duke said she made a good point and he intended for this meeting to be on the subject of logistics. Miyabi wondered if he was even in a position to speak up about it. He wanted to explain that he just wanted to use it to get his buddy to her school. He thought about bringing it up later with the Duke in private, but he knew he couldn't. Seeing him stressing out like that, Liz kicked his leg. She told him to say what he wanted to say. She reminded him that the weak had no place here. He was the one designing and building the subway, so he should have some say in how it gets used. He agreed with Mel because this pipe dream of a project was all to support Liz, and that's why he was here. The only way he could do his job properly was if he opened his mouth and said something, so he raised his hand and screamed that he insisted on having rights as well. No one could have seen something like that coming from him. Miyabi said he had his uses in mind when he pitched it, and then the scope kept getting revised. But his words were interrupted by Elda's feet. She reminded him that this was the property of the state, and yet he would use it for himself. She told him that he had overstepped his bounds. Miyabi said if he can't even use it, there would be no point. And if that was how it was going to be, then he was walking, and they could go do the work themselves. The Duke stopped him and told him that if the prototype was successful, the subsequent contract would be an astronomical sum, easily enough to equal 10 years of the average man's income, so this was the amount of money on the line. He asked if he would walk even with that, and Miyabi responded that he would in a heartbeat. He stated that he didn't need the money, and that he just needed to be able to use it when he needed it. The Duke listened to him and said they would include that in the terms. Zion asked if he was sure, but there was no way around it. He said they were dead in the water without him, but he didn't forget to remind him that if the prototype failed, the contract was null and void. Miyabi assured him that it would work. After thanking them all for their time, the meeting ended and they all left. Miyabi went to Master Whis' place. Zion was with Miyabi, but before he could tell him what happened, Whis said something important had to happen first. They brought some food, and Whis told them to eat. Zion said he only came here to talk about the meeting, but Whis told him to shut up and eat something. Sid brought a plate for Miyabi and said he was in charge of the cooking today. Looking at the meal, Miyabi realized that he had been relying on skills all this time and completely forgot what home cooking tasted like. It was simple fare, mostly vegetables and salt, but when he tried it, he seemed so relieved. Meanwhile, the Duke was thinking about how he had a headache for a daughter. In the next scene, the assistant of the guildmaster is crying her eyes out. Worried, Eleanor asked what was wrong. She said the guildmaster hadn't come back yet. He got a message from the Lord's Manor around noon and he said he would be back by tonight, but he didn't. And now the Temu mail horse was there, so he could never make it back in time. Eleanor calmly listened to her and said they would write to notify the branch manager. After setting aside the papers for later, she said that this should buy them enough time. Meanwhile, the guildmaster and Miyabi reached for the last piece on the plate. Miyabi wanted to be the polite one and insisted that he would have it. The guildmaster thanked him, and they continued eating in silence. Zion started to think about what Duke Beldini had said and noticed that he dismissed the possibility of Miyabi being a spy back then. He served at the whims of his lord, so there was no point in thinking about it any further. Miyabi was well liked by all and didn't seem to have a mean bone in his body, so he started to wonder if that was really all there was to him. Zion asked the reason why he had become an adventurer. Zion had the opportunity to see the work he did at the Duke's Manor. With that kind of skill, there was no need to play a support role, and he would make far more money with the production guild. Miyabi didn't know if it was a good reason, but he still told him how he became an adventurer. Zion seemed annoyed that he became an adventurer because he couldn't pay the toll and had to borrow the cash. He said that was rather thoughtless. Miyabi agreed and said if Liz hadn't been there, he would have been screwed. Zion then asked if he had come to Angelum to find a job or if there was a reason he left his home. Miyabi responded that both his parents died when he was little and some relatives stepped up to raise him, but he was fully independent nowadays. It wasn't like he was sending his wages back home. Zion asked if he had come here from another territory, and he responded that it would be one way to put it. He asked if that was a rare thing in this country. Zion wouldn't say rare, but most migrants don't leave their home territory. He said he had been curious for a while now and asked how long he had been able to do all this with just his inventory skill. Miyabi asked if that would set off a red flag or two. He said it happens naturally the more he uses the skill, and he has always loved crafting. What he said sounded impossible to believe, but he also didn't seem like he was lying. Weiss came and reminded Zion that he said he had something to tell him. Zion said they might need a consultation from his workshop. When he told everyone about Miyabi's train project, everyone was thrilled to get a huge work order. Weiss told Miyabi that he knew there was a backbone in there somewhere, but he really outdid himself. Zion asked Weiss if he didn't think it was a little implausible. Weiss's response was to tell him not to be an idiot. For him, real men aren't afraid to dream big. When he was about to say something about his workshop, he noticed his workers peeking at them to hear what they were talking about. He yelled at them to stop the hooting and hollering and get back to work. Miyabi said if he had a lot on his plate right now, he shouldn't feel like he was obligated to help out. The original plan was for him to do the whole thing by himself. The workers heard what he said and told him not to underestimate how much work goes into big projects like this, thinking that he would overwork himself. Kopf came and said they didn't have much going on this winter, and if they shift some things around, they could scrounge up for 2 or 3 months. Weiss figured that they would best jump to it right away if they wanted to make the deadline. A few days later, the blacksmithing apprentice who gets saddled with all the odd jobs, Sid and Karen, who just got done with the greenhouse project, came. Miyabi was glad to have them both on board. He then introduced Mel as their escort. They thanked her for her service. While walking, Miyabi showed their designated prototype construction ground. They were right in the middle of the forest. When Miyabi said how fluffy the snow was, Sid found him odd, but he thought he couldn't expect an adventurer to act like a real professional like himself. As his senior craftsman, he wanted to set a good example, but was shocked when Miyabi made a giant tree disappear in less than a second. Karen got uncomfortable with his reaction, so he told him that he didn't need to holler and asked if he was trying to imitate a howler monkey. Sid yelled at him for calling him a monkey and asked how he was so calm about it. Karen responded that Miyabi was his monster, and it was given that he would be able to do at least this much with a very terrifying face. Miyabi asked Karen how his inventory training was coming along. Karen said he could now store a whole month's worth of lunchboxes at once. Miyabi was so impressed by his improvement. Karen said he was right all along because even just collecting little pebbles and weeds from the side of the road was enough to expand it. Sid realized that how he acted like a freak in public was part of a training regimen. He asked if the tree had vanished because he had stashed it in his inventory, and he confirmed it had. Miyabi explained that while training expands your inventory, it would also improve your gathering skills. He asked if they would like to take a whack at it. After working so much, Sid and Karen let themselves lay on the ground and questioned why they even came here. Sid then remembered that they were here for the subway but made no progress. Miyabi responded that he had just finished digging the tunnel. He said he would get the digging out of the way now and showed them the tunnel. Sid once again was shocked and asked how he could dig something like this in just one day. Miyabi ignored his question and said he wanted to get started on the train car tomorrow. He then remembered something and said they were going to spend the night there. Spawning a cute little house inside the tunnel, he asked Karen and Sid if they would like to join them. When everyone went to sleep, Sid admitted that he had underestimated Miyabi. Karen had told him before that Miyabi was a total monster, but Sid didn't believe him. Sid wondered why he was on the renovation project because it never really came up. Even Weiss respected him. Thinking about Miyabi's abilities, Sid didn't want to accept Miyabi's genius mind. He was carrying the name of Black Steel on his shoulders and wouldn't let Miyabi hog the glory. The next morning, Miyabi woke up hearing noises coming out of the house. He saw Sid working and asked what he was doing. Sid said he was putting up the distance markers. Miyabi was confused, so he explained that he couldn't just eyeball it if he wanted a valid prototype, so he was getting the rope prep out of the way now to save them time later. Miyabi conceded the point, but he was still confused. Sid said he still couldn't picture this whole train car thing, but he just didn't want to waste time here and get to the good stuff. Miyabi tried to say something, but he said he would not lose from now on, so he didn't say anything. Mel asked if they were supposed to be keeping score, and he responded that he was just motivated and that she shouldn't rain on his parade. Karen woke up and asked if they were focusing on the train car itself today. They didn't have much time for testing, so he wondered what his plan was. Miyabi said there were a lot of hurdles to overcome, but ultimately, the point of a prototype was checking to see whether the technology is feasible or not, so they just need it to go and stop. If they could prove that much, they would be in business. In summary, Phase 1 was resolving the power source. They were going to taste the vehicle Mole X. It was based on construction materials courtesy of the Angelum Production Guild. Karen asked what the thing was attached to the back, and he said it was a block that was going to be the main source of propulsion. By encasing it in a metal housing, they could force the airflow in just one direction. He then told him to stand back a bit, and he tried to give it a firm nudge to move all this iron. Barely, but ended up being thrown along with the base construction to one end of the tunnel. If it wasn't for Mel who saved him, he would be dead by now. Karen was equally panicked for him, and they both thought he was a total goner. Mel told him that he was fine and that he should go get his toy. He learned the lesson of starting at low power outputs, and then gradually increasing output as needed. In his second try, he was very careful and managed to move the train a few inches. Both scared and happy, they hugged Mel. Karen asked what they were going to do now. They were doing okay on the go criteria, but they still can't bring it to a stop. The first method that came to his mind was the simplest. He was going to reabsorb the magic he put in. Karen figured that with no-go power it wouldn't go. They tried that option, but it didn't stop immediately. Miyabi figured this would happen, so he wasn't as surprised as Karen. The 4Y lose power to friction from the wheels, and causes the wheels to lose power. Unless he keeps feeding it power, it would grind to a halt pretty quickly. Right now, it had all the utility of a bicycle. But if he ramped up the speed, controlling it starts to be a problem. He knew he needed to design some brakes, but his secret was that he didn't know a damn thing about mechanical engineering. He wondered if there weren't any production recipes for modern technology in the game, and how the old-time trains designed their brakes again. He tried to calm himself down by saying he might be overthinking this. He knew the friction slows it down, so he might be able to just exploit that. But that was another failed idea. He pressed a stick against the tire to increase the friction and it should work the same as brakes. It did stop eventually, but the psychological damage it did to Karen and Miyabi was a lot for sure. Sid came, and even as a person who didn't know this subway thing, he noticed that slowing it down like this was kind of dangerous. Miyabi started to brainstorm some ideas. Normal brakes on trains and cars were too difficult for him to conceptualize right now, but he might make it work when he considered bikes. He started drawing the ideas to see if they would be doable. The thing he drew was too vague to even be called an idea, and he wasn't really sure if it would work. It was what he used every day, so this was all he could think of. He wished to have at least the physical thing to reference. Sid asked if the brakes on horse-drawn carriages wouldn't be enough. Miyabi had no idea carriages came with brakes, and this was perfect for him. Sid showed him that when he pressed down on that, it made contact with the tires. While Miyabi was amazed by this, Karen was also impressed that Sid knew how a carriage worked. Sid said there weren't too many of them out in the countryside, but in downtown Angelum he couldn't swing a cat without hitting 5. Miyabi wanted to talk about his incredible powers of observation first. Karen couldn't picture what he meant at all, but he said no ordinary person could do that. Come to think of it, Miyabi found it odd because he never made a conscious note of it. It was as if it wasn't even there. For him, carriages were no different from set dressing, part of the background. Not just horse-drawn carriages, but the architecture and all the little touches too. He got distracted by the overall aesthetic and didn't pay attention to the parts and not just the whole. Miyabi admitted that Sid was seeing the world a lot more clearly than he did, and he was over the moon to be able to get praised in a cool-sounding way. He tried to act cool and said observational skills had been the crux of an artist's talent since the dawn of time. Miyabi didn't even listen to his bragging and wondered if they would get mad if they stole the carriage. In the next scene, Sid had to stop them because they had run countless tests over and over again. While they could come to a stop just fine, brake R&D had hit a few snags. There was too much vibration when they applied the brakes. Once they had the blueprints from the carriage brakes, he thought they would clear the biggest hurdle. They had tried all sorts of materials for the brake pads to optimize friction, but that transferred too much force to the metal, which kept snapping off. Any brake pad material they used was worn through after only 2 runs. Weakening it to avoid breakage just destabilized the braking. It was about time he admitted it to himself. He said those brakes were still a long way away from practical use. After the long and tiring day, he made a hot spring to just relax. It was a bit weird to have this kind of luxury at a job site. Sid asked what their plan was. They had been at this a month and a half, and that was just the testing phase. Miyabi said the problem lay in their whole approach, but he couldn't think of anything else to try. Sid told him to quit with a pathetic face because he would make him feel bad since the brake design was his idea. He asked if it would be fine if they just lowered the wind output and went slower. An underground route would still be more convenient than normal travel anyway, but that sucks all the fun out of it, so he didn't want to do that. While they were thinking, a leaf landed on the water and Sid blew it to Miyabi. He continued and blew the leaves around him and made fun of him to look like a bagworm. Miyabi got mad and used tools to blow everything back to him. They then started laughing at how dumb they were. When they finished relaxing, Sid told him that he couldn't force inspiration, and an idea would hit him sooner or later. He knew that, but there was no telling me when or if that would happen. 2 weeks later, Miyabi went to Hank's place because he heard he finished what Miyabi asked him. He said he rushed it through and finished up this morning. While opening the door, he said this gadget he wanted would be able to move according to his specifications, but he still wondered if he could tell him what he was planning to use it for. That day, Cress woke up and greeted everyone. The maids were worried about him because he wasn't sleeping in his room, but he said his bedroom recreation plan was proceeding smoothly. It was a little hard to believe this was from the mouth of a prince to a nation. While putting in his workshop was all well and good, they asked if he forgot what day it was. Today was the Versana festival to celebrate the coming of spring to the capital. It was the day he left for Angoulême. His father wished him a safe journey. Cress thought he should be grateful he was getting a send-off at all. Everyone was ready for him, and when he went outside he saw Duke Greenvale. Of the 5 great ducal houses in service to the royal family, he was head of the most prominent, so Cress was shocked to see him here. He said he hadn't heard that he was in town, and Greenvale responded that he was honored to have been invited to this year's festival. He asked where he was going again. Before Cress answered his question, he answered himself and said he was glad to see him not running out of town. Unlike his duchy, monster hunting was quite popular in Angoulême, which was the perfect place to gain combat experience. Cress stated that he was too unskilled for such things, and he could learn from such masters as Duke Trent and him. Greenvale didn't say anything back about this, and said the change of scenery might be good. However, those who stand at the helm must shed blood for their country, as he said. He told him to keep working to improve himself and maybe he wouldn't be a disgrace to the royal family. After insulting him, he left. Cress's guards were so mad at him for crossing the line, but they couldn't do or say anything. The captain of the guard of the Baldini ducal house was Raven Cavalry, and he welcomed them. Alicia was watching her brother greet the royal family. Back when she was helping to pack the carriage, she heard people talk about her. They said they knew she would lose her service position and would be heading back to the duchy. She slammed the stuff into the carriage from anger and her brother came asking what she was doing. She said she was loading up the cart and asked if there was a problem. Raven told her not to be so rough with it as she would tarnish the dignity of the Baldini family. She said if he actually cared about keeping the cargo safe, he would stack them in crates instead of sacks. That was what she would do if she were the captain. Raven responded that it wasn't that she didn't understand the difficulties of managing the garrison soldiers. The cavalry family supported the ducal house not through might, but through loyalty. They served the important roles of guards and maids to the direct family members. Alicia stopped him and said she knew that well, but it made no sense for her to be somewhere she couldn't protect her lady. Raven did not react to her outburst and he just told her to go home. He reminded her to either serve her master well or marry and continue the lineage. He also claimed that he was saying those for her own good. The day the prototype test run arrived, and Zion, Georgi, and Elda came with Duke Baldini. The Duke told Miyabi to let them see what he had achieved these last 3 months. They couldn't help but notice the wind and figured there was nothing that could be done about it. Miyabi explained that it was part and parcel of the build specs. The Guardians thought an escort would be good, but Baldini refused and said he was well versed in self-defense techniques. The wind got stronger the further down they went. When they arrived, they were all taken aback. But the design didn't let them easily access the train for sure. Zion noticed that there was no horse, as Miyabi had said. Miyabi thanked them all for riding with them today and said they were set to depart on a novel background excursion from Anjul Westgate Station. The moment Mel blew the whistle, the train started moving really fast, amazing everyone. Georgi was freaking out that the train was moving. They were vibrating so much that Zion asked if he was sure about its safety. Miyabi responded by saying they shouldn't open any of the windows. Elda wondered how much faster than a horse-drawn carriage it was. Baldini was the calmest one, as if he was in a train before. and asked Miyabi to sit with him. Miyabi sat and explained that the train was propelled by wind magic. Elda was shocked that he could get this much speed with just wind. He stated that blocks enchanted with wind magic were incorporated into this mechanism's design. It appeared to be an iron box with holes in the sides, so Baldini wondered what this contraption might be. Miyabi showed them the trick and the train started slowing down. Slowing down with only the brakes once the train got up to speed was proving to be an issue. The solution he ultimately landed on was using more wind power, just in the opposite direction. When he needed to speed up, he activated the block in the back, and when he needed to slow down, he activated the front one. All this was made possible by sectioning off one little hole in the engine. He made it sound so simple, but you would need help to operate both the lever mechanism and the brakes. By applying reverse thrust as well as mechanical braking, they have built-in redundancy. The audience was still in shock even after getting off the train. Miyabi obviously couldn't blame them because all speed standards of this world were set by horses. This might have been a little faster for them than he thought it would be. Baldini admitted that when he first reviewed his proposal, he only half believed it was doable, but Miyabi accomplished a great feat. This was no doubt a great step forward for this country's future. However, the Duke said he couldn't invest in this. Miyabi was shocked. He started freaking out, asking if it was because of the wind or the rattling made them bump into each other a little. The Duke calmed him down by responding that it was because only he could use it. His enchantment grants the wind blocks a long-lasting effect, but not a permanent one. There would come a day when the magic in the M runs out and everything grinds to a halt. It was the same concern he had with the greenhouse project. Miyabi asked what this meant. He said whether it was producing more hot water than could be carried or moving the heavy mass of a large iron box, this was completely unsustainable unless someone had magic power to rival him. He asked what would happen when he wasn't around to handle the upkeep in 10 years or in 50 years. This would become little more than a dusty relic, so there was no point investing money in something like that. He added a condition to the terms of the contract. All further construction must be done by Karen alone. At the time Miyabi and he began the test run, Liz's tasks for the Royal Magic Academy entrance exam had been completed. Croween was thrilled that she had done a great job and was accepted into the academy. He really gave it his all these past few months, so he was glad it was all worth it. Liz thanked him for his guidance. He suggested having some tea to celebrate, but she seemed upset about something. He asked why she was upset and said the practical exam wasn't bad. Her thesis on channeling magical energy through resonance in combat roles was really impressive. And apparently that was exactly why she was frustrated, because it could have been even better with a bit more refinement, and she was upset that they didn't have enough time before the deadline. Crowine loved her persistence. He told her to forget balancing it with adventuring and said he had become downright relentless over the past few months, promising her that she would be a researcher. After saying that, he kicked her out of his room like nothing. She returned and asked if they weren't having a briefing. Confused, he asked what she wanted from him because it was his day off and he wanted to rest now. Liz didn't bother him anymore and left the academy to look around. There was a huge crowd outside because the Versana Spring Radiance Festival was starting today, and she heard there would be flowers everywhere. Before she knew it, spring had arrived in full bloom. She had been so busy with lodging and the academy that she barely noticed the change in season. She saw a big white asparagus and felt like spring had really come. It was delicious and cheap, so she asked for one box. The seller woman was confused and she realized that she had messed up. She got used to Miyabi's absurd behavior that she started to talk like him. She wondered if he was doing well. She was sure he arrived safely. She was going to go back and have a word with him and Mel too. He haven't sent her a letter, and it seemed Chiffon hadn't heard anything either, so she was curious to know how it was going with the subway. She hoped there weren't any problems. Meanwhile, Karen was crying his eyes out because there was no way he could handle enchantments and asked for Miyabi's help. He couldn't believe Lord Baldini told him that all enhancements used in this construction would be his responsibility. He was freaking out, so Miyabi told him that his method of channeling enhancements produced the same output as his, but obviously they didn't believe him. They had to rethink how to make it run on lower magic power. Confused, Ed asked what this even meant. He said that they were going to rebuild the power source from scratch. This time, Ed slapped Karen in the face and told him not to give up, and said this was their chance to do something without relying on Miyabi. If it were them, he was sure they would find a good solution. However, his enthusiasm lasted only 1 month. He was sure they were doomed. Karen apologized for his weak magic. The other tried to comfort him, but Mel said his enhancements were awful. Miyabi kept thinking about the subway. They experimented like it was a ship and applied pressure, but it still failed. They tried many things, but the magic power difference was too great. While he was lying on the ground thinking about a solution, a woman came looking for him. She was Elda, the merchant guildmaster. Miyabi could recognize her from the scary pressure he was feeling whenever she entered the room. He asked if she had a business with him. She wanted to get straight to the point and asked him to join their guild. Miyabi was shocked by this offer. She said that his ideas truly belonged in the merchant guild. Commerce was a wonderful thing. She said that business satisfied desires, generated wealth, and enriched lives. If he had money, no luxury was just a dream. Miyabi realized how corrupted she was. But when he said he wasn't interested in business or anything like that, her whole positive and attractive attitude changed and she started scolding him. She said that no man in this world could be uninterested in wealth, honor, and women. Miyabi told her to stop because there were a lot of minors here. Elda realized that she might be too greedy. She then approached his ear and asked when the subway would be completed. Karen said they were reworking the power system and it wouldn't be ready soon. She said that the crafting guild sure had a sluggish sense of urgency, and Elda was planning to slap a royal seal on it and make a fortune from the wealth, but she didn't. In any case, she stated that the merchant guild would fully support him. She told him to let her know any time if he needed any equipment, and she would make sure to arrange it. After that, they left with their horses. Ed and Miyabi were sick of them, and felt overwhelmed after this sudden visit. They heard a sound and noticed that the gate was closing. Ed asked if they were going to stay there. He said he got distracted by something weird, which was Elda. They told Weiss that they had no place to stay, and he brought them to a small place. It was a bit dirty, but if they clean up a bit, they should be able to sleep there. This was the room Gorillas used when she was a kid. He said she only stayed here for a couple of years. This world was too harsh for a kid to survive alone, so he thought she would come back right after she left. But all that was left was a pile of dust. Miyabi asked Weiss if he was feeling lonely. He said that was nonsense. The problem was that Liz always made him worry because she did stuff without asking, and she was stubborn. She made up her mind at the end, and that was a good thing. After cleaning, Weiss asked Miyabi if Liz was not coming back from the capital. He said he was taking an exam and she would be back soon. He told Miyabi to tell her to stop by for maintenance when she was back. However, at the academy, Liz learned that she couldn't go home. Crowing told her that if she passed the exam, she would have to get a uniform and go through basic training. Most of the students here were nobles. They were taught all kinds of subjects from a young age. The academy's curriculum builds on that foundation. Most common students were strong in one area, but they usually lacked basic training. But he told her not to worry because her sponsor was supposed to help her catch up. And if she goes missing for a whole month, his reputation as her sponsor would take a hit. But there was no way Liz could stay there because she promised Miyabi she would be back by spring. Chiffon said they should send a carrier pigeon, and if she explained to him, he wouldn't worry as much. But she refused because she had to go back by herself. It was about her guild license expiration. The guild ID doubles as an ID card. The license was valid for 1 year after your last contract. For her, that was 1 year from when the escort job ended. Chiffon thought she still had half a year left, but if she was stuck in the capital until enrollment, she would have to take a whole month off after starting. Chiffon said there was no way to do that, so she had to go now. But she told her to wait because the Duke family oversees the 3 great guilds, and she would speak with the Adventurers Guild on her behalf. Liz asked her not to abuse her authority so easily, and she started writing the letter herself. Chiffon told her to ask if there was any way to extend the expiration. Zion read her letter and informed Miyabi that Liz couldn't come back. He asked what was going on, but Zion had no idea either. She was gone, and now they were telling him that she was in the royal capital and had even received a recommendation to the Royal Academy. This still called for celebration, so he clapped for her. Still, balancing adventurous work in Angelum and student life in the capital was a complicated situation. To Miyabi's, it felt like public infrastructure got blended with some magic plan. Zion told Miyabi that no exceptions were allowed for extending the expiration except in cases of relocation or death. Registering puts them right back at the lowest rank. If the capital's guild works with them, his rank could be transferred. But that would be a problem too. There was no point in building the railway then. Zion wanted to help him, but there was nothing he could do. The situation was getting worse now. All he wanted was to build it fast and live between 2 places without problems. He struggled with permits, hit roadblocks in construction, failed jobs, lost funding, and now this. He then realized that he didn't have a real plan. They called Weiss and told him what happened. Miyabi apologized for being selfish, but he said there was nothing wrong about it. Everything starts with someone's desire, and a true craftsman has to be passionate about their own ambitions. Weiss asked what he wanted to do now. Miyabi said he was not just building something, he was making Liz's dual lifestyle possible. That matched his goal too. He couldn't help her with her staff while she was away in the royal capital. So they were going to figure out how to finish this in 9 months. In the past, when the 3rd prince was born, he had a jade glow around him. It was rumored that he was going to be a craftsman. They found this unthinkable because that kind of lineage in the royal line was impossible. He was neither skilled with a sword nor versed in magic. They even questioned if the queen was truly innocent. Cress kept working so hard to get stronger. After his trip ended, Duke Baldini welcomed him. He said he trusted that the journey posed no inconvenience. He responded that everyone treated him very kindly. Since he must be weary from the carriage ride, they asked him to rest. Cress apologized for the sudden request and asked if he could use the courtyard. Puzzled, Baldini asked his purpose. He said he needed to work on his swordsmanship. He must strive harder than anyone else, even if he couldn't use magic. And he could at least do that much. Duke Baldini asked if something had happened at the royal castle. Cress recalled what Grinvale told him, but said it was nothing and he just wanted to do this. Their conversation was interrupted by someone's yelling. The servants were trying to stop Weiss, but he was saying it was urgent and entered the place forcefully. Duke Baldini excused himself as Weiss screamed his name. Cress was confused as to why someone like him was there, and then heard Miyabi's voice saying he had something important to discuss with him. After hearing his voice, he immediately went outside and saw him. They were shocked to see each other. Cress asked why he was here, but Miyabi wondered the same thing. Weiss didn't know they knew each other. Cress apologized to Baldini, saying he heard a friend's voice. He introduced himself to Weiss as he third prince of the Kingdom of Fordia. Weiss said there was no wonder he had gotten that flashy look. His boldness panicked Miyabi. Cress said he had heard so much about him. Duke Baldini explained that they were planning to develop a new transportation system to connect cities, with Miyabi playing a central role in the project. While Miyabi and Cress were freaking out, Baldini asked Weiss what he wanted. The door opened and other blacksmiths bowed to Baldini, begging to let them do the enhancement too. 2 days ago, Miyabi went to Weiss and informed him that this vehicle normally runs on his wind enhancement, but due to a direct request from the Duke, he was not allowed to use it. Instead, they were told to use Karen's enchantment. Until this is finished, they wouldn't get permission for the real test, so that's why he was reconsidering the power source. He said they had tried various experiments, but none of them worked. Weiss thought about it for a moment and asked how big the gap was between their abilities. It was practically infinite, but Weiss was asking for actual numbers, and he couldn't believe they didn't check before starting. Karen had a feeling that there might be no such thing in this world as a miracle machine that turns a small amount of energy into something huge. He started melting away while saying that it was more realistic to focus on quantity. They calculated the difference between the weight he could move and what Karen could, and it turned out it'd be nearly 30,000 times. They understood that Baldini might be concerned, and they figured that the issue was solved if he didn't get involved, so Karen shouldn't have to take all the burden himself, and certainly not pushed beyond his limits. Which is why he had brought a sample made by everyone at the workshop. Cress was shocked by how efficient it was. Miyabi asked him to take a look. It was 1/8 scale and it weighed 15 kilograms. Thirdly, of them spent 2 days building the power source and he didn't handle any of the enhancements. So today they were going to have that cat stand in for a person to prove it could move just fine. With the cat on board, it was a total of 20 kilos. He put the cat on the train and it started to move. It did move, but it was really slow. Seeing how slow it was moving, he couldn't stand there, so he pushed it a little. After his push, the train started moving at a reasonably fast rate. Miyabi tried to convince them that it could move even without him. And since 12 tons was 600 times the weight vehicle, in theory, a crowd effort could handle it. But he heard something and thought it was another irregularity, but it was Mel, sitting on the train with the cat. It was still not calibrated for Mel's weight, so he grabbed her out of there. He then told Baldini that he couldn't meet the condition of using only Karen, and he apologized. But the Duke's core concern about the subway was that if someone besides him could build it, and he believed he had resolved that part. He asked him to grant permission to begin digging. He had to follow the customs of the land he was in, and if he didn't get his approval, he couldn't move forward. Everyone was waiting for his answer. The thing was that Duke Baldini wanted to see how far that boy could go, but it might still be too soon. He turned to Cress and suggested taking a tour he could only experience in this place. He brought him to Weiss's workshop and he was shocked. Some blacksmiths were happy that they got the approval, but the others reminded them that this was the tough part. Once the magic power spreads through the material, they have to make sure it is even and then apply the enhancement. Miyabi told them not to forget to measure the amount of magical flow afterward. Cress couldn't believe it when he saw Miyabi giving Weiss advice. Karen approached him and apologized in advance for saying what he was about to say. He asked if it was his first time trying enhancement. Cress said he had done it before, and Karen was shocked because he was a prince. He said it had been fun lately and then apologized to Karen for saying this to someone who was a real craftsman. While Karen was telling him something, he noticed that his hands were all rough even though he was such an important person. Cress told him that they were the same. Those were the hands of someone who had been working hard. Meanwhile, Sid was staring at him. He told him that if he was here, he had to do it seriously. He didn't care if he was a prince or not. He just told him not to look down on crafting. Cress joined them too, but his enhancement was too strong that it scared Sid. Meanwhile, a man was in a carriage thinking about the subway that connects the capital and Angoulême. Something like that would shatter the current market, and he knew not everything was going to go Trensverdini's way. In the next scene, Cress's servants were watching Cress from a distance. They thought coming to Angoulême would ease his mind, but even taking that into account, he was shining abnormally bright. Karen told Cress that the enhancement mana wasn't spreading evenly and asked him to try dispersing it first. Cress apologized because even though he was teaching him so carefully, enhancing was not easy for him. Karen told him that stone and Winf didn't have good material compatibility. Someone bumped into him in an accident and asked if he was okay. He said he was. Cress noticed that they called him Karen and was confused because Miyabi had called him Karen before. He said that it was a mistake from his master and Karen was the correct name. Karen suddenly revealed that people thought she was a boy, but in fact she was a girl. Cress was shocked. Even if she was young, that was no way to treat a girl, and he found this very rude of Miyabi. He asked why she didn't tell the truth, and she said she didn't think it would really matter. Cress found her weirdly mature. He then had an idea. Cress threw a great party for the blacksmiths who were working hard. Miyabi was shocked. Cress thanked the head butler for accepting his sudden request. It may be modest, but he wanted them to enjoy this moment. Miyabi told him that he didn't have to go this far, but it was a special thanks for his inspection visit. Also, there was someone he wanted to teach a lesson today. Karen showed up wearing a beautiful dress and she got her hair done. Everyone was shocked and said it didn't suit her at all. Miyabi couldn't believe his eyes. She told him once again that her name was Karen, but she wanted him to keep calling her Karen. They thought it was a nickname until then. Miyabi started screaming because he had no idea that she was a girl and asked why she didn't tell him. They started making fun of Miyabi by asking if they remembered their name. Miyabi felt like a total failure for being this ignorant. Cress giggled and told Karen that it was better to clear things up, and she agreed. Meanwhile, Alicia was spending her final day in the room she had spent 8 years in. She remembered the first day she came here. Chiffon held her hand and said this would be her room. She didn't want to accept a private room because her seniors were all in shared quarters. Chiffon told her that she would be assigned to her, so she didn't need to be modest about it. That day, she asked him to stay by her side and protect her. She was no longer a helpless child, and had finally reached the point where she could stand by her lady's side without shame. When she left the room, she encountered Miyabi. He seemed surprised to see her. She told him that the banquet was over there. But if he went back now, they would just tease him to death. She couldn't believe that was his excuse for roaming the mansion, and asked where the adventurer he was usually with was. He said she was still in the royal capital. Alicia remembered how they got along with Chiffon and felt upset. Miyabi noticed the look on her face and asked if something had happened. She said that there was no use lying and he already knew she had been dismissed from serving the young lady, and they were quite close after all. Miyabi confirmed what Chiffon said was actually true. She told him that Chiffon was a great noble and they were just lowly adventurers. There was no way they were that close, and that would make her lower than that. She was the only one who stood by her when she was terrified of the ceremony. It was she who gave her advice when she was nervous before meeting the prince. And they were saying all that time they spent together meant nothing. She collapsed and covered her mouth to stop showing weakness to him. She told him not to say random things when he knew nothing, and it wasn't even comforting. Miyabi decided that it was best to leave her alone with her thoughts, but before he left she informed him that he was being called. Meanwhile, her big brother was watching her from his window, thinking how she was throwing a tantrum like a child. When Miyabi returned to the banquet, Sid and the others were worried. He said it was nothing. Cress said they were all talking about this. It was for measuring wind power. Miyabi explained that it measures whether the output stays the same by its rotation. Sid asked why he insisted on keeping the wind speed the same because they went through the trouble of enchanting it, but then he was canceling it, so they thought it was kind of wasteful. He explained that it was because he wanted the quality to be consistent. Seemed in a craftsman's world, the value of consistency was not obvious, it had to be consistent. They could use it to calculate quantities or duration speed. Cress noticed that Miyabi was pretty good at math too, but Sid just cared about working with his hands and Karen teased him. Sid decided that Karen was not nervous at all today because usually she gets all stiff and skinny like a stick. When Cress wanted to see it, Karen scolded him. Weiss reminded her that he was a prince, so she apologized immediately. She said she was talking normally without thinking, and it wasn't like she forgot he was a prince. Sid grabbed his shoulders and told her to take a look at this regal presence. Cress chuckled because he was a meanie for sure. Meanwhile, Alicia felt like others were looking down on her. She imagined the kind of mean things they would say about her, but on the contrary, the women in there offered her some cookies that they had baked today. They were about to have a little tea party, so she asked if Alicia would like to join them. They also wanted to hear stories about the capital. Even though she seemed to have nice intentions, Alicia was sure she was pitying her, so she said she had work tomorrow. When Cress returned to his room after the party, he went to the balcony to see the wonderful town. Here there were no barriers between people. Unlike the royal capital, this place was filled with kindness. His servants asked if that was really how he felt. They were glad to see him well again, and he thought it was good that he was viewing things in such a positive light. Indeed, the Weiss workshop was a wonderful place and people were kind, but they wondered if all of Angelm was really like that. Cress hadn't thought about that. He noticed a glow in the walls, and it was from the workers on the wall. From morning till night, every single day they were working. It was dangerous, and yet the pay was barely anything. It was one of the lowest ranked jobs in the production guild. Whether it was the Royal Capital's workers or Angelm's workers, most of them were craftsmen. They then asked him to go inside because it was cold. Cress thought about what he said all night and couldn't really sleep well. Noctaria was a city of water. It was a hub of aristocratic culture, ruled by the Greenvale family, one of the 5 great dukes. Georgie, director of the production guild, was saying that the must-have item in high society was the scent of the capital. With this, he could finally stand proudly among the nobles of the city. Vermin that dare crawl up the ranks against its blood was also coming. Georgie then went to see the architecture of Noctaria, flourishing as an eastern trade hub. He heard that the great halls adorned in white porcelain and emerald hues were stunning. He could look forward to being treated properly now. 5th son of the Greenvale family, Edward, welcomed Georgie to Noctaria. Georgie didn't expect to see a child in front of him, and that aside, there were no windows in his room. Edward told him that he knew he wished for an audience with the Duke, but the Duke had an aversion to matters being carried upward from below, so they asked for his understanding. Georgie was furious that they made him deal with some brat who might not even be seen in society, and to top it off, hold their meeting in a prison-like chamber. He thought they were mocking him and asked if he took him for nothing more than a commoner who rose above his situation. He started yelling around saying they cannot claim ignorance of the Calistine name, purveyor of fine garments to the nobility. He had held his barony for over 10 years and prided himself on the status and dignity worthy of the elite. Edward grinned and told him that this was what he believed. He then sat and asked why he was here. Georgie said he had come with a matter that would benefit his family. Edward found this strange because he thought Georgie was a servant under the Berdini family. He responded that this was under the former lord, and he, current Trent's Berdini, was a vile man. He had thrown open the gates of the venerable noble district. Now, even commoners and adventurers strut brazenly before their states, and his fangs were reaching toward the royal capital itself. He was pushing forward yet another foolish, populist public project. He intends to run some bizarre contraption, an underground railway, and worse, extend it all the way to the sacred royal capital. Edward asked how this could concern their family. Georgie repeated himself, saying this was an iron box, many times faster than any carriage. The cargo it could carry was unmatched, and he personally experienced the dread of that contraption. If that thing reaches completion, it will spark rivalry with the royal capital's workshops. He was intending to stop the solid foundation he had built in Angelum from being threatened. He stated that if it connected to the capital, the people of Angelum would flood into the city, and what awaited them after that was the downfall of the nobility. The Greenvale family stands for noble supremacy, so he hoped that they could not ignore him and take the bait. However, Edward smiled and told him that he would report this matter to the Duke. While he was leaving the house, a black-haired man was watching him with Edward. Georgie smeared mud on his lord's face and wagged his tail to another house. He decided that they cannot ignore this, not if that man had begun to act. Meanwhile, Duke Beldini was in a meeting. Apparently the people of Dagran Mine were buying up every bit of iron ore they dug up. They were sure Madame would collapse after this. Duke Beldini said this was necessary for the sake of what lies ahead. One of the nobles stood up and told him that this expenditure had gone too far. The contract fee with Weiss's workshop was one thing, but monopolizing the raw iron ore as well. Maintaining such an exclusive hold would drain an enormous sum. It was already over 10% of this year's budget. Their Angelum wasn't wealthy enough for this. Beldini stated that he was well aware of that. The man said he would earn the resentment of the lower nobles once again, but Beldini was okay with that. When they left, Raven came, and Beldini asked about Alicia. He informed him that she performed the tasks assigned to her flawlessly, but she didn't seem to be fitting well. He heard she avoided interacting with others to an extreme degree. The head maid was troubled as well. She wasn't poor at her duties as a maid, even showing signs of dexterity, but still, things have turned out this way. He found himself disgraced as one of the family. Beldini told him that there was no need for him to bear guilt. Talent and capacity do not always align, and it happens often enough. He told him not to be arrogant as to think he could change a person. He could lead a horse to water, but whatever it drinks, that choice belonged to the horse itself. To reject water and embrace death was also a freedom of choice, and all they could do was encourage them. Raven said there was no reason for him to go so far. The Lord must never be burdened. Beldini agreed and said if it were him, he would have cut off her head, but the thread still remained connected. Though it cannot make her drink, it could at least intensify the sunlight like that. In the next scene, Cress was shocked to see the train. Karen explained to him that this was the carriage meant to run through the underground railway. He was confused as to how they were going to run that massive thing with that. Weiss came and said the entire front was gutted. Cress wondered if it was okay to wreck it without permission. Weiss explained that cutting down on weight takes priority right now. They had gathered workers, but at this rate there was no way we would make it in time. He wondered if they could lower the weight of the car and continue to wreck the thing off in a hurry. After that, Cress went to see how they were reworking the power mechanism. Since they would be hauling tons of blocks, they couldn't leave it the way they were. So they were trying out different test models. They were taking one of Miyabi's ideas as crafters and refining it with everyone's hands. Cress was absolutely amazed. Karen approached him and asked if he could help them again. She was looking at him so hopefully, so he agreed even though he didn't know how much help he could be. Sid came and told him that they were going to complete the number of enchantments. Cress could sense the kindness from Karen and Sid. Everyone was doing their best in their own way. He wondered if this was really the best he could do and what Miyabi would think about him. He then noticed that Miyabi wasn't around. Karen said there wasn't much he could do here, so he had to leave the driver mechanism to them. He was working with Mel and Eleanor. She gave him the list of subterranean monsters as he requested. Miyabi then asked Mel if this covered everything they needed. Mel looked it up a bit and confirmed that this should be fine. Eleanor asked when he got back. They didn't see him around, so they were concerned. He said he was caught up in the rush and forgot. She was upset about not being able to see Liz either. He asked if it could have something to do with the guildmaster being so restless lately. Miyabi couldn't let anyone outside the site know about that, so he didn't answer her. She told him that she wouldn't force him to tell her. After they were done with that, Miyabi and Mel went outside and saw Weiss's workers. He was happy to see them. They said they were the no-sense enchantment team here to help with tunnel work. Others came and asked if they were from the Weiss workshop. They were farmers sent here from the production guild. Miyabi greeted them and introduced himself as the crafter. More importantly, Alicia was appointed as a messenger by the Duke's house. She seemed pretty devastated. Miyabi was shocked to see her. 39.1. In the next scene, Miyabi showed where the tunnel from Angelm began. He said he was Miyabi, the field supervisor, and greeted everyone. They were a bit weirded out that he was the supervisor, but Miyabi ignored the whispers and started by showing the construction outline. But they kept talking about how he looked like a kid, and Miyabi heard everyone. When they were in the tunnel, he scared the hell out of them. They were screaming, promising to keep digging forward, and begged him to handle reinforcement. He was digging at walking speed, so they were quite shocked. Miyabi threw the materials and said he would leave them here. Meanwhile, Alicia was there, questioning why she was surrounded by such filthy people. If she were only serving as a messenger, she could at least endure it, but Raven told her that her mission was to guard Miyabi. As he would surely decline if he knew, she needed to keep a short distance away while she followed him. She questioned whether they were trying to force her out. She had done nothing wrong, yet things kept getting worse. This wretched place was no fit for someone like her. At the end of the shift, Miyabi told everyone to get some rest. The workers' dormitory was a capsule hotel style, and Miyabi showed Mel and Alicia's rooms. The hotel had women-only area, 3 meals included, and a full-size public bath. Alicia was about to lose her mind over this. She was sure Miyabi was using his skills to tempt and deceive people, and he was a demon in human form. Meanwhile, the other workers were so happy to be here. After 10 days since excavation began, the workers were shocked at the pace. The reinforcement couldn't keep up. The tunnel had extended all the way to the border zone. Those with the farmer class use earth magic to handle the tunnel formation, as Mason and Carpenter progress with the reinforcement work. Every day, Alicia accompanies Miyabi while drafting progress reports to send to Duke Berdini. Despite being called a bodyguard, there hadn't been a single moment when her sword was needed. Any minor problems are always solved by that man. She felt it was disgraceful to lower herself to match someone inferior to her. He had no dignity at all for Alicia. She noticed Mel looking at what she was writing, and Mel started running away from her. The others found her so cute for doing whatever she wanted, but they couldn't think the same about Alicia. She was sitting at the furthest table and was looking at them like they weren't people. At that moment, Alicia felt something unpleasant. She didn't know why she cared what those filthy production workers thought of her. While taking a bath, Alicia asked Mel why she accepted such a request. She was a part of the elite of adventurers, and she could choose something more distinguished. Mel asked what that even meant. Alicia said it was something to do with honor and prestige. Even among bodyguard jobs, there must be plenty where she could protect nobles or earn higher rewards. Mel responded that those jobs were too boring. She said that it wasn't a job being here. She was here because she felt like it, and that was all. Alicia didn't even know what she meant. Every day felt the same, and all she did was think more and more. She thought this duty might be just an excuse to get rid of her, or someone from her quarters said something, or it might be just her lady's command. She didn't know where she belonged anymore. While Miyabi was digging, she kept following her. Miyabi realized that he was getting used to the dark. He could see pretty well even in dim light now. He thought about going back to help with the reinforcement after he finished digging. While he was trying to dig, he didn't see the giant hole and fell.